Zhang Fakan, standing at the front of the platform, read out the rules of the game in a high voice. In the past, qualifying followed the competition system of the knockout competition. It was the way of catching and killing end to end. It ranked the last 10 places, but this time, it was in the form of points. In other words, the 13 players participating in the qualifying competition have to fight each other once. The winner accumulates 1 point and the loser has no points. After 12 rounds of competition, they will be ranked according to their respective points. After introducing the competition rules in detail, Zhang Fakan turned around and asked for the 10 people on the high platform dragon chair, especially Jiao Enjun and Tian Jun with their consent. Zhang Fakan directly announced the start of the qualifying. According to the competition rules just announced by Zhang Fakan, the first round of the competition is due to player number 1 against player number 13, player number 2 against player number 12, and player number 3 against player number 11. By analogy, the 7th of the 13 contestants will take a turn in the first round. In the second round, contestant number 1 versus contestant number 12, contestant number 2 versus contestant number 11, and contestant number 3 versus contestant number 10. By analogy, the 13th of the 13 players will be empty in the second round. Brother Chu, here are the names and numbers of the 13 contestants participating in the qualifying. When Zhang Fakan introduced the competition rules of qualifying in detail, Dongfeng Yuner quietly handed over a piece of paper with many words written on it. After taking a closer look at the content on the paper, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but cast an appreciative look at Dongfeng Yuner. Because the paper presented by Dongfeng Yuner recorded in detail the detailed information of the 12 contestants participating in the qualifying, including their names, numbers, ages, origins, accomplishments, and the ranking among the external disciples. Although the contents recorded on this paper are far less detailed than those recorded in the book presented by Time Liang, it is also of great help to Chu Zhongshan, who is about to participate in the competition. At least he can understand his opponents in each round. His eyes turned to the paper, and the name and number of his opponent were clearly printed in his mind. Number 1 contestant Gu Zheali, ranked 10th among the external disciples. LV Kong, the second contestant, ranks 1st among the external disciples. He is one of his opponents who can win the top this time. Number 3 contestant He Weiying, who ranks 2nd among the external disciples, is also one of the opponents whether he can finally reach the top and win the championship. Zia Luoxing, number 4 player, ranks 3rd among the external disciples. Contestant number 5 Zhao Qing ranks 5th among the external disciples. Number 6 contestant Zhang Renyuan, ranking 4th among the external disciples. Liu Jiafu, contestant number 7, ranks 12th among the external disciples. Meng Fangqiang, contestant number 8, ranks 9th among the external disciples. Sun Jimin, contestant number 9, ranks 6th among the external disciples. Number 10 contestant Wang Hanzhong, ranked 11th among the external disciples. Number 11 contestant Ma Qiwei, ranking 7th among the external disciples, is the opponent he wants to meet most in qualifying. Ma Biahua, contestant number 12, ranks 13th among the external disciples. Because Chu Zhongshan's final round of the knockout round was empty, his token number automatically changed to number 13. According to the competition rules just announced by Zhang Fakan, he will be the first player to participate in the qualifying. As the leader of the trial peak, Zhang Fakan is a peerless strong man who has reached the soul stage of cultivation. I saw him standing on the high platform move slightly, the whole person disappeared, and then appeared in the challenge arena just refined. Next, contestant number 1 Gu Zheali versus contestant number 13 Chu Zhongshan. After taking a look at the statistics handed over by the staff in charge of the competition, Zhang Fakan shouted. Nodding to the people around him, Chu Zhongshan showed his martial arts skills, jumped up gently and landed steadily on the challenge arena several meters high. Disciple Chu Zhongshan has seen the peak lord. Chu Zhongshan, who boarded the challenge arena, first held his disciples' etiquette to Zhang Fakan. Not everyone hates red tape like Jiao Enjun. At least as the leader of the test peak, Zhang Fakan still takes a fancy to ethics. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's respectful attitude, he gives a smiling face to encourage him. Jiao Enjun, who was sitting on the black dragon chair, saw Chu Zhongshan's solemn appearance, and the corners of his mouth turned slightly, which showed his dissatisfaction. Because Chu Zhongshan has always been very casual in front of him since they got familiar with each other, He didn't salute and say hello to him seriously at all. Just after Chu Zhongshan boarded the challenge arena, his opponent Gu Zheali also jumped to the challenge arena by using his body method and martial arts. Compared with Chu Zhongshan's politeness, Gu Zheali was much more rude. When he boarded the challenge arena, he just nodded to Zhang Fakan and looked directly at Chu Zhongshan. When he found that Chu Zhongshan's cultivation was only at the top of the 8 levels of physical training, Gu Zheali showed a look of consternation on his face. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Gu. As early as Zhang Fakan announced the contestants, Chu Zhongshan had already started searching for Gu Zheali's information. Gu Zheali, 19 years old, comes from the Gu family of the Kippen family in the Song dynasty. He has a lower Kippen cultivation talent. 2 years ago, he entered Liyun's sect with a peak cultivation in the period of body cultivation. Now he has half-stepped into the cultivation in the period of Qi transformation. He has the strength in the middle of the period of Qi transformation. He is good at using Spring and Autumn Pen and a set of medium-level martial arts. The Spring Dream Dharma Envoy is superb, ranking 10th among the external disciples. Boy, are you from the law enforcement peak. Ignoring Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Gu Zheali's tone was quite impolite. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said firmly, "No." Gu Zheali met younger martial brother Chu. After receiving the affirmative reply from Chu Zhongshan, Gu Zheali showed a cautious look and treated Chu Zhongshan politely. As one of the top 10 experts among the external disciples, Gu Zheali had long been in contact with the senior management of the law enforcement peak, and he also had a good understanding of the means of the law enforcement peak. He knew that this time, the knockout competition of the sect competition was basically manipulated by the law enforcement peak. The work style of law enforcement peak is that those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Xiao Yufeng, the 8th-ranked external disciple, refused to join the law enforcement peak. In the 11th round of the competition, Xia Luoxing, the 3rd-ranked external disciple arranged by the law enforcement peak, was defeated, resulting in missed the final qualifying. Of course, as the 10th-ranking outside disciple, he was able to break into qualifying with the wind and water by law enforcement peak. Because just a year ago, he was already a preparatory disciple of the law enforcement peak. It was with the help of the law enforcement peak that he finally became the 10th expert among the external disciples. Chu Zhongshan was able to break into the qualifying competition with the cultivation of the 8-layer peak during the physical training period. Gu Zheali's first reaction was that Chu Zhongshan was also a disciple of the law enforcement peak and the child of a big man of the law enforcement peak. Otherwise, his cultivation would have been eliminated in the previous rounds. Because this time, the reward for the top 10 in the sect contest is the richest in hundreds of years. Every disciple participating in the sect contest is extremely eager to break into the top 10 and harvest the reward for the top 10. In order to ensure that Chu Zhongshan, the disciple at the peak of the 8th floor in the body training period, can enter the top 10, he will feel cold if he deliberately loses a disciple at the peak of the half-step Qi transformation period. Fortunately, the truth of the matter is not what he thought. Chu Zhongshan was able to refuse the request of law enforcement peak and finally broke into the 12 rounds of knockout and qualified for qualifying, which means that he has at least the strength of the top 10 external disciples. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to break through the deliberately arranged interception of the law enforcement peak during the training period. The game begins. After the two introduced each other, Zhang Fakan directly announced the start of the game. Gu Zheali is the 10th most powerful expert among the disciples of the external sect. His strength has reached the middle of the first level of the Qi transformation period. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan dare not reserve the slightest bit. In addition to retaining the mysterious potential, he has almost used all his strength. Take millet from the fire. With the wind feet in the peak state, Chu Zhongshan directly exerts the most powerful primary saber technique, which is also the most suitable saber technique for fighting the enemy alone. Although Chu Zhongshan never fought against opponents who used Chunkyu Pen, he also knew something about Chunkyu Pen. Because in the Chu family cluster, a foreign elder who reached the 7th floor of the physical training period used the Spring and Autumn Pen, and there were special records about the Spring and Autumn Pen in the Chu Xiuge. The shape of Spring and Autumn brush is the brush he has practiced before. When it is used, it specially attacks the key points of his opponent. It is a difficult weapon to defend. you can only choose to attack against the opponent who uses the spring and autumn pen. In attack, you must not choose defense and counterattack. Otherwise, under the strange and unpredictable attack of Chunkyu pen, there will be flaws in the perfect defense. Spring returns to the earth. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took the lead in launching the attack, Gyu Zhaoli was also unambiguous. When he used his body method and martial arts to meet Chu Zhongshan, the spring and autumn pen containing spiritual power turned a circle in his hand, and the tip of the pen was directly on the tip of Chu Zhongshan's venoming spirit knife. Kai, the tip of the pen, and the tip of the knife collide together. The tip of the knife containing attribute power directly breaks the tip wrapped by the spiritual power and cuts it on the pen holder. Basically, he is not familiar with and understands Chu Zhongshan's opponent. When he is confronted with him for the first time, most of his opponents will suffer losses under attribute power, and Gyu Zhaoli is no exception. Originally, according to his estimation, first of all, he used the continuous power of spring to directly repel the venoming spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan, and then with the remaining spirit power in the spring and autumn pen, he directly attacked the key point of Chu Zhongshan's left shoulder, so that his left arm, which is good at using the spirit knife, temporarily lost its strength. At that time, he can attack any key point of Chu Zhongshan with the strangeness of Chunkyu pen. Unfortunately, with the increase of attribute power, the spring and autumn pen containing continuous spiritual power not only did not repel the spirit knife, but caused considerable damage to the spring and autumn pen under the outbreak of attribute power. Chu Zhongshan is good at grasping the war situation. After a simple fight just now, he has guessed the opponent's intention. Therefore, taking advantage of the opponent's temporary absence and the opportunity of weapon damage, with the help of the length of venoming spirit knife, he stabbed the stab in the basic knife technique directly on the back of the left hand of the other party holding Chunkyu pen. Gyu Zhaoli was stabbed in the back of his left hand by Ben-mingling knife. He was momentarily distracted, but he felt the great pain from the back of his left hand, which made him scream uncontrollably. However, no matter how severe the pain on the back of his hand, the spring and autumn pen he held tightly was not discarded. This alone shows that Gyu Zhaoli is also a tough person. Seeing his opponent still holding the spring and autumn pen, Chu Zhongshan whispered a pity. The advantage of basic saber technique lies in its fast casting speed and does not need too much power storage. The disadvantage is that it is unable to attach the gift of attribute power, and the power of instant explosion is not strong enough. If the basic saber technique contains attribute power, no matter how strong Gyu Zhaoli's endurance is, he can't continue to hold the spring and autumn pen. Of course, it's a pity that it's just a temporary sigh. Taking advantage of the huge pain caused by the other party's injury and unable to continue the attack, Chu Zhongshan did not pause at all. He took the opponent's head with a move of the scorching sun containing attribute power. Damn it! Holding back the pain from the back of his hand, looking at the non-stop attack of Tianxi in Chu, Gyu Zhaoli cursed depressed. However, his left hand, which was good at using weapons, was injured, so he could not continue to use weapons against the enemy, and his strength decreased by at least 30%. The attribute power contained in the opponent's original soul power makes him unable to defend with his own defense, so he can only dodge with the help of body method and martial arts. Originally, he wanted to use the medium-level body method and martial arts that had reached the peak to temporarily leave the distance from Chu Zhongshan, and then take the medium-level 8-grade healing pill. The effect of medium-level 8 product healing pill can be completely recovered after the back of the hand is injured in 1 to 2 minutes at most. At that time, the attack mode of Chu Zhongshan has been understood, and Gyu Zhaoli is confident to return to the situation again. However, whenever he increases his speed by 1 point, Chu Zhongshan in the attack will automatically increase his speed by 1 point. Just when he shows his body method and martial arts skills to the limit, his opponent Chu Zhongshan still hasn't lost half a point. As Chu Zhongshan attacked faster and faster, the momentum of the attack became stronger and stronger. Gyu Zhaoli found that there was a special change between his opponents. As for what kind of change it was, he was not very clear. However, he had a feeling that if he continued like this, he would certainly suffer heavy damage. Therefore, Gyu Zhaoli gritted his teeth at the last time, endured the pain on the back of his left hand, reluctantly used the spring and autumn pen in his hand to show his martial arts skills, temporarily blocked Chu Zhongshan's sword skill, took a few steps back, and then shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." In the qualifying after changing the rules, 13 players have to fight each other once, and finally the ranking is determined by the number of points. At this time, when he was injured, he could not be Chu Zhongshan's opponent at all. In that case, it's better to take the initiative to admit defeat, quickly heal the injury with the help of pills after the next game, and then make every effort to prepare for the next game. In the face of Guo Zheali, who was at a disadvantage, Chu Zhongshan felt that his attack was more and more easy, and his perception of the knife technique was more and more profound. At this time, he really wanted to attack like this all the time. The power of the primary saber technique in the peak state is no less than that of the high-level saber technique he has mastered now. To some extent, it has even surpassed the martial arts of the high-level saber technique. Unfortunately, Guo Zheali's initiative to admit defeat made him lose the opportunity to make a breakthrough in martial arts, which made Chu Zhongshan not only have no joy after winning, but also have a gloomy and terrible face. He even looked at Guo Zheali with sadness in his eyes. The 13th contestant Chu Zhongshan wins. After Zhang Fakin used the power of the divine spirit to loudly announce Chu Zhongshan's victory, tens of thousands of disciples, who had been suppressed for a long time under the challenge arena, immediately cheered. Originally, as Chu Zhongshan ascended the challenge arena, many of the tens of thousands of disciples in the field doubted Chu Zhongshan. They doubted that Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation is only the peak of the 8 levels of physical training, can advance to the qualifying competition. There must be layers of dark scenes behind it. If it were not for the 8 elders of the Divine Soul stage, the ignorant Tian Jun and the moody Jiao Enjun sitting on the high platform, some of the disciples on the scene would have protested loudly. However, as Chu Zhongshan easily defeated Guo Zheali, who had the cultivation of half-step qi transformation period, and ranked 10th among the disciples of the Outer Gate, with the cultivation of the 8 levels at the peak of the body cultivation period, the doubts of tens of thousands of disciples at the scene suddenly dissipated. At the same time, they could not suppress their inner excitement and worship, and began to shout and talk. "Elder martial brother, why have I never seen this elder martial brother named Chu Zhongshan?" Not far from the challenge arena, a young man with beautiful appearance and thin body asked a disciple who had reached the 9th floor of the physical training period. "Don't say it's you, even I don't know the origin of Chu Zhongshan." The asked disciple shook his head and said with a puzzled face. 50 meters away from the challenge arena, there was a group of people dressed in blue clothes and rusted with a pen on their sleeves. A disciple whose cultivation reached the half-step qi transformation period ordered him, "Listen carefully to me. Chu Zhongshan can defeat Guo Zheali with the cultivation of the 8-layer peak in the period of physical training. His real strength can definitely rank among the top 10 disciples of the outside world. There are such demons in the sect. We have no records in the Wind Pavilion. This is an unforgivable mistake. So you hurry to find out the origin of Chu Zhongshan and rewrite the ranking of the top 10 experts of external disciples according to his strength." Yes. Under the challenge arena, Su Hua from the law enforcement peak looked at Chu Zhongshan, who stepped down from the challenge arena. His gloomy face was very ugly. Because Guo Zheali, who was defeated just now, is one of the top 10 already set by their law enforcement peak, but after being defeated and injured by Chu Zhongshan, he is likely to fall out of the top 10, which makes Su Hua very uncomfortable. However, Su Hua felt more remorse in his heart at this time. He blamed himself for his lack of vision and his lack of openness. He can defeat Guo Zheali, whose real strength reaches the middle of the first level of the qi transformation period, with the cultivation of the 8 levels at the peak of the body cultivation period. Chu Zhongshan's real strength can definitely rank among the top 10 disciples of the Outer Gate. I'm afraid his qualification and potential are no weaker than Tianjun on the dragon chair on the high platform. A peerless genius like Chu Zhongshan, no matter what excessive conditions he puts forward, must promise him and pull him into his own camp. Otherwise, it will certainly be one of the most powerful enemies of law enforcement peak in the future. On the high platform, except that Jiao Enjun was as stable as Mount Tai, the remaining 8 elders, Hesh and Jun, showed appreciation and longing in their eyes when they looked at Chu Zhongshan. Being able to defeat Guo Zheali, whose real strength reached the middle of the first level of the qi transformation period, with the cultivation of the 8 levels at the peak of the body training period, represents that Chu Zhongshan has at least 4 to 5 small levels of strength beyond himself. Every force is extremely eager for this kind of demon-like genius. As for Jiao Enjun sitting on the black dragon chair, he just nodded a little satisfied, as if Chu Zhongshan's performance was in his expectation. Chu Zhongshan didn't know how shocked he had just defeated Gu Zheali. He looked unhappy and walked down the challenge arena to Dongfeng Yuner and others. "Brother Chu, do you know that the man you defeated just now is the 10th highest expert among the external disciples?" As if he didn't see Chu Zhongshan's unhappy look at this time, Dongfeng Yuner grabbed Chu Zhongshan's arm tightly and said excitedly. Just now she was surprised to learn Gu Zheali's real identity and strength from the disciples nearby. Although she knew that Chu Zhongshan was excellent and had always been a genius who could challenge higher levels, she never thought that Chu Zhongshan, who came out of the remote state of Qi and the weak Chu family, successfully entered the top 10 disciples of Liyan sect in only 3 months, which made her happier and more stressed. "Yuner, this is the beginning." Dongfeng Yuner's extremely excited look immediately relieved Chu Zhongshan's originally unhappy mood, which could make Dongfeng Yuner happy. Chu Zhongshan felt that what he had just done was worth it. Cough. In the face of the chaotic situation off the court, Zhang Fakin coughed with the power of the soul. When the court was quiet, he then announced, "Number 2 player LV Kong versus number 12 player Ma Beahua." After hearing that the player in the second game was LV Kong, Chu Zhongshan quickly ended his chat with Dongfeng Yuner and paid full attention to LV Kong, who stepped into the challenge arena step by step. On the last page of the book presented by Time Liang, that is, the expert ranking first among the external disciples, is LV Kong, who steps up the challenge arena step by step. LV Kong, a member of the Lu family from a remote kingdom, is 18 years old. A year ago, he entered Liyan sect with the cultivation of 9 layers in the period of Qi refining. The cultivation talent of medium-sized 7 grades, and the cultivation achievement in the half-step Qi melting period, reached the peak of the Qi melting period. He is good at using swordsmanship and proficient in different levels of swordsmanship and martial arts. He ranks first among the internal disciples. The last page of the book presented by Time Liang, in addition to the above records, also specifically records some living conditions of LV Kong after he entered Liyan sect. Since LV Kong entered Liyan sect, he either went out to practice or went into a secret place for latent cultivation. He had little contact with other disciples. In 1 year, the cultivation not only reached the peak of half-step Qi transformation period, but also became the first disciple of the outside school. It is definitely one of the most talented talents of Liyan sect in the past century. As LV Kong ascended the challenge arena step by step, not only the disciples who knew his true identity at the scene opened their eyes and looked at him, but also Tian Jun on the high platform. If LV Kong's performance this time can satisfy him, he will, on behalf of the first generation of the sect, invite LV Kong to enter the Zhangzhufeng in advance and become a disciple of the first generation of the sect. Ma Beahua has seen elder martial brother Lu. Although Ma Beahua, LV Kong's opponent, stepped onto the challenge arena 1 step later than him, he took the initiative to say hello. LV Kong has seen younger martial brother Ma. In the face of Ma Beahua, whose strength is not as good as his own, LV Kong has neither the arrogance of gifted disciples nor the humility of external disciples. He just keeps an indifferent look and doesn't add any sentiment to his tone. Under the challenge arena, looking at Ma Hongtao with a nervous look, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shaking his head. The real strength of the players who can break through the 12 rounds of knockout is at the first level of the gasification period. The only difference is the different stages of the first layer of the gasification period. That is, the strength gap between them is not too obvious. Although Ma Beahua did not enter the list of the top 10 experts of external disciples, he also ranked 13th. His strength is not much different from that of the top 10 experts. Therefore, as long as he can play normally, even LV Kong wants to defeat him. It is not a very easy thing. However, Ma Beahua in a tense state is difficult to give full play to his strength. In the face of the first master of external disciples, I'm afraid he won't last long in a tense state. Sure enough, the process of the game was the same as he expected. Facing Ma Beahua with a tense mind, LV Kong easily won with a set of primary sword techniques, showing the style of the first expert. However, compared with the sensation caused by Chu Zhongshan's victory, Although there were cheers and shouts off the court after LV Kong's victory, it was obviously much less than the movement caused by Chu Zhongshan, which made LV Kong, who stepped down from the challenge arena, take a look at Chu Zhongshan. Facing LV Kong's gaze, Chu Tianxi looked straight at the past without fear. The two men looked at each other for only 3 seconds, and then moved away from each other. LV Kong returned to his friend with a dignified look, and Chu Zhongshan also lowered his head with a dignified look. Although it was just a simple look at each other just now, Chu Zhongshan's sensitive sixth sense made him feel that he had made a wrong judgment on LV Kong's strength at the beginning. LV Kong's strength was definitely more than the peak of Qi transformation period. His strength is likely to surpass the peak of the first layer of the gasification period, and even reach the early stage of the second layer of the gasification period. It seems that after you play against LV Kong, all cards must be used. Contestant number 3, He Huaying versus contestant number 11 Ma Qiwei. As Zhang Fakan announced the names of the contestants in the third round of the first round, Chu Zhongshan, who felt twice the pressure because of LV Kong's strength, immediately looked up and looked at the two contestants who were about to compete with each other with great interest. Because the two players about to compete are not simple for Chu Zhongshan. He Huaying, if only from the name, may mistakenly think He Huaying is a girl. In fact, he is a serious boy, even very strong. He Huaying, 17 years old, was born in Liyun sect. Her father was the deputy leader of the patriarchal clan in the Hall of Merit and Virtue. She had the lower 6 grades of cultivation talent and achieved the highest level of cultivation in the Qi melting period. She was good at swordsmanship and proficient in swordsmanship at different levels. Her external disciples ranked second. According to the book presented by Time Liang, He Huaying secretly challenged LV Kong a month ago, and the final result was a draw. In other words, He Huaying is also one of his opponents who can finally reach the top. As for Ma Qiwei, he is the opponent he has been looking forward to. Because of Ma Qiwei's narrow gas capacity, Time Liang was seriously injured. At this time, he still held the seriously injured body to work for himself. Because Ma Qiwei was caught in the dilemma of whether to offend the law enforcement peak, he almost made a decision against his original intention. Therefore, in qualifying, Chu Zhongshan's most expected opponent is Ma Qiwei. He also happened to observe his strength and means through the game between him and He Huaying, so as to determine what means he should use to deal with him when facing him. Ma Qiwei, who ranks 7th among the external disciples, is not like Ma Beihua in the last game when facing He Huaying, who ranks 2nd. Ma Qiwei not only did not have the slightest tension, but even had a trace of excitement between his looks. Elder Marshal Brother He, to tell you the truth, only you and Elder Marshal Brother Lu are among the top 10 external disciples, which makes me feel troublesome. The rest don't pay attention to me at all. After introducing himself, Ma Qiwei suddenly said this. His seemingly modest but actually arrogant words immediately aroused strong dissatisfaction from several people under the challenge arena, especially Xia Luoxing, who ranked 3rd with a mocking look on his face. Oh, really, should I feel lucky? Ma Qiwei seems arrogant in modesty, which makes He Huaying, who is indifferent, frown. Even his always calm tone is mixed with a trace of irony. Maybe Elder Marshal Brother He thinks me Ma Qiwei is too arrogant and conceited, but after the real fight, I will show you and several people off the court my real strength. He Huaying's sarcasm in her tone didn't make Ma Qiwei angry, he said confidently. After Zhang Fakan announced the start of the game, Ma Qiwei put on a pair of gloves and took the lead in launching an attack. It is recorded in the book that Ma Qiwei is good at body methods, martial arts and palm techniques, and after he got into hands with He Huaying, he did confirm the records in the book. In Ma Qiwei's hands, dozens of palm techniques, such as Windward Palm, Soul Breaking Palm, Thunder Breaking Palm, and Extinction Palm, are like sharp weapons to kill and soul. The attack position of the first palm of each move is the most deadly and difficult to defend. Chu Zhongshan didn't see Ma Qiwei's palm technique. With the knife technique containing attribute power, the palm technique he just performed can be easily broken. The only thing that makes Chu Zhongshan feel tricky is that Ma Qiwei's body method and martial arts are high-level body methods, and martial arts entering the realm of Xia Cheng. Chu Zhongshan's body skills have not been improved since he broke out his powerful power in the Peerless Divine Army and barely reached the entry level in the face of explosion in the desperate situation. Body martial arts are different from other martial arts. Other martial arts can level the gap between the realm through strength, skill, and proficiency, but body martial arts are different. Body martial arts differ by a small level, and the gap between speed is very obvious. In the face of Makiue's high-level body method and martial arts skills, he can't fully display his body method unless he is seriously injured in the beginning or directly hurt his legs. Otherwise, with his body method and martial arts at a small stage higher than himself and the top cultivation in the half-step chi transformation period, it is difficult to say who wins or loses in the end. Unless he can exert the potential that affects the surrounding environment to suppress his speed. Makue is the 11th player, and there are several rounds of matches against him, so Chu Zhongshan temporarily gave up thinking about ways to deal with him and watched the battle between the two wholeheartedly. At the same time, I also want to see how He Huaying deals with Makue's speed. The powerful palm technique, combined with the high-level body method and martial arts of entering the territory of Xia Cheng, makes the battle between Makue and He Huaying very exciting. After dozens of moves, with the advantages of body method and martial arts, Makue, who ranked lower in the real name, vaguely gained the upper hand. This makes He Huaying, who has always maintained an indifferent look, have a trace of dignity on her face. He Huaying believes that Makue can't hold on to his sword skills for long if he only discusses the speed and power of the attack, but he makes every attack fail with Superman's first-class speed, which makes He Huaying have no way to take Makue for the time being. As the second-ranking expert among the external disciples, He Huaying is not only powerful, but also has excellent psychological quality. Her originally urgent heart gradually prevailed and calmed down with Makue. Since Makue was unable to win in speed, He Huaying chose the stupidest and safest way, that is, relying on her strong attack and perfect defense, playing steadily without haste and dryness, and stimulating Makue through this means to let him take the initiative to show his flaws. The final situation of the battle was what Huaying expected. Makue was worried because he could not defeat his opponent under a long attack. After all, it takes a lot of spiritual power to perform high-level body method martial arts. In particular, he keeps running at a high speed, and the consumption of spiritual power is faster. Therefore, under the attack for a long time, he gradually gets anxious without making any achievements. Anxious mentality is the easiest to reveal flaws, and his opponent He Huaying is the second expert in the strength of external disciples. He Huaying is excellent in both combat experience and eyesight. Just taking advantage of a small flaw inadvertently revealed by Makue because of his anxiety, He Huaying seized the opportunity to easily break Makue's defense, and the sharp long sword fell directly on his heart, which would be harmful. Makue knew that he was defeated because his attack was not strong enough and his defense was not perfect, so he willingly took the initiative to admit defeat. Looking at Makue, who looked depressed and walked down the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan shook his head secretly. Although He Huaying defeated Makue, the way he defeated Makue just now was not suitable for him. Although he, like He Huaying, has strong attack power, near-perfect defense and insight into subtle flaws, he has a fatal disadvantage compared with He Huaying, that is his own cultivation. He Huaying can rely on the cultivation during the half-step chi transformation period, while struggling with Makue and looking for his flaws. She doesn't have to worry about the excessive consumption of spiritual power, but Chu Zhongshan, as the 8-story peak of the body refining period, can't, because the storage of spiritual power in his danshan is absolutely less than that of Makue. Fighting with him is equivalent to taking his own disadvantages. Compared with the other party's strengths, the result must be asking for trouble. Therefore, when facing Makue, we must find a way to make him unable to exert the advantage of speed. Only in this way can we beat him without using the final card. In the 4th game of the first round, Xia Luoxing, who ranked 3rd among the external disciples, fought against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 11th among the external disciples. Perhaps because of Makue's arrogant contempt, or perhaps because of the stimulation of LV Kong and He Huaying, Xia Luoxing directly broke out his strong strength after climbing the challenge arena, which completely suppressed Wang Hanzhong. With only more than 100 moves, Xia Luoxing easily defeated Wang Hanzhong. When Xia Luoxing stepped down from the challenge arena, he looked directly at Makue and did not hide the provocative look in his eyes. In the face of Xia Luoxing's provocative look, Makue also accepted the provocation without fear. There was a strong smell of gunpowder between the two. In the fifth game of the first round, Zhao Qing, the only girl among the top 10 experts, ranked 5th among the external disciples, fought against Sun Jimin, the 6th among the external disciples. One ranked 5th and the other ranked 6th. The strength gap between the two is not large. No one can gain the upper hand when they fight each other for hundreds of rounds. Later, Zhao Qing, who still ranked 5th, reluctantly defeated Sun Jimin with a very strange sword technique with her special weapon. In the 6th game of the first round, Zhang Renyuan ranked 4th among the external disciples, and Meng Fanqiang ranked 9th. Ranked Zhang Renyuan has the strength of a high-level period in the chemical gas period, while Meng Danqiang's strength is only one level in the early stage of the chemical gas period. After 24 rounds of fighting, Zhang Renyuan easily defeated Meng Fanqiang and won the first round. After Zhang Renyuan defeated Meng Danqiang, the first round of the competition officially ended. Chu Zhongshan, LV Kong, He Huaying, Xia Luoxing, Zhao Qing and Zhang Renyuan defeated their opponents and accumulated 1 point each. After the first round, there was no rest. Zhang Fakan directly announced the beginning of the first game of the second round. Because Chu Zhongshan is number 13, according to the rules of qualifying, he just missed the second round. Taking this opportunity, he used the power of the pill to restore the spiritual power he had just consumed, while watching the game of LV Kong, He Huaying and Ma Qiwei, hoping to find their weaknesses and improve his attack strategy. In the first game of the second round, Gu Zheali, who ranked 10th among the external disciples, competed with Ma Beihua, who ranked 13th. Although Chu Zhongshan easily defeated Gu Zheali, it seems that Gu Zheali is very ordinary, but as the 10th expert of external disciples, his strength cannot be underestimated. After completely recovering from the injury with the help of the elixir, the spring and autumn pen in Gu Zheali's hand is like a life-threatening pen, which makes Ma Beihua difficult to parry. After dozens of moves, Gu Zheali used a move of dreamwriting to directly point Ma Beihua's death, so that he had to take the initiative to admit defeat. Seeing the full play of Gu Zheali's strength, Chu Zhongshan secretly rejoiced that he had used attribute power to hurt his left hand, which was good at using spring and autumn pen from the beginning. Otherwise, in the face of the strange and changeable spring and autumn pen, Chu Zhongshan may need to expose more cards in order to defeat him. The second game of the second round is the highlight of the whole second round. The two sides of the game are LV Kongaming, who ranks 2nd, and Ma Qiwei, who is good at speed. Chu Zhongshan wants to see whether LV Kong, who has both attack and defense, has found a new way to defeat Ma Qiwei, or whether he and He Huaying choose to fight steadily, so as to find Ma Qiwei's flaws and defeat each other. However, unlike He Huaying's game, Ma Qiwei showed his martial arts skills, paid special attention to the consumption of his spiritual power, and adjusted his state of mind at any time to prevent himself from revealing flaws because of his state of mind, which put LV Kong in trouble for the time being. If it weren't for LV Kong's strong strength and good state of mind, he might not be able to beat Ma Qiwei, which made Xia Luoxing look very dignified. Fortunately, Ma Qiwei finally admitted defeat because his spiritual power was consumed too much, and he could not continue to use the high-level body method and martial arts that entered the realm of Xia Cheng. Even though Ma Qiwei took the initiative to admit defeat, the battle between the two men took more than half an hour. As the victorious side, LV Kong also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Therefore, when he stepped down from the challenge arena, he didn't talk to the people around him. He sat down in the original place and began to recover the consumed spiritual power. In the third game of the second round, He Huaying, who ranked 2nd, played against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 11th. Facing Wang Hanzhong, whose strength is far inferior to her own, He Huaying easily won with only a set of primary sword techniques. The fourth game of the second round was played by Xia Luoxing, who ranked 3rd, against Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th. Chu Zhongshan thought that Xia Luoxing would easily hit Sun Jimin and win the second round since the competition. However, when he really fought with Sun Jimin, he found that Sun Jimin's strength was not much weaker than Xia Luoxing. Even in terms of defense, Sun Jimin was a little better, which led to a tug-of-war between the two. Finally, Xia Luoxing managed to win by relying on the spiritual power in the Danshan. Many disciples questioned Xia Luoxing's ranking and thought that his ranking was not worthy of the name, which made Xia Luoxing look gloomy when he stepped down from the challenge arena. In the fifth game of the second round, Zhao Qing ranked 5th and Meng Fanqiang ranked 9th. In the face of Zhao Qing's strange and changeable attack means, Meng Fanqiang obviously didn't have a good means to deal with it. After only dozens of moves, he was directly forced down the challenge arena by Zhao Qingli with one-move sword technique. Because Zhao Qing is a beautiful woman, and her strength is very strong, her popularity is not weaker than LV Kong and He Huaying. Seeing Zhao Qing, who easily attacked Meng Fanqiang, many male disciples in the audience began to loudly suggest that Zhao Qing replace Xie Luoxing and become the third expert among the external disciples, which made Xie Luoxing almost into a state of rage. In the 6th game of the second round, Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, competed against Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th. The result of the game was the same as expected. Zhang Renyuan easily hit Liu Jiafu. Zhang Renyuan's victory over Liu Jiafu heralded the end of the second round. Still no rest, Zhang Fakan directly announced the start of the third round of the game. The first game of the third round was played by Guo Zheali, who ranked 10th, against Ma Qiwei, who ranked 7th. To everyone's surprise, Guo Zheali, who had just boarded the challenge arena, directly admitted defeat, which made the on-site observation very confused and dissatisfied. Even if Ma Beihua, who ranks 13th, dares to take the initiative to fight against LV Kong, who ranks 1st, what is the reason why Guo Zheali, who ranks 10th, is afraid of Ma Qiwei, who ranks 7th? For Guo Zheali's initiative to admit defeat, Chu Zhongshan understood the reason why he did so. First, in the face of Ma Qiwei's superior speed, his Spring and Autumn pen has made no achievements. In that case, it's better to preserve your strength so that you can better deal with your next opponents. Second, he and Ma Qiwei belong to the law enforcement peak. They are brothers in the same department. Taking the initiative to admit defeat can also enable Ma Qiwei to preserve his strength and gain Su Hua's favor. He simply ignored the people's dissatisfaction at the scene. After admitting defeat, Guo Zheali directly stepped down from the challenge arena and then closed his eyes and thought deeply. The second game of the third round was played by LV Kong, who ranked 1st, against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 11th. Perhaps influenced by Guo Zheali, Wang Hanzhong also chose to admit defeat. However, for Wang Hengku's initiative to admit defeat, the audience was very understanding and gave him warm applause, which made Guo Zheali quite dissatisfied. The third game of the third round was played by He Huaying, who ranked 2nd, against Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th. In the face of Sun Jimin, who is good at defense, He Huaying chose a simple and rough way of fighting, that is, attack. In the attack, she performed the 72 moves of the medium-level sword technique in one breath, and directly broke Sun Jimin's defense and won the victory with a vigorous attack. He Huaying won simply and easily, highlighting Xie Luoxing's incompetence in the third place, which made Xie Luoxing, who had managed to suppress her inner anger, almost run away at once. The fourth game of the third round was played by Xie Luoxing, who ranked 3rd, against Meng Fanqiang, who ranked 9th. Xie Luoxing, who had accumulated a lot of anger, directly launched a storm-like attack in the face of Meng Fanqiang, who was not as powerful as him. Meng Fanqiang had no power to parry. Finally, he stabbed him on the right shoulder above his heart and became the first player to be seriously injured in qualifying. Xie Luoxing's practice has aroused strong dissatisfaction from the audience. Because with Xie Luoxing's strength, he can easily defeat Meng Fanqiang and ensure that he will not be seriously hurt. It is precisely because of his excessive behavior that his popularity has dropped by nearly half. In the fifth game of the third round, Zhao Qing ranked 5th and Liu Jiafu ranked 12th. In the face of Zhao Qing, such a charming beauty, Liu Jiafu, who is Zhengjin and has a little lust, can't give full play to his strength at all and is easily knocked down by Zhao Qing. In the sixth game of the third round, Chu Zhongshan finished the adjustment of his state, motioned to the people around him, and then stepped onto the challenge arena step by step. Because his opponent in this duel is Zhang Renyuan, who ranks 4th among the external disciples. Zhang Renyuan, 19, was born in the Zhang family in a remote kingdom. He has the cultivation talent of inferior 7 grades and is good at sword technique. A set of medium-level sword technique of withered wood and spring has entered the realm of small success, ranking 4th among the external disciples. While climbing the challenge arena, I recalled Zhang Renyuan's information in my mind. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Zhang. When Zhang Renyuan boarded the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan took the lead in greeting. Zhang Ren has foresight over younger martial brother Chu. Perhaps because he came from a remote kingdom, Zhang Renyuan's tone of voice showed a sense of inferiority from time to time. The game begins. After Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Renyuan greeted each other, Zhang Fakan directly announced the start of the game. If you want to defeat such an opponent, in addition to maintaining sufficient attack power, you should always be vigilant against the opponent's attack, so as not to capsize the sewer and miss the chance to win the championship. In the first game of the first round of qualifying, in the duel with Guo Zheali, although Huang Pin Chu's blade technique did not break through the peak, it has reached the peak of Dasheng, and its power is not weaker than that of medium-level martial arts. In the face of Zhang Renyuan, Chu Zhongshan didn't use the medium-level saber technique, but still used the first-level saber technique he was best at. Faced with Chu Zhongshan's first-order sword technique, Zhang Renyuan did not despise it at all. After Guo Zheali's failure, he already knew that Chu Zhongshan had mastered the attribute power that can only be added in the realm of Qi transformation. Therefore, in the face of the scorching sun in the first-level saber technique, Zhang Renyuan directly used his best medium-level sword technique, and then combined with the medium-level body method and martial arts of the peak realm, and made use of his own speed advantage to try to avoid direct collision between his life spirit sword and attribute power, prevent this life spirit from being damaged. It has to be said that Zhang Renyuan's idea is not wrong. It is also the most perfect way to deal with Chu Zhongshan during the physical training period. However, he ignored the most realistic problem, that is, Chu Zhongshan, who has the increase of attribute power, is not only not slower than him in speed, but even better. Therefore, after dozens of rounds of fighting with each other, after being familiar with Zhang Renyuan's attack routine, Chu Zhongshan began to consciously improve his speed. When Chu Zhongshan raised his speed to the same speed as Zhang Renyuan, the situation at a disadvantage changed instantly. At the same time, after being familiar with Zhang Renyuan's attack routine, he began to gain the upper hand gradually. Seeing that the speed increased to the same Chu Zhongshan as himself, Zhang Renyuan suddenly had a feeling that the Chu Zhongshan in front of him was very much like LV Kong, giving people a feeling that they will never feel through. Since the speed has not occupied the advantage, the attack method of withdrawing at the touch of Benaming Spirit Sword is also not good. Zhang Renyuan is in a dilemma of attack and defense. Facing the sword technique with attribute power, it's not enough to rely on defense alone, so he finally decided to take a risk and try the attribute power contained in Chu Zhongshan's Benaming spiritual power to see whether it is the Benaming spiritual sword with attribute power or the Benaming spiritual sword with all his spiritual power. As Benaming spirit sword and Benaming spirit knife collided with each other, the attribute power and spirit power burst out in an instant, producing a deafening roar. With the roar, Chu Zhongshan was shocked back 3 steps by the rebound generated by the two weapons. Zhang Renyuan stepped back 5 steps directly, and his face turned pale in an instant. Feeling the trembling Benaming spirit knife, Chu Zhongshan looked at Zhang Renyuan in surprise. Since he accidentally mastered the increase of attribute strength, he has experienced dozens of battles, both large and small. The strength of the opponents he met is strong and weak. The weakest opponent is only 1 level in the physical training period, and the strongest opponent has reached 1 level in the Qi transformation period. Even a master in the first layer of Qi transformation period can't make use of the impact of his own strength to make himself step back, and it's 3 steps back. However, Zhang Renyuan, who has only half a step to turn Qi, has achieved this step. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan really valued Zhang Renyuan and saw him as an equal opponent. Looking at the small gap on Benaming's spirit sword, Zhang Renyuan was distressed. At the same time, if you let him know that he broke out with all his strength, he won't get Chu Zhongshan's real attention until now. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the damaged Benaming spirit sword in his hand, Zhang Renyuan regretted that he shouldn't take the risk to try the depth of attribute power. Otherwise, Benaming's spirit sword will not be damaged, and he himself will not be damaged because of Benaming's spirit sword, which will involve his mind and spirit. Take millet from the fire. After facing up to his opponent, Chu Zhongshan suspected that Zhang Renyuan's strength was likely to reach the peak of the Qi transformation period, so he didn't dare to reserve the slightest bit. He directly used all his strength to attack Zhang Renyuan at one time with the high-level body method and martial arts Lei Fingleg entering the entry level. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, whose speed suddenly increased, Zhang Renyuan was startled. Only at this time did he know that Chu Zhongshan, who had just fought against himself, did not give full play to his strength at all. In order to prevent the soul sword of Benaming from continuing to be damaged, to avoid heavy damage to his mind, and to better cope with the next round of competition, Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th among the external disciples, actively shouted, "I admit defeat." When Chu Zhongshan's attack was only 1 meter away from Zhang Renyuan suddenly shouted to admit defeat, which made Chu Zhongshan, who broke out of all strength, feel as if his strength suddenly emptied, and the strength he couldn't vent in his body almost made his mouth bleed. "Elder Martial Brother Zhang, you are the 4th-ranking expert among the external disciples. How can you take the initiative to admit defeat?" Forced to suppress the boiling spiritual power in the body, Chu Zhongshan questioned with abnormal dissatisfaction. Chu Zhongshan's question not only surprised Zhang Renyuan, but also confused the 8 elders and Tian Jun sitting on the high dragon chair, as well as tens of thousands of disciples. It's a good thing for contestants to admit defeat and let you easily get a point. How come there are some differences here when he arrived at Chu Zhongshan? He seems to be very dissatisfied with his opponent's attitude of taking the initiative to admit defeat. Does he have to beat or knock down the other party? "Elder Martial Brother Chu, I admire your strength very much. Elder Martial Brother admits that he is not your opponent, so I choose to admit defeat." With a simple compliment, Zhang Renyuan quickly fled the challenge arena. He was afraid that Chu Zhongshan was encouraging him to continue the game. Chu Zhongshan wins. Seeing Zhang Renyuan leaving the challenge arena as if running for his life, Zhang Fakan looked at Chu Zhongshan. In addition to appreciation, there was a special taste. Zhang Fakan announced the results of the competition. Chu Zhongshan could only accept this reality and stepped down from the challenge arena reluctantly. At this moment, the eyes of Dongfeng Yuner and others looking at Chu Zhongshan can no longer be described as shock. Because the opponent he just defeated is Zhang Renyuan, one of the top 10 experts of external disciples, ranking 4th. He is one of the popular candidates to win the championship this time. Even the 4th-ranked master was beaten by him to admit defeat. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan's strength has ranked with LV Kong and He Weiing in their eyes, and his popularity has far exceeded them. "Nephew Tian, I want to discuss something with you." Just as Chu Zhongshan stepped down from the challenge arena, before Zhang Fakan came and announced the 4th round, Elder Q, sitting on the dragon chair on the right side of Tian Jun, said with a smile, "Elder Q, anything can be discussed except younger Martial Brother Chu." Tian Jun also refused with a smile. Although Tian Jun was young, he was not stupid. Chu Zhongshan just finished the game, Elder Q discussed with him, and the intention was too obvious. It's not too much to describe a disciple like Chu Zhongshan, who can surpass himself and approach 5 small realms. His qualification and potential even surpass himself. A genius like this can only belong to the sect leader. How can Tian Jun give it to the Hall of Merit and Virtue? At this moment, only Jiao Enjun sitting on his left can threaten him. After all, Jiao Enjun's appearance is too shocking to have a strong attraction to Chu Zhongshan. Thinking of this, Tian Jun knew that he alone could not affect Chu Zhongshan's decision, so he quietly took out a purple jade pendant the size of a fingernail from the storage bag and directly crushed it when no one noticed. Then, he completely relaxed and leaned back directly in his original upright sitting position. As a great power whose accomplishments exceeded the divine soul period, Tian Jun's every move did not escape Jiao Enjun's eyes, but he did not stop Tian Jun's small movements, and even expected him to do so from his heart. Because he needs to test Chu Zhongshan through the Patriarch's first department to see if Chu Zhongshan is worth his full cultivation and inheriting his inheritance. In the first game of the 4th round of qualifying, number 1 player Gu Zhaoli versus number 10 player Wang Hanzhong. As Zhang Fakan announced the start of the 4th round of the competition, the sensation caused by Chu Zhongshan's victory subsided temporarily, and the attention of the people on the scene began to shift to the competition, which made Chu Zhongshan secretly relieved standing under the challenge arena. Although he also knew that defeating any player in the ranking competition would cause a great sensation, he didn't expect that the sensation would be so strong. In particular, being watched by tens of thousands of people with adoring eyes made him feel a heavy pressure. If you let him know that his performance just now has caused the struggle between the Hall of Merit and the Patriarch, either overtly or covertly, the pressure on him will certainly be reduced a lot. because he participated in the sect contest and competed for the final champion with all his strength. In addition to huge rewards, he also hoped to attract the attention of the senior leaders of the sect through the competition, which is not only beneficial to his future practice, but also has a protective cover for his own safety. As Guo Zhaoli and Wang Hanzhong boarded the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan, who was secretly relieved, used the pill to restore the consumed spiritual power while paying attention to the ongoing competition. Guo Zhaoli's initiative to admit defeat when facing Ma Qiwei in the last game was criticized by many disciples on the scene, but it also gave him an extra round of rest and adjustment time. At this time, in the face of an opponent whose strength was not as good as his own, Guo Zhaoli vented all the depression suppressed in the last round, beat Wang Hanzhong back again and again, and finally almost withdrew directly from the challenge arena. Fortunately, he noticed that the situation was wrong in time. After using his body skills to avoid Guo Zhaoli's attack, he also began to use his urgent psychology and began to struggle with Guo Zhaoli. Unfortunately, his idea is good, but as the 10th master of external disciples, Guo Zhaoli is a vegetarian. After attacking hundreds of moves violently, he soon found the problem and then began to adjust his mind and fight steadily. Finally, with the strength of surpassing Wang Hanzhong, he completely knocked him out of the challenge arena and won this round of victory. The second game of the fourth round was played by LV Kong, who ranked first, against Sun Jimin, who ranked sixth. Sun Jimin, who is good at defense, chose the strategy of defensive counterattack in the face of LV Kong, who ranked first. Sun Jimin's choice of strategy is not wrong. It is also the only strategy he can choose, but the mistake lies in the opponent he faces at this time. As an expert ranking the first among the external disciples, LV Kong's own strength has exceeded the peak of the first level of the Qi transformation period and reached the second level of the terrible Qi transformation period. His own attack power is very strong. Therefore, Sun Jimin, who chose to defend and counterattack, only insisted on less than 100 moves under LV Kong's continuous attack, and he broke his defense. Fortunately, LV Kong is not a bloodthirsty man. After breaking Sun Jimin's defense, he took back his weapons in time and didn't hurt the other party. Compared with the violent Xia Luoxing, this immediately won the favor of most disciples and made his popularity rise a lot. In the third game of the fourth round, He Huaying, who ranked third, competed with Meng Fanqiang, who ranked ninth. Meng Fanqiang, who boarded the challenge arena, looked at his opponent in this round and felt that his fate was so unbearable. Since qualifying, he felt that he had been abandoned by God. Because the opponent in the first round was Zhang Renyuan, who ranked sixth. He lost. The opponent in the second round was Zhao Qing, who ranked fifth. He lost inexplicably. The opponent encountered in the third round was Xia Luoxing, who ranked third. After suffering heavy losses, he lost miserably. Now it is the fourth round of the game. At this time, not only the injury has not healed, but also the opponent He Huaying ranks second. There is no need to predict the result. It must be lost. Meng Fanqiang felt that his participation in qualifying was to give points to the other party and was insulted, so he took the initiative to admit defeat without waiting for He Huaying to speak. The fourth game of the fourth round was played by Xia Luoxing, who ranked third, against Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th. Xia Luoxing, who was already in a bad mood, was inexplicably compared with LV Kong. Xia Luoxing's abnormal anger and accumulated anger have reached the edge of outbreak. When it was his turn to compete, Xia Luoxing directly used his body and martial arts to jump into the challenge arena. He didn't care whether Zhang Fakan had announced the start of the competition. He directly held his life spirit sword and rushed to his opponent Liu Jiafu. Fortunately, Liu Jiafu knew that Xia Luoxing was not an easy opponent to get along with. When he boarded the challenge arena, he directly stood on the edge of the challenge arena. Therefore, after Xia Luoxing started, he jumped off the challenge arena while loudly admitting defeat, so that Xia Luoxing, who originally wanted to vent his anger through combat, suddenly felt that there was no place to vent his anger, which made him feel like he was going crazy. Fortunately, Zhang Fakan soon found the abnormality of Xia Luoxing and used the power of the divine soul to temporarily suppress his impulse in the outbreak and calm him down for the time being. Looking at Xia Luoxing, who stepped down from the challenge arena, Zhang Fakan knew that he was still in danger at this time. If in the next few rounds of competition, as long as one game doesn't go his way, he will completely explode, and may even arouse his heart, leading to his obsession. In the fifth game of the fourth round, the contestants were Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th. This is also a game that people are looking forward to. After all, the ranking of the two people is very close, and there is no difference in strength between each other. The process of fighting should be very wonderful. Zhang Renyuan, who boarded the challenge arena, said to Zhao Qing with a bitter smile, "I hope younger martial sister can show mercy." The attribute power contained in the original life spiritual power of Chu Zhongshan led to the damage of his own original life spiritual sword and some trauma to his mind and spirit. At this time, Zhang Renyuan can only give full play to 80% of his own strength. His opponent Zhao Qing is not much weaker than him, so Zhang Renyuan knows that he may have more or less bad luck this time. Elder martial brother Zhang is joking. Younger martial sister wants to ask elder martial brother for mercy. Zhao Qingqian's humble guest airway. However, when Zhang Fakan gave the order, Zhao Qing, who was originally polite, suddenly turned into a poisonous snake that hunted prey and stabbed Zhang Renyuan's heart at a completely incredible angle. As the 4th and 5th ranked expert, Zhang Renyuan didn't fight with Zhao Qingqian, but he knew her fighting style and knew her insidious and cunning in the battle. Therefore, facing the soft sword stabbed like a poisonous snake, he waved the damaged venoming spirit sword in his hand, which turned into a sword rain all over the sky, and directly surrounded the soft sword and Zhao Qing. Broken. Surrounded by the sword rain, Zhao Qing takes back the soft sword stabbed out, penetrates the soft sword with spiritual power, and then waves the soft sword to continuously disperse the falling sword rain. Feeling the sword rain falling from the sky, I found that the sword rain was not as strong as I thought. The soft sword in Zhao Qing's hand danced into a circle, rushed forward suddenly, and drank softly in his mouth at the same time. Under the impact of the circle formed by the soft sword, the sword rain all over the sky turned into spiritual power and dissipated in mid-air. Zhao Qing, who is very good at looking for his opponent's flaws, saw that Jianyu was scattered. At the same time, Zhang Renyuan couldn't help but step back. He immediately found his flaws. The originally soft sword directly turned into a poisonous snake and rushed towards Zhang Renyuan's heart. I admit defeat. When Zhao Qing's soft sword was more than 1 meter away from his heart, Zhang Renyuan took the initiative to admit defeat. Elder martial brother, I don't think you have given full play to your strength at all. Are you letting me? Zhang Renyuan has known Zhao Qing's fighting style, and Zhao Qing has also known and observed Zhang Renyuan's fighting process. As far as she knows, Zhang Renyuan can't show the most powerful sword rain in the middle-level sword squeaking from the beginning. At the same time, the sword rain did not have the suffocating power of rumors, which made Zhao Qing mistakenly think that Zhang Renyuan was letting himself go. Younger martial sister, I can only say that I have tried my best. Benaming's spirit sword was damaged and his mind was injured. As a result, he was unable to exert the most powerful sword rain, which made Zhang Renyuan very unwilling to lose to Zhao Qing, so he was reluctant to explain too much to Zhao Qing. However, thinking that his life soul sword was damaged because of Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Renyuan took a conscious look at Chu Zhongshan. And his conscious glance also made Zhao Qing focus on Chu Zhongshan. She knew that Zhang Renyuan could not pay attention to Chu Zhongshan for no reason. There must be some special reason. In the last round of competition, Zhang Renyuan was hit by Chu Zhongshan with an internal injury, which made him unable to give full play to his real strength, and finally lost to his own hands. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing paid attention to Chu Zhongshan. It is precisely because of her attention that Chu Zhongshan standing under the challenge arena was very confused. However, he can only temporarily suppress his doubts at the bottom of his heart. Because of the 6th game in the 4th round, it's his turn to play. His opponent in this duel is Ma Beahua, who ranks 13th. In the face of Ma Beahua, the weakest of the contestants, Chu Zhongshan boarded the challenge arena without any pressure and waited for his opponent Ma Beahua. I admit defeat. Ma Beahua, who boarded the challenge arena, didn't wait for Zhang Fakan to announce the start of the game. He directly admitted defeat, which was beyond Chu Zhongshan's expectation. However, in the blink of an eye, Ma Beahua's initiative to admit defeat is also normal. After all, he beat Guo Zheali, who ranked 10th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th. His real strength has been comparable to the top 3 experts. Ma Beahua's initiative to admit defeat is also a wise choice. After walking down the challenge arena again, when he hadn't spoken for a long time, he suddenly said a word, which forced Chu Zhongshan to lament the impact of fame and strength. Younger martial brother Chu, in the next few rounds of competition, someone must take the initiative to admit defeat. After Chu Zhongshan and Ma Beihua stepped down from the challenge arena, Zhang Fakan went to the front of the challenge arena again and announced loudly. In the first game of the 5th round of qualifying, number 1 player Guo Zhaoli versus number 9 player Sun Jimin. Guo Zhaoli, who ranked 10th, displayed the spring and autumn pen, although it was strange and unpredictable, which made it impossible to prevent. But in the face of Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th and was good at defense, the strange and unpredictable attack of the spring and autumn pen completely lost its function. No matter how accurately Chunkyu Pen attacked Sun Jimin's key points, the attack of Chunkyu Pen could not break the defense of the key points, which was in vain. Moreover, Sun Jimin himself was good at defensive counterattack. After he attacked dozens of moves in a row, he directly grabbed Guo Zhaoli. When his old strength was exhausted and his new strength was not born, he made a defensive counterattack and directly knocked Guo Zhaoli to the ground. The second game of the 5th round was played by LV Kong, who ranked 1st, against Meng Fanqiang, who ranked 9th. The result of the game was expected. In the face of LV Kong, who ranked 1st, Meng Fanqiang, who was sad and urged, stepped on the challenge arena and directly chose to admit defeat. In the third game of the 5th round, the result was the same as that of the second game. In the face of He Huaying, who ranked 2nd in strength, Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th, also chose to admit defeat. Because many players choose to admit defeat on their own initiative, the process of the competition has been accelerated a lot. The 4th game in the 5th round is the highlight of this round. Xia Luoxing ranked 3rd and Zhang Renyuan ranked 4th. In fact, the relationship between Xia Luoxing and Zhang Renyuan is quite good. In private, they often compete with each other, and each has its own victory or defeat. However, Xia Luoxing wins more and loses less, but he can't guarantee that he can win every competition, so Xia Luoxing is alert and looks like facing a great enemy after he boarded the challenge arena. However, to Xia Luoxing's surprise, Zhang Renyuan, who boarded the challenge arena, didn't intend to fight Xia Luoxing at all. He directly opened his mouth and chose to admit defeat. Younger martial brother Zhang, why is this? It's a great pleasure for Xia Luoxing that his opponent can take the initiative to admit defeat, but he has a good personal relationship with Zhang Renyuan. Out of the concern of his friends, he couldn't help asking, "Elder martial brother Xia, when you fight Chu Zhongshan, you will know why I gave up the game." Although he didn't explain in detail why he gave up the game, Zhang Renyuan also didn't forget to set up an opponent for Chu Zhongshan in advance to avenge the damage of his life spirit sword. After careful observation, Xia Luoxing found that the beautiful Chu Zhongshan didn't look like a threat at all, let alone an expert who could hurt Zhang Renyuan. However, being able to beat Guo Zhaoli, who ranked 10th, was enough to show his extraordinary. The appearance of Chu Zhongshan was officially printed in Xia Luoxing's mind. Inexplicably, Xia Luoxing paid attention to him. Chu Zhongshan had more doubts, but it was his turn to play in the next game, so he temporarily gave up investigating Xia Luoxing's reasons for paying attention to himself and made every effort to prepare for the game. Chu Zhongshan watched Zhao Qing, who was much more beautiful than him, slowly fall on the challenge arena after he jumped onto the challenge arena. Zhao Qing, 18, was born in the Zhao family of the Kipan aristocratic family of the Ming dynasty. She is the only female disciple among the top 10 experts of the external disciples. She has the cultivation talent of the lower 6 grades. She has reached the high level of the Qi transformation period in half a step. She is good at using soft swords and has insidious and cunning attack methods. She ranks 5th among the external disciples. After the information of Zhao Qing flashed in his mind, Chu Zhongshan raised his vigilance and greeted with a fist. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial sister Zhao. Younger martial brother Chu, you must have excellent qualifications and potential if you can break into the qualifying with the strength of the 8-layer peak in the physical training period. I can beat Guo Zhaoli and Zhang Renyuan with the strength of the 8-layer peak in the physical training period. I'm afraid of your strength, so in the next competition, you should let the elder martial sister, don't let the elder martial sister lose too ugly. After all, elder martial sister is the only girl. Reaching out to pick the bangs in front of his forehead, Zhao Qing said mischievously. Elder martial sister is joking, shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said jokingly. As a girl, elder martial sister can rank 5th among the top 10 experts of external disciples, and her strength must not be underestimated. Therefore, younger martial brother also wants to beg elder martial sister to show mercy in the next competition, so that younger martial sister won't lose too ugly. If you talk about the skills on the lips, Chu Zhongshan, who has 2 generations of memory, can be said to be unusually strong. Especially after passing through the baptism of the pre-internet era, his skills on the lips can be said to surpass all the people on the scene. Even the most powerful Zhao Enjun, his skills on the lips are not as good as him. He, younger martial brother, you are the kind of person you are talking about. Chu Zhongshan's ridicule not only made Zhao Qing vigilant, but also very excited. She couldn't help but want to communicate with Chu Zhongshan about the skills on her mouth. Zhao Qing is happy. Dongfeng Yuner and Zhang Qian standing under the challenge arena are not happy. Looking at the 2 people who talked enthusiastically, Dongfeng Yuner's face showed an unhappy look. Zhang Qian even couldn't help but want to remind Chu Zhongshan that Dongfeng Yuner and his 2 peerless beauties were still standing off the court. Don't be too close to other women. In fact, not only Dongfeng Yuner and Zhang Qian can't watch it, but Zhang Fakan, who is in charge of the competition, has the same attitude. Looking at Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongshan, who had a heated verbal confrontation, he couldn't help but frown and cough, and then directly announced the start of the game. Lead the snake out of the cave. Take millet from the fire. Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongshan, who were originally chatting in full swing, showed their martial arts skills at the same time and attacked each other with their body skills just after Zhang Fakan announced the start of the game. The actions of Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongshan stunned all the people at the scene. Because they didn't expect that the 2 people who seemed to be in love and fell into a hot mood changed their faces at a very similar speed, as if the 2 people seemed to have a sense of connection. The original soft sword is like a flexible, poisonous snake in Zhao Qing's hand. It is flexible without losing its hardness, and soft without losing its sharpness. When the tip of the soft sword is about to collide with Benaming Lingdao, it is suddenly wrapped with a steel knife. Then, the tip of the soft sword was like a poisonous snake wrapped around its prey and directly bit Chu Zhongshan's left hand, holding the knife peg. For the soft sword, Chu Zhongshan not only saw it in movies, TV dramas and books, but also played it in reality before crossing. He knows its characteristics very well. Therefore, after the soft sword was wrapped around the Benaming spirit knife, Chu Zhongshan quickly mobilized the spirit power to the Benaming spirit power, and then took the left hand holding the handle to pick it up with all his strength. The sword tip, originally like a poisonous snake, seemed to lose the follow-up power, and the sword tip biting Chu Zhongshan's left hand was severely beat. At the same time, the attribute power contained in Benaming's spirit knife completely broke out and directly shook the soft sword wrapped around the blade. Although the process of fighting just now is very short, only a few seconds, but the 2 people have fought with each other, and the process is quite thrilling. Younger martial brother Chu, you are so cunning that you attack the elder martial sister secretly. If it weren't for the elder martial sister, I'm afraid I would be hurt by your steel knife. The soft sword is shaken away by the explosion of attribute power, resulting in a trace of damage to the soft sword. In order to avoid the destruction of the soft sword, Zhao Qing quickly retreated with the help of body method and martial arts. At this moment, she deeply realized that Zhang Renyuan said a sentence, "Only when you really have a hand with Chu Zhongshan can you know his horror." Unexpectedly, Chu Zhongshan, who mastered the attribute power in advance, would have such a strong attack power. Zhao Qing is not Zhang Renyuan. The soft sword in her hand is not the life soul sword, so the damage of the soft sword does not affect her strength. Therefore, while stepping back, she began to use the verbal confrontation, hoping to make Chu Zhongshan stop temporarily. Unfortunately, she underestimated Chu Zhongshan's determination. Perhaps she underestimated his ruthlessness. Because as long as he fights, there is no distinction between men and women in his eyes, only the distinction between enemies and friends. Seized the opportunity that the outbreak of attribute power forced Zhao Qing to retreat. Chu Zhongshan was not affected by Zhao Qing's words and continued to pursue the victory with his own life spirit knife. Younger martial brother, Chu, do you really have the heart to be cruel to a girl? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not influenced by his words, he even added a few shreds of ruthlessness between his moves. Zhao Qing, who was ashamed and angry, cursed while using his body skills to dodge. Chu, you are a heartless bastard. I curse that no woman in your generation likes you. Elder martial sister, am I heartless? You are not qualified to evaluate me. one move, the scorching sun, cut on Zhao Qing's dodging line, forcing her to continue to step back. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan's mouth was also not idle, and he continued to stimulate her like a joke. "Oh, younger martial brother, do you want elder martial sister to have such qualification?" After using the special attack of the soft sword to defuse the scorching sun of Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Qing seemed to forget the angry thing caused by the damage of the soft sword just now, with a shy confession in his tone. Elder martial sister is still a peerless beauty of national beauty. For any man, she is a goddess in his dream. Younger martial brother is eager to get the green of elder martial sister. After the attack was dissolved by the soft sword, Chu Zhongshan continued to ridicule while stepping on the spot. He rushed forward. The benaming spirit knife in his hand showed a move from bottom to top, and cut to Zhao Qing's leg. "Younger martial brother Chu, since you want to get my Su Qing, how can you be cruel?" Zhao Qing was forced to step back for several consecutive steps by the basic knife technique of getting its essence. Even so, she was almost hurt by the blade tip of Chu Zhongshan's life power. Feeling the slightest chill from the tip of the knife and the ridicule of Chu Zhongshan's mouth, Zhao Qing pretended to be pitiful while trying to resist her inner anger. "Elder martial sister, you misunderstood younger martial brother. Just now I saw a bug at the foot of elder martial sister. I thought that girls are generally afraid of bugs, so I want to help elder martial sister deal with it quietly so as not to make elder martial sister afraid." The soul power in his hand chases Zhao Qing, who keeps retreating. Chu Zhongshan pretends to be wronged and wronged. "Younger martial brother, since you have disposed of the insect that makes me sick, should you stop now?" Looking at Chu Zhongshan's knife after knife attack, Zhao Qing can only try her best to defend and can't prepare to fight back at all, so she urgently hopes that Chu Zhongshan can stop temporarily. "Elder martial sister, I can't. The bug just climbed on you. I must clean it up for you." In the face of Zhao Qing's pitiful request, Chu Zhongshan ignored it and continued to increase the attack, and most of the attack directions are the key points of Zhao Qing. "Little bastard, I'm angry." Seeing the glib Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Qing, who had retreated to the edge of the challenge arena, was immediately angry. Regardless of the damage of the soft sword at one time, Zhao Qing tried his best to give a snake rebate. The soft sword was like a poisonous snake that suddenly pounced on it, straight to the eyes of Chu Zhongshan. Seeing the soft sword coming like a poisonous snake, Chu Zhongshan didn't continue to flirt with his words, but leaned back to avoid the soft sword. At the same time, the steel knife in his hand cut Zhao Qing's waist with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. "Damn it!" Chu Zhongshan's fierce counterattack forced Zhao Qing to withdraw his soft sword defense. At the same time, the body continues to retreat. However, Zhao Qing, who was in anger, forgot that she had already retreated to the edge of the challenge arena under the constant attack of Chu Zhongshan. She would fall off the challenge arena only half a step back. At this time, he was attacked by the sweeping army of Chu Zhongshan. As soon as his left leg stepped back, he felt something wrong, as if he stepped into the air. Then, without focus, she fell directly to the challenge arena. Fortunately, Zhao Qing is the top expert in the half-step gasification period after all. Both strength and reaction ability are exceptionally excellent. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, the soft sword in her hand instantly hardened under the increase of spiritual power. The sword was pointed to the ground. With the help of the anti-force of the sword tip, she finally stood steadily under the challenge arena. "Little bastard, I remember you." Standing under the challenge arena, Zhao Qing looked at Chu Zhongshan standing on the challenge arena and said with gnashing teeth. Chu Zhongshan was able to defeat Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th among the external disciples. He deserved the cry of the tsunami on the scene, but the scene was still quiet until Zhao Qing turned and left. Looking up at the audience under the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan found that they looked at themselves like fools, with a complex look in their eyes, which made Chu Zhongshan quite confused. After glancing at Zhang Fakin, who presided over the competition, Chu Zhongshan found that he was also in a dull state and couldn't help reminding him, "Master Zhang Feng, the game is over." Oh. Reminded by Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Fakin, who was in a sluggish state, finally knew it, but he used 3 exclamations, which was enough to explain how shocked the game was just now. With a slightly complicated look at Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Fakin loudly announced, "Contestant Chu Zhongshan on the 13th wins." With Zhang Fakin's loud announcement, the disciples seemed to wake up, and then the whole scene sent out a deafening cry. However, with the deafening cry, there were some discordant comments. Unexpectedly, Chu Zhongshan, who looks like a gentleman, is also a sinister villain who steals women and men. I agree with Elder Martial Brother very much. Chu Zhongshan is definitely a sinister villain. In the future we must leave far away. It's too explicit. How can Chu Zhongshan speak so explicit? It's too damaging to the temperament of the idol. Yes, Chu Zhongshan is no longer my idol. My idols are still LV Kong and He Wang. After walking down the challenge arena and returning to Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan found that she looked at herself strangely. Even the upright Wang Zhongning, looking at his own eyes, felt that he could not speak clearly and the way was unclear, which made him ask curiously, "Yuner, what's the matter with you? Brother Chu, you've always been a gentleman in my mind. You act upright and above board. You've never played tricks. Unexpectedly, you should say that to a girl." At this point, Dongfeng Yuner is really embarrassed to go on. Recalling the battle with Zhao Qing just now, Chu Zhongshan soon understood why Dongfeng Yuner had such a view of herself. In this regard, he felt very helpless. Zhao Qing, who ranks 5th among the external disciples, is not only powerful, but also has a mysterious attack with a soft sword. His mind is more complex and changeable. If you can't gain the upper hand in the verbal battle, it's not easy to defeat her smoothly, and you may even need to expose more cards. I didn't see that in the previous rounds of competition, whether facing Meng Fangqiang, who ranked 9th, Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th, or Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, she was able to win easily, which is enough to show her strength. In order to defeat her and win the championship, verbal confrontation is a normal means, and even verbal flirtation is an indispensable means. If Dongfeng Yuner misunderstood himself because of this trivial matter and doubted his character, Chu Zhongshan felt that he had been wronged to death, so he quickly explained. "Yuner, do you feel that the means I just used are too insidious and cunning, which destroys my image of a gentleman in your mind?" "Brother Chu, your opponent is a girl, a beautiful girl. How can you flirt with her in words?" Although she didn't want to agree with what Chu Zhongshan said just now, she thought of the rogue words in Zhao Qing's mouth and the rogue look on her face when Chu Zhongshan flirted. Dongfeng Yuner felt uncomfortable, so she summoned up the courage to put it forward. "Yuner, after this period of contact, I thought you knew me, but now it seems that you don't know enough." "Yuner, there is no difference between men and women in the eyes of heaven in Chu. Some are just enemies and friends, and some are just the strength of the enemy. In order to win the battle, it is advisable to use any means." At this point, Chu Zhongshan suddenly realized the Blood Devil Dharma he had harvested in the palace on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil's secret territory, especially the strangeness and blood of the Blood Devil Dharma, as well as the boundless blood of the unique secret Dharma of the Blood Devil Dharma. The boundless sea of blood is to use all your blood to create an environment like a sea of blood, and you are incarnated into a blood devil to kill your opponents with the help of the special environment of the sea of blood. If one day Dongfeng Yuner sees herself performing the Blood Devil Dharma like a murderous blood devil, she doesn't know whether she can accept herself. Alas. Thinking of this, the impulse that originally wanted to explain dissipated gradually and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Everything goes with fate. Looking at the Chu Zhongtian with low spirits, Yuner in the east knew that he had hurt him just now. But he thought that Chu Zhongtian's act of molesting Zhao Qing in the battle was still uncomfortable, so she chose silence. The two people who fell into silence were not talking to each other. Dongfeng Yuner bowed his head and considered his mind. Chu Zhongshan was concerned about the next game while recovering the consumed spiritual power with the help of pills. Perhaps it was because the match between Chu Zhongshan and Zhao Qing was too shocking. Although Ma Qiwei, who was good at speed, could not reach the attention of the battle between Chu Zhongshan and Zhao Qing, which made Ma Qiwei quite depressed. After the end of Game 6 of the 5th round, Zhang Fakan continued to announce the first game of the 6th round. The first game of the 6th round was played by Guo Zheali, who ranked 10th, against Meng Fangqiang, who ranked 9th. Meng Fangqiang, who voluntarily conceded defeat in 2 consecutive games, did not take the initiative to admit defeat this time. When he boarded the challenge arena, he looked seriously at his opponent Guo Zheali in this round. Guo Zheali ranks 10th among the external disciples, and he ranks 9th. In order to promote a position, Guo Zheali privately doesn't know how many times he has challenged him. He is very familiar with Guo Zheali's strength and attack means, so he doesn't need Zhang Fakan to announce the start of the game at all. The two people start directly. Originally, Meng Fangqiang's strength was slightly stronger than Guo Zheali, and he should have a great confidence to defeat his opponent. However, the failure of the first 5 rounds of competition made his spirit drop to a low point, but his opponent Gu Zheali was as powerful as a rainbow. Finally, Gu Zheali narrowly won and replaced Meng Fangqiang as the 9th expert among the external disciples. The second game of the 6th round was due to LV Kong, who ranked 1st, and Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th. The process of the game was as expected. Liu Jiafu, who boarded the challenge arena, didn't start the game at all. He directly opened his mouth to admit defeat, allowing LV Kong to easily win 6 consecutive victories. In the third game of the 6th round, He Weiying ranked 2nd against Zhang Renyuan ranked 4th. The result of the game was expected. Zhang Renyuan, whose life soul sword was damaged, still chose to admit defeat, which also made He Weiying win 6 consecutive victories easily. The fourth game in the 6th round is the game with the closest strength and the most unpredictable result in this round. Because the two sides are Xia Luoxing, who ranks 3rd, and Zhao Qing, who ranks 5th. Xia Luoxing and Zhao Qing, who boarded the challenge arena, looked unusually ugly. Xia Luoxing's reputation stinks, and his popularity drops to the extreme because people compare him with LV Kong and He Weiying for no reason. Zhao Qing is not Chu Zhongshan's opponent because of the competition in strength and the confrontation in words, which seriously hit her arrogant heart. After Zhang Fakan announced the start of the game, the two people in a bad mood gave up defense completely and only chose to attack desperately, attack. In the competition of strength, Zhao Qing is not Xia Luoxing's opponent. In the competition of weapons, the damaged soft sword is not the opponent of Xia Luoxing Benaming's spirit sword at all. After being defeated by Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Qing's imitation Buddha statue was hit hard and didn't show her only advantage. After hundreds of moves, Zhao Qing, who was not dominant in all respects, was forced out of the challenge arena by Xia Luoxing Sheng, ending the game that people had been looking forward to, but the process was ordinary. After being forced to jump off the challenge arena, Zhao Qing's angry eyes looked not at Xia Luoxing, who forced her to jump off the challenge arena, but at Chu Zhongshan not far away. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't damaged her soft sword and lost her verbal battle in the last round of competition, who would win and who would lose in the duel with Xia Luoxing? Inexplicably hostile to Zhao Qing, Chu Zhongshan felt depressed and oppressed. Thinking of Dongfeng Yun'er's incomprehension to himself, he felt as if an unknown anger was burning in his heart. He knows that the anger burning in his heart is bad for his state at this time, so he must find a way to vent the anger accumulated in his heart. Fortunately, the next game happened to be against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 11th. Opponents like Wang Hanzhong can not only vent their anger, but also won't be seized by the other party because of their anger. After entering the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan held back his anger and waited for Zhang Fakan to announce the start of the game. In order to prevent Wang Hanzhong from taking the initiative to admit defeat and make himself unable to vent his inner anger, as soon as Zhang Fakan announced the beginning of the game, he directly displayed his high-level body method and martial arts to reach the entry level. Before Wang Hanzhong had time to admit defeat, he was directly interrupted by the attack of Chu Zhongshan. Although it was to vent his inner burning anger, Chu Zhongshan still maintained his reason, so after the duel began, he always used the basic saber technique, unless Wang Hanzhong's attack was dangerous. Otherwise, he will not use the knife technique containing attribute power easily. Chu Zhongshan was able to beat Guo Zheali, who ranked 10th in strength, Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th. Wang Hanzhong knew that he was definitely not Chu Zhongshan's opponent, so his initial intention was to take the initiative to admit defeat. However, what he never thought of was that his opponent Chu Zhongshan didn't give him the opportunity to admit defeat. He directly used his body skills he had never used, so that he could only be busy defending desperately and couldn't take the time to admit defeat. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Wang Hanzhong found that Chu Zhongshan's basic sword technique had significantly improved his sword technique. The doubts in the previous practice of sword technique were solved one by one through the fight with Chu Zhongshan, which enabled him to improve his strength quickly. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, Wang Hanzhong felt that his sword power had been improved by 2 to 3 levels. At this time, if he is facing the 10th-ranked Guo Zheali, he can't say that he is 100% sure to beat him, but it's impossible for him to beat himself as easily as before. The scorching sun. After hundreds of attacks, Chu Zhongshan felt that his inner anger had been completely extinguished. Now that his purpose of venting his anger has been achieved, he will continue to entangle with Wang Hanzhong lazily. A primary saber technique containing attribute power will directly break Wang Hanzhong's defense, and the sharp steel knife is placed on his neck. I admit defeat. The cold steel knife was placed around his neck. Wang Hanzhong was not afraid at all, and his tone was full of joy. Thank you, Elder Martial Brother Chu. After Zhang Fakan announced the end of the competition, Wang Hanzhong respectfully thanked Chu Zhongshan with very solemn etiquette. Elder Martial Brother Wang, your cultivation is higher than me. According to the practice of the sect, you'd better call me younger Martial Brother. Although the duel just now was to vent his anger, he always kept his reason. Wang Hanzhong used his basic saber technique to improve his strength. He saw it clearly. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan could calmly accept Wang Hanzhong's gratitude. No, Elder Martial Brother Chu, I believe your accomplishments will surpass me in a short time, and you are likely to reach the peak of martial arts in the future. Shaking his head, Wang Hanzhong still insisted on his original intention. All right, go on and say something. Don't delay the next game. Seeing Chu Zhongshan and Wang Hanzhong chatting like friends, Zhang Fakan couldn't help drinking and scolding. Elder Martial Brother Chu, thank you. Before leaving the challenge arena, Wang Hanzhong thanked him once. Back to Dongfeng Yuner and others, in addition to Dongfeng Yuner, Wang Zhongning, Zhang Qian and Time Liang congratulated him one step further from the final summit. After looking down at the silent Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan looked up again at Zhao Injun on the black dragon chair on the high platform. His originally agitated heart gradually strengthened. After he was able to practice again, he once set himself 2 lifelong goals. The first goal is to try your best to climb the peak of martial arts and try to stand at the peak of martial arts and the scenery at the peak of martial arts. The second goal is to try our best to achieve the strength that can tear the void and roam the stars one day earlier, and then find a way to return to the earth before crossing to see our elderly parents. Although the love between children and girls is also the driving force to stimulate the progress, it can give full play to its unlimited potential without concern. Dongfeng Yuner's incomprehension and alienation may not be a bad thing now, and may even become an assessment and training for himself to climb the peak of martial arts. After thinking about everything, Chu Zhongshan felt that his body was light. He had reached the state of mind cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the body training period, and successfully broke through the 9th level of the body training period. With the improvement of mood cultivation, an invisible barrier in the mind breaks automatically. The invisible barrier is the bottleneck passing through the 9th floor of the body training period. Now that the bottleneck is broken, it is the best time to take this opportunity to break through cultivation. Turning his head to Time Liang and Wang Zhongning, Chu Zhongshan advanced more than 10 meters towards the open space in front of him, then took out tens of thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag, arranged them according to the simplified version of Dueling Array, and sat directly in the center of Dueling Array. With the help of Dongfeng Yuner's incomprehension and his firm confidence in climbing the peak of martial arts, his state of mind cultivation broke through the 9th floor of the body training period, which also led to his cultivation breakthrough. At this moment, although the time and environment are not suitable for him to break through the realm with peace of mind, it is difficult to find luck and miss this opportunity. It will take at least 1 to 2 months to break through the 9th floor of the body training period. At the same time, considering that Zhao Injun was on the scene, there was absolutely no problem in safety, so he finally decided to seize the opportunity and break through his cultivation. Chu Zhongshan suddenly stepped out of the crowd and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, Chu Zhongshan is not as unknown as he was before the competition, but a peerless genius with the highest popularity, so his every move will attract the attention of many people. Seeing Chu Zhongshan walking out of the crowd, he inexplicably took out a pile of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones, put them on the ground, and sat in the middle of the spirit stones. Everyone felt quite inexplicable. However, for the 11 strong men on the high platform, they are very clear about the meaning of Chu Zhongshan's every move just now. Seeing the Chu Zhongshan who made a breakthrough on the spot, and the Chu Zhongshan who can use the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone to simplify the layout of the gathering spirit array, Elder Q from the Merit Hall once proposed to Tian Jun, "Nephew Tian, as long as you don't touch the final bottom line of the Merit Hall, you can mention the conditions at will." Looking straight at Tianjun, who was glowing, Elder Q directly offered the conditions that the transferer could not refuse. Being able to make a breakthrough on the spot represents Chu Zhongshan's amazing understanding. Savvy is more important than aptitude and potential. The higher your accomplishments, the more difficult it will be to improve your realm. Especially after the cultivation reaches the soul stage, it takes several years, more than 10 years, or even decades to break through a small realm. If you want to break through the realm in a short time, the role of understanding has exceeded the qualification and potential. In addition to Qiu Chang's amazing understanding of Chu Zhongshan, the reason why he couldn't give up winning over Chu Zhongshan was because he had just put 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan not only has the talent to become an array mage, but also may be a real array mage now. It can be called a demon-like qualification and understanding, and has the talent to become a matrix mage. Such a genius is definitely an object that no force can easily give up. The other 8 elders sitting in the dragon chair, after hearing the request made by Elder Q, their original thoughts that were ready to move suddenly dissipated. Compared with the sect and the Hall of Merit, their own absorption is too weak to move the immortal genius like Chu Zhongshan. Nephew Tian, aren't you thinking about it? In the face of Tianjun, who didn't enter the oil and salt, Elder Q, who had been laughing all the time, suddenly became gloomy, and his tone even showed a strong smell of threat. Elder Q, the decision made by younger martial brother Tian just now is the decision of my sect leader. Although Tianjun is a rare genius of Ligun's sect for thousands of years, and his cultivation speed is indeed amazing, after all, he is still very young. His cultivation time is too short, and his cultivation is far from the opponent of Elder Q. Therefore, in the face of Elder Q's threat, Tianjun feels a heavy pressure. At this moment, a voice of support came from behind him. Turning his head, Tianjun quickly stood up and saluted with great respect. I've seen the eldest martial brother. Seeing the figure suddenly appearing on the high platform and outspoken in support of Tianjun, Elder Q's originally gloomy face suddenly became very ugly, and even subconsciously muttered to himself, how did this evil star come? After the ceremony, Tianjun bypassed the dragon chair and stood behind the elder martial brother. Long Xingyun has seen Uncle Jiao. Nodding and praising Tianjun, the elder martial brother's figure gradually faded. With the gradually faded figure, it is a clear figure in front of Jiao and Jun. When the figure standing in front of Jiao and Jun was completely solidified, the figure performed disciple etiquette to Jiao and Jun. Long Xingyun, your strength is only a line away from me now. Maybe you can surpass me at the next moment, so you don't have to be so respectful to me. The method that Dragon Xingyun used just now is called shape-shifting and transposition, which belongs to the secret method of inferior land level. It is through this secret method that Jiao and Jun knows his real strength now. Jiao and Jun couldn't help sighing when he looked at the disciples, who were a generation later than himself, and their accomplishments were about to catch up with and surpass him. No, Martial Uncle Jiao is the most respected person in my life, except my mentor. No matter whether my strength exceeds Martial Uncle in the future, you will always be the person I respect most. Your mentor has accepted a good disciple. The promise of Long Xingyun's righteous words made Jiao and Jun sigh uncontrollably. Then, his eyes turned to Chu Zhongshan, who was breaking through the 9th floor of the physical training period, and he couldn't help but have a trace of expectation that Chu Zhongshan would be like Long Xingyun in the future, both in strength and character. Seeing Jiao and Jun's eyes on Chu Zhongshan, who was breaking through the realm, Long Xingyun's eyebrows couldn't help jumping, and there was a sense of tension in his heart. The 8 elders at the scene didn't care about the ownership of Chu Zhongshan at all. Even Elder Q of the Merit Hall, whose overall strength is equal to that of the Patriarch, is not afraid at all. If Elder Q of the Merit Hall continues to make demands, the practice of Long Xingyun is simple and rough. He directly slapped him down the challenge arena and photographed the test peak. The only thing that made him unsure was Uncle Jiao, who was moody and did whatever he wanted. The improvement of state of mind cultivation directly broke the barrier of state, and combined with the aura formed by 10,007 grade medium-level spirit stones. In just more than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongshan successfully broke through the 9th floor of the body refining period. After the cultivation breakthrough, he was not in a hurry to get up, but took out a small part of the pill, and then the pill was combined with sufficient aura. Chu Zhongshan quickly consolidated the cultivation after the breakthrough. There is a natural defect in on-the-spot breakthrough. That is, after the cultivation breakthrough, the strength after the breakthrough cannot be controlled temporarily. If you fight with people at this time, your strength is not even as good as before the breakthrough. So few people choose to make an on-the-spot breakthrough. However, for Chu Zhongshan, although this defect exists, he has reached the limit of potential, and the time for him to consolidate his cultivation is very short, which is enough to ensure that he can participate in the next round of competition smoothly. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who tried his best to consolidate the realm with the help of pill and aura, Longsing Cloud eyes turned and immediately got a plan. From the storage ring on the finger, take out a pill with strong aroma, and then turn around and order Tian Jun Dao. Younger martial brother Tian, please help me give this top-level 7-grade coagulation elixir to younger martial brother Chu to help him consolidate his cultivation after breakthrough faster, and not delay his next game. Yes, seeing the eldest martial brother take out the upper-level 7 product coagulation elixir, Tian Jun couldn't help but see a light in his eyes. Congealing elixir, which gathers the scattered spiritual power and genuine in the body, is a top elixir specially used to consolidate the realm. It is the best choice for those who can be on the spot. If Chu Zhongshan can take this 7-grade coagulating elixir, it will take at most 30 seconds, and his cultivation after breakthrough will be completely consolidated. No, I have a way to make him consolidate his accomplishments after the breakthrough. Zhao Enjun, who was originally indifferent, felt very nervous when he saw that Long Xingyun planned to use Kip and Pill to harvest Chu Zhongshan's favor in advance. Although he wanted to test Chu Zhongshan and his loyalty with the help of the people of the First Clan, the ultimate goal was not to let Chu Zhongshan join the First Clan, but to pass on what he had learned in his life to him. Therefore, how could he tolerate the sinister intention of Long Xingyun to harvest the favor of Chu Zhongshan with the help of only a 7-grade pill? After stopping Long Xingyun from giving pills, Zhao Enjun suddenly saw a drop of white water with strong fragrance on his finger. Millennium Spirit Milk. Seeing the milky white water drops on Zhao Enjun's fingers, Tian Jun opened his eyes wide and said in a tone of shock and envy, "It's the diluted Millennium Spirit Milk." Feeling the energy contained in the water drops, Long Xingyun said with a dignified look, "Bruce Lee, do you want a complete Millennium Spirit Milk?" Seeing the longing on Long Xingyun's face, Zhao Enjun asked with a smile. "Yes, but I can't," Long Xingyun told the truth. Zhao Enjun took out the diluted Millennium Spirit Milk at this time. Its intention is self-evident. The goal is directed at Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, Long Xingyun strongly endured his inner desire and turned away from paying attention to the Millennium Spirit Milk on his finger. Zhao Enjun couldn't help nodding that Long Xingyun could easily restrain his inner desire. At the same time, he had a trace of envy and jealousy for his senior brother. He envied him that he had Long Xingyun, a disciple who could inherit his mantle. However, the person you like is no worse than Long Xingyun. Thinking of this, Zhao Enjun stretched out his hand and shot the milky water drop directly on Chu Zhongshan's forehead. Then, the milky white water droplets directly integrated into his body along the skin between his forehead. With the help of elixir and Reiki, he managed to suppress the spiritual power generated by the breakthrough in his body. Chu Zhongshan is seizing the time to sum up these new spiritual powers in the elixir field. But at this time, a force that made him feel frightened poured directly into his body along the sea of knowledge. At this moment, he could not stop the huge power in his body. He could only fully run the skill of Taixuan Heart Sutra and try his best to absorb the energy in his body. 2 minutes later, there was a roar in my mind. 3 minutes later, there was a second roar in my mind. 5 minutes later, there was a third roar in my mind. In my mind, there was a roar every few minutes. I just broke through the cultivation accomplishments in the early stage of the 9th floor of the body training period, quickly improved to the middle and high stage, and finally reached the peak. After breaking through the peak of cultivation, the energy flowing into the body only consumed less than 1/10. The remaining energy began to consciously suppress the spiritual power of riots in the body and expel them into the Danshan honestly. When all the spiritual powers that were running around in the body were driven into the elixir field, the remaining 9/10 of the energy quickly condensed into a drop of water, which was suspended on the elixir field. Boy, I used the diluted Millennium Spirit Milk to help you improve and consolidate your breakthrough accomplishments. There is only one purpose. This time, you must win the championship with a complete victory in the qualifying of the sect Dabai. Otherwise, you must not only recover the remaining spirit milk, but also repay me 10 times the compensation of the Millennium Spirit Milk. When Chu Zhongshan completely consolidated the state after the breakthrough, Jiao Enjun wanted to encourage him to express his concern for him, but when his words came to his mouth, he didn't know what was going on, and his tone suddenly became impolite. Cut. Chu Zhongshan despised Jiao Enjun's threat, but there was a glimmer of desire for the Millennium Spirit Milk he just mentioned. Although he didn't know what the Millennium Spirit Milk was, he only consumed less than 1/10 of his energy and helped himself to improve the state of 3 small stages, which fully shows the value of the Millennium Spirit Milk. What makes Chu Zhongshan more excited is that at this time, the remaining 9 layers of Millennium Spirit Milk are still suspended on the Danshan, which is enough to easily break through the Qi transformation period. After suppressing the inner excitement, Chu Zhongshan began to feel the change of his own strength after the breakthrough. Chu Zhongshan, contestant number 13, I wonder if you have consolidated the state after the breakthrough. When Chu Zhongshan felt the change of his own strength, he suddenly heard the voice of Zhang Fakan. Lord Zhang Feng, I'm really sorry for delaying everyone to watch the game just now. Looking at the helpless Zhang Fakan standing in the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan said very embarrassed. Although he needs to concentrate when breaking through the realm, he doesn't need to consolidate his accomplishments. Therefore, after his accomplishments broke through the 9th floor of the physical training period, he deliberately paid attention to the situation in the challenge arena and found that the ongoing qualifying competition was temporarily stopped because he broke through his accomplishments temporarily. It doesn't matter. Get back quickly. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough in cultivation, he still maintained a polite attitude. The dissatisfaction originally caused by his delay in the game suddenly disappeared, and his attitude remained gentle for a long time. In the first game of the 7th round, contestant number 1 Guo Zheali versus contestant number 7 Liu Jiafu. Whether it is Guo Zheali, who ranks 10th, or Liu Jiafu, who ranks 12th, Chu Zhongshan has been familiar with and understood their strength and fighting methods through the observation of previous rounds of competitions. Therefore, at this time, he continues to feel the changes in his own strength after the breakthrough of the realm. With the help of the Millennium Spirit Milk presented by Jiao Enjun, the cultivation level has been directly improved from the 8-level peak in the body refining period to the 9-level peak in the body refining period. The cultivation level has been improved to a small level. At this time, what degree has your strength reached? Through the previous rounds of competition, Chu Zhongshan has found out his strength before breakthrough. If you don't use the final cards, your strength will reach a peak in the Qi transformation period. If you use the bottom card potential, your strength can reach the early stage of the 2nd floor of the chemical gas period. Now that his cultivation has been improved to a small level, his real strength must have exceeded the peak of the 1st layer of the Qi melting period and reached the early stage of the 2nd layer of the Qi melting period, which made him feel relieved. Through the observation of the first 6 rounds of competition, Chu Zhongshan found that LV Kong, who ranked 1st among the external disciples, and He Weiying, who ranked 2nd, had reached the 2nd floor of the gasification period. He couldn't see which stage of the 2nd floor of the gasification period was. Originally, he thought that after he met 2 people, if he could not defeat them by playing the final cards, he must use the purple blood in his body to play the first move of blood magic to defeat them. Although the display of the Blood Devil Dharma will arouse the criticism of some people on the scene, Jiao Enjun is not afraid that someone will attack him because of the Blood Devil Dharma. Now, the cultivation has broken through the peak of the 9 levels in the physical training period, and the real strength has reached the 2nd level in the Qi transformation period. Chu Zhongshan believes that with all his strength and cards, he will be able to defeat LV Kong and He Weiying. The strength of Guo Zheali and Liu Jiafu is very close. The duel between the 2 people is quite wonderful, but for some people on the scene, the wonderful duel can't arouse their interest at all. At this moment, they think more about Chu Zhongshan. With the stronger Guo Zheali with strong spiritual power, he finally narrowly defeated Liu Jiafu and ended the first game of the 7th round. The second game of the 7th round was played by LV Kong, who ranked 1st, against Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th. After a period of healing, the injured mind has basically recovered, so Zhang Renyuan, who boarded the challenge, did not take the initiative to admit defeat in the face of LV Kong, who ranked 1st in strength, but did his best to fight with him. Unfortunately, his own strength is not as good as that of his opponent. The damaged Benaming Spirit Sword could not play its exquisite sword technique, which led to Zhang Renyun's final defeat under LV Kong's sword. The third game in the 7th round is the one that attracts more attention in this round, because the contestant is He Huaying, who ranks 2nd, and Zhao Qing, who ranks 5th. Both He Huaying, who ranks 2nd in strength, and Zhao Qing, who has a beautiful face and ranks 5th in strength, are highly popular players, so their duel immediately attracted great interest from the audience. Elder Martial Brother He, as the second most powerful expert among the external disciples, I admire it from the bottom of my heart. After entering the challenge arena, Zhao Qing said with a sincere compliment on his face, "Shai Mai Zhao, you and I didn't know each other on the first day, and we have fought several times during this period, so if you have anything to say, don't beat around the bush." Seeing Zhao Qing's sincere eyes, He Huaying frowned slightly and said with some hesitation, "He Huaying is different from Chu Zhongshan. In the eyes of Chu Zhongshan who fought, there was no difference between men and women. In order to win, let alone verbal flirtation, he would not have any psychological burden even if he attacked some private parts. Zhao Qing happens to be attached to the 3 most troublesome items. Elder Martial Brother He, when my younger sister was fighting with Chu Zhongshan just now, not only her weapons were damaged, but also her mind was seriously injured. Her strength can only play 6 layers. Brother He, I don't ask for anything else. I just beg my senior brother to show mercy and don't let me lose too badly." Speaking of his tragic experience, Zhao Qing's smart big eyes have turned red, which has caused heartache among many male disciples off the court. With a slight frown, Chu Zhongshan's face showed an unhappy look. Because when he fought with Zhao Qing, the explosion of attribute power did damage her soft sword, but it didn't hurt her finger from beginning to end. At this time, she not only wanted to arouse He Huaying's compassion, but also provoked hatred for Chu Zhongshan. Regret, Chu Zhong's naive regret. I knew Zhao Qing was so narrow-minded and insidious. At the beginning, I didn't bother to force her off the challenge arena, but directly hurt her on the spot and forced her to admit defeat. Younger martial sister, although I also want to be merciful, this time guarding the faction ratio is about whether I can enter the secret land of the end of the world. I want to win the final championship anyway. In the face of Zhao Qing's plea, He Huaying thought again and again, and finally decided to do his best, which changed Zhao Qing's face after playing for a long time. You men are all like bears, a group of fools who don't know how to pity and cherish Jade." Looking at Zhao Qing, who suddenly changed her face, He Huaying flashed a stunned expression on her face. Because he never thought that Zhao Qing, who seemed gentle and charming, changed his face so quickly that he couldn't accept it and couldn't react at all. Taking advantage of He Huaying's shock, the soft sword in Zhao Qing's hand instantly turned into a predatory poisonous snake. With Zhao Qing's medium-level body skills, it directly attacked the vital place in He Huaying's heart. As the second-ranked, He Huaying, whose real strength is not inferior to that of LV Kong, is very vigilant. Although Zhao Qing was in a trance because of his sudden change of character, He Huaying had reacted when the attack was 1 meter away from the heart. The body method and martial arts drive the body back quickly. After a certain distance is opened, He Huaying, who is angry, really begins to give full play to the strength of the second layer in the Qi transformation period. At this time, Zhao Qing, who was attacking with all his strength, suddenly stepped back and shouted, "I admit defeat." He Huaying, who has mobilized all her strength and is preparing to teach Zhao Qing a lesson, was teased by her once. The martial arts skill of accumulating all the spiritual power, but there was no goal to vent, so he was almost swallowed by the power generated when the spiritual power was recovered. Damn it. Looking at Zhao Qing with a smile on her face, He Huaying, who has always been polite, showed a ferocious look on her face for the first time and wanted to kill each other for the first time. At this time, he admired Chu Zhongshan incomparably, his hard heart, his not being confused by beautiful girls, and his ability to deal with beautiful girls calmly. Looking at He Huaying, who had no place to vent her strength and looked ferocious, Chu Zhongshan, who was originally unhappy, suddenly showed a smile on her face. After Zhang Fakan announced the result of the game, He Huaying forcibly suppressed her anger and walked down the challenge arena with hatred. The 4th game of the 7th round is the real highlight of this round, because the contestant in the duel is Xia Luoxing, who ranks 3rd. He is good at speed, and Ma Qiwei, who ranks 7th. Younger martial brother Ma admit defeat. After boarding the challenge arena, Zia Luoxing gave Ma Qiwei a cold look and ordered him to say. Zia Luoxing's tone of command made Ma Qiwei's inner anger burn. In Ma Qiwei's heart, only LV Kong and He Huaying are regarded by him as his invincible opponents among this generation of external disciples. Apart from these two people, none of the remaining disciples put them in his eyes, even Zia Luoxing, who ranked third. Originally, he had planned to defeat Zia Luoxing cleanly with the first speed among the external disciples. Let Su Hua see, and let the senior management of the law enforcement peak see, whether it was the vigorous cultivation of Zia Luoxing value or his Ma Qiwei value. However, before the game, Su Hua specially told him to admit defeat after playing, so that Zia Luoxing could have a round of rest and adjustment time and better deal with the duel between him and LV Kong, who ranked first in the 8th round. For what? Why let me take the initiative to admit defeat? In order to ensure that Zia Luoxing can defeat LV Kong, let me make any sacrifice. I disagree. This is Ma Qiwei's honest response, but no matter how dissatisfied he is, he dare not go against Su Hua's wishes. After all, he has too much involvement with the law enforcement peak. He doesn't dare and can't offend the law enforcement peak. Not daring to offend Su Hua doesn't mean that Ma Qiwei is willing to admit defeat, so Ma Qiwei defied with an abnormal look of disdain before opening his mouth to admit defeat. Zia Luoxing, I admit defeat not because I am inferior to you, but because of the order of Hall Leader Su, so I will follow the arrangement of Hall Leader Su and take the initiative to admit defeat. But when the sect contest is over, I will officially challenge you. I don't know if you dare to fight. Anytime. Zia Luoxing has long known that Ma Qiwei despises himself and has always wanted to challenge his third position. If the law enforcement peak hadn't persuaded them for many times, the two would have dueled in advance before the sect competition to see who was the third best among the real external disciples, and who was the strongest among the new disciples of law enforcement peak. Zia Luoxing readily agreed to Ma Qiwei's challenge because after the sect contest, they would practice in isolation, break through the Qi transformation period, and promote to the inner disciple. Therefore, he wanted to establish his position as the first new disciple of the law enforcement peak before he was promoted to the inner disciple. Ranked third, the fastest duel. Originally, people were looking forward to it to see whether Zia Luoxing, who ranked third in strength, could win, or Ma Qiwei, who is good at speed. However, with Ma Qiwei's initiative to admit defeat, many of the audience were quite dissatisfied, and some even began to take the lead and curse. Ma Qiwei, you are a coward. Ma Qiwei, you are not a man at all. Ma Qiwei, when facing Elder Martial Brother He, what are your heroic words? How can you become a shrinking turtle when facing Elder Martial Brother Zia? Ma Qiwei, if you are a man, then take back your words and give me a good game. At this moment, Ma Qiwei's eyes looking at Su Hua are full of doubt, dissatisfaction, and sadness. Su Hua clearly saw Ma Qiwei's doubts, dissatisfaction, and grievances in his eyes, but he was also very depressed. Between Zia Luoxing and Ma Qiwei, Su Hua actually pays more attention to Ma Qiwei and believes that Ma Qiwei will surpass Zia Luoxing and become an important figure in law enforcement peak in the future. However, Zia Luoxing, who usually hides deeply, is not an ordinary person. Behind him stands a high-level law enforcement peak, a strong man whom he and his father dare not offend easily. Before the sect Dabai, the strong man came to him personally and told him to ensure that Zia Luoxing entered the top 3 in the sect Dabai anyway, because only the top 3 players are qualified to enter the secret land of the wilderness after half a year. The secret land of the wilderness has unimaginable improvement for the disciples of the 3 realms of physical training period, Qi transformation period, and Qi C period. It is an opportunity for them to be reborn and the hidden dragon to fly to the sky. Su Hua didn't feel pressure for the strong man's request and promised it with confidence, because Zia Luoxing was the 3rd expert among the external disciples, and there was little difference between LV Kong, who ranked 1st, and He Huaying, who ranked 2nd. As long as he secretly helps Zia Luoxing in the knockout, so that he can enter the qualifying in perfect condition, maybe he can challenge LV Kong and He Huaying and become the champion of this sect Dabai. However, when qualifying really started and all the players began to really break out, Su Hua gradually found that something was wrong, because he found that LV Kong, who ranked 1st, and He Huaying, who ranked 2nd, had far more strength than Zia Luoxing. He could not be the opponent of these 2 people at all. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan, a black horse that can no longer be in black, also has a strong impact on Xia Luoxing. In particular, Chu Zhongshan suddenly appeared on the 9th floor of the physical training period, and with the help of Jiao Wenjun, he raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th floor of the physical training period, which made him worried about whether Xia Luoxing could keep the top 3. It is for this reason that he asked Ma Qiwei to admit defeat on his own initiative, so as to ensure that Xia Luoxing can compete with LV Kong, who ranked first, in a complete state. Even if Xia Luoxing was defeated by LV Kong afterwards, he can also explain to the strong behind Xia Luoxing, not that he didn't help, but that Xia Luoxing himself was too frustrated. Chu Zhongshan can probably guess the reason why Ma Qiwei took the initiative to admit defeat. There must be Su Hua's reason, but he didn't investigate too much. Any conspiracy is a piece of white paper in front of absolute strength. It can be pierced with a gentle poke. What's more, it's his turn to play in the next round, and his opponent is Sun Jimin, who is good at defense and counterattack. Although the cultivation accomplishments after the breakthrough have been fully consolidated with the help of thousands of spirit milk presented by Jiao Wenjun, he has not really been familiar with the power after the breakthrough. At this time, in the face of Sun Jimin, who is good at defense and counterattack, he can fully display his strength of breakthrough and get familiar with the strength after breakthrough as soon as possible. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Sun. Chu Zhongshan, who boarded the challenge arena, took the lead in greeting. Sun Jimin has seen younger martial brother Chu. People who are good at defense are generally simple and honest, and are not good at communication. At this time, Sun Jimin is also so. After defeating Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, Sun Jimin knew that he was definitely not Chu Zhongshan's opponent. What's more, Chu Zhongshan's strength will be stronger if he makes a breakthrough on the spot. He wanted to say 2 soft words so that Chu Zhongshan could show mercy in the duel, but he didn't know how to express it. The game begins. Zhang Fakan, who presided over the game, didn't care. He wanted to see how strong Chu Zhongshan was after the on-the-spot breakthrough, so he directly announced the start of the game. As long as you pay attention to your own defense during the attack, you don't have to worry too much about your own safety in the face of Sun Jimin, who is good at defense and counterattack. Moreover, he wants to test his strength after breakthrough through his opponent. Therefore, at the beginning, he didn't use the saber technique, but used the basic saber technique and body technique to attack. Chop, prick. The basic saber technique has been used back and forth for several times. By using the basic civil law, Chu Zhongshan has basically found out his current strength. Without using the increase of attribute power, his strength has reached the early stage of the 2nd floor of the gasification period. If the increase of attribute strength is used, the combat effectiveness can reach the middle of layer 2 in the gasification period. If purple blood in the body is used, the combat effectiveness can reach the 2nd layer high stage of chi melting stage. If you cooperate with the potential that can affect your own environment, your combat effectiveness can reach the peak of the 2nd level in the gasification period. At this time, he has 100 times more confidence in his final victory. As an external disciple, Sun Jimin ranks 6th in strength. His own defense is indeed strong. It is difficult for an ordinary opponent in the 1st level of Qi transformation period to break his defense, but when facing the peak combat effectiveness in the 1st level of Qi transformation period, his own defense did not last much time. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan only tested his strength after his breakthrough, and neither laid a hard hand nor used his attribute strength, which made Sun Jimin choose to admit defeat without any damage. Thank you for your mercy, younger martial brother Chu. After admitting defeat, Sun Jimin thanked Chu Zhongshan with a grateful face. As the 6th-ranked expert, Sun Jimin knows very well that Chu Zhongshan only used the basic knife technique when attacking himself just now, and did not use attribute power. Otherwise, with the powerful attack power of Chu Zhongshan, you can seriously hurt yourself with only one move of saber technique containing attribute power. I admire elder martial brother Sun's defense. With a compliment, Chu Zhongshan turned and walked down the challenge arena. The 6th game of the 7th round was due to Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 10th, and Ma Beihua, who ranked 13th. As brothers and sisters in a losing streak, both Wang Hanzhong and Ma Beihua wanted to win 1 or 2 games, so they had an unimaginable battle at the beginning of the fight. They tried their best in every attack and defense. Fortunately, when Wang Hanzhong vented his anger in Chu Zhongshan, his sword technique and strength were further improved. Finally, he defeated Ma Hehua and won his first victory since the start of qualifying. After 7 rounds of uninterrupted competition, the competition for the championship is extremely fierce. Lu Kang ranked first, He Huaying ranked first, and Xia Luoxing ranked third. Although Chu Zhongshan also maintained a record of total victory, he now has only 6 points and is temporarily ranked fourth due to the empty second round. Zhao Qing lost to Chu Zhongshan, Xia Luoxing and He Huaying, winning 4 in 7 wars and losing 3, accumulating 4 points, temporarily ranking 5th. Ma Qiwei lost to LV Kong and He Huaying, and took the initiative to admit defeat in the face of Xia Luoxing and the empty space in the first round. He won 3 games in 6 games and accumulated 3 points, temporarily ranking 7th. Zhang Renyuan lost to Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Qing, Xia Luoxing, He Huaying and LV Kong, winning 2 in 7 wars and accumulating 2 points in 5 losses, temporarily ranking 8th. Sun Jimin lost to Zhang Renyuan, Zhao Qing, Xia Luoxing, He Huaying, LV Kong and Chu Zhongshan. He lost 6 games in 7 games and won 1 point, ranking 9th temporarily. Wang Hanzhong lost to Xia Luoxing, He Huaying, LV Kong, Guo Zheali and Chu Zhongshan, as well as the 5th round. He lost 5 games and won 1 game in 6 games, accumulated 1 point, and temporarily ranked 9th with Sun Jimin. The remaining Liu Jiafu and Ma Beihua lost 7 wars and 7 losses, accumulated 0 points, ranked the last 2, and basically missed the top 10. After 7 rounds of 49 matches, the qualifying schedule has been more than half, but Zhang Fakan still has no plan to rest and continues to announce the start of the game. In the first game of the 8th round, contestant number 1 Guo Zheali and contestant number 5 Zhao Qing. Although the soft sword in Zhao Qing's hand was injured by the attribute power of Chu Zhongshan, the soft sword is not her life spirit tool, so it has little influence on her own strength. After dozens of moves, Zhao Qing lingered endlessly with 1 move, forcing Guo Zheali to admit defeat and win the 5th qualifying game. The second game of the 8th round is the real highlight of this round, and it is also a game that people have been looking forward to since the start of the game. Because the 2 sides in the duel are LV Kong, who ranks first, and Xia Luoxing, who ranks third. Although Xia Luoxing got a round of rest and adjustment time with Su Hua's secret help, Lu Kong's opponent Liu Jiafu in the last round also didn't let him spend too much spiritual power and time. After Zhang Fakan announced the start of the competition, the 2 people who boarded the challenge arena did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, they looked at each other and kept looking for flaws in each other so as to seize the first opportunity. Xia Luoxing, a hot character, took the lead in launching an attack because he found that LV Kong was like a rock. There was no flaw in his whole body. He couldn't start at all. Since you can't find his broken ensemble in the static state, you can use attack and dynamics to find his broken ensemble. Seeing Xia Luoxing, who took the lead in launching the attack, LV Kong picked up the corners of his mouth slightly and showed a look of disdain on his face. Xia Luoxing's cultivation is good, but his mental cultivation is too poor. It's not difficult to defeat him. Therefore, after Xia Luoxing took the lead in attacking, LV Kong didn't advance but retreated, and began to accumulate strength in the process of retreating. When he was about to retreat to the edge of the challenge arena, it was when he reached the peak of his energy accumulation that he finally found a small flaw in Xia Luoxing in the attack. LV Kong, who was good at seizing the opportunity, could not miss this opportunity at all. Beyond the peak of the Qi transformation period, it is wrapped with Benaming Spirit Sword. With a speed like lightning, it directly hits the flaw of Xia Luoxing, making it rush to his Xia Luoxing and fly back directly. While flying upside down, spit blood at the same time. After the move took effect, LV Kong didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. His body method and martial arts matched with the basic leg method. With a simple kick, he directly kicked Xia Luoxing, who vomited blood off the challenge arena. 1 move. With just 1 move, Xia Luoxing, who ranked 3rd, was easily defeated by LV Kong, which made the audience unbelievable. They all looked at Xia Luoxing, who fell under the challenge arena and forgot to shout and cheer. In fact, Chu Zhongshan was not surprised that LV Kong could defeat Xia Luoxing with 1 move. Xia Luoxing's cultivation is good, but after several rounds of competition, Chu Zhongshan has seen his fatal disadvantage. That is, his cultivation is too low, and his character is too impatient to give full play to his real strength. If he faces an opponent whose strength is not as good as his, he can easily defeat his opponent with his strong strength. If the strength exceeds his opponent, the shortcomings of state of mind cultivation will be exposed, which not only makes him unable to give full play to his real strength, but also makes it difficult to guarantee his own 8-layer strength. This is why Chu Zhongshan tries his best to suppress cultivation and improve state of mind cultivation. Looking at Xia Luoxing, who was defeated with one move, Ma Qiwei couldn't hide the smile on his face. If not because the actual environment does not allow, he even wants to applaud, so that he can vent his depression after being forced to admit defeat. Looking at Xia Luoxing, who was defeated with one move, Su Hua's face was very ugly. In addition to complaining about Xia Luoxing's lack of morale, he was also worried about whether Xia Luoxing could accept the cruel reality of being defeated with one move. In case he can't accept the cruel reality of being defeated at one blow, resulting in a state of mind disorder, which is not enough to give full play to his third-rank strength, how should he explain the results of this qualifying to the law enforcement peak and the strong behind Xia Luoxing? Thinking of this, Su Hua also ignored the surprised eyes of the people and flashed around Xia Luoxing. When he saw Xia Luoxing's dull look, his heart sank. Just now, LV Kong hit with all his strength, which not only hurt Xia Luoxing's body, but also his state of mind. The injury on the body can be recovered by using the top-grade pill, but the trauma on the state of mind cannot be recovered by the power of pill. Take a 7-product healing pill from the storage bag and force it into his mouth to temporarily suppress the injury in his body. Then he directly picked Xia Luoxing up and begged Zhang Fakan and the elders on the high platform. Lord Zhang Feng, elders, younger martial brother Xia is seriously injured now. I must hurry to take him to heal so as not to leave sequelae. Otherwise, it's hard to explain to the people behind him. Before Zhang Fakan agreed, Su Hua shouted loudly as he left the peak with his martial arts skills. Lord Zhang Feng, elders, I promise younger martial brother Xia can participate in the next round of competition on time. Looking at Su Hua, who simply ignored whether he agreed or not, and left with Xia Luoxing without authorization, Zhang Fakan had a gloomy face, but he thought that Su Hua's father was still the deputy leader of the law enforcement peak. His gloomy face looked at the high platform, the temporary dragon cloud, and Zhao Enjun sitting on the black dragon chair, because only these two people are not afraid of the law enforcement peak and dare to challenge the dignity of the law enforcement peak. Unfortunately, neither Long Xingyun nor Zhao Enjun seemed to notice his pleading look at the distance with empty eyes. Alas! Seeing the dodging eyes of Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjun, Zhang Fakan couldn't help sighing. Since Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjun are unwilling to stand out, he can only suppress the depression in his heart and then continue to announce the start of the game. After He Weiying and Liu Jiafu stepped down from the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan took a look at Dongfeng Yuner before going to the challenge arena and found that she still chose to be silent and refused to accept what she did to Zhao Qing. She had already made a decision in her heart. Then, he used his martial arts skills to jump onto the challenge arena and waited for his opponent in this round to mount the challenge arena. When Meng Fanqiang, who ranked 9th, came to the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan politely said, Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Meng. Meng Fanqiang has seen younger martial brother Chu. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's attitude towards himself is very enthusiastic, which is completely different from the contempt of the first few contestants towards himself. Meng Fanqiang was moved. However, he also knew very well that no matter how enthusiastic and polite Chu Zhongshan was, when the game really started, he would become a strong man with only fighting in his eyes. In order to avoid being severely hit by Chu Zhongshan, Meng Fanqiang directly admitted defeat after greeting. Chu Zhongshan was not surprised by this. Before the breakthrough, his strength is not weaker than Xia Luoxing. After the breakthrough, his strength has reached the level of LV Kong and He Weiying. If Meng Fanqiang doesn't take the initiative to admit defeat, he will wait to be blown off the challenge arena by himself. The 5th game of the 8th round was played by Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th, against Ma Beihua, who ranked 13th. Although Sun Jimin ranked 6th, most of his strength was reflected in defense, and his attack power was not so excellent. Therefore, after the game began, Ma Beihua did not take the initiative to admit defeat, but began to attack around Sun Jimin with the help of speed. Ma Beihua is right. Sun Jimin, who is good at defending and counterattack, is not strong in attack and moves slowly, but this is only relative. For a master like Chu Zhongshan who has both attack and defense, Sun Jimin's attack power does not play a big role, but for Ma Beihua his attack power is a considerable threat. What's more, Sun Jimin himself is good at defending and counterattack, so with the help of Ma Beihua's careless flaws and unstoppable boxing, he directly knocked him off the challenge arena and won the game. The sixth game of the 8th round was played by Guo Zheali, who ranked 10th, against Ma Qiwei, who ranked 7th. There is no need to consider the result of the game at all. Guo Zheali will definitely take the initiative to admit defeat. Because Ma Qiwei has absolute speed, I'm afraid his real combat power has reached the level of Xia Luoxing. Moreover, both of them belong to the peak of law enforcement, and Guo Zheali can't consume Ma Qiwei's spiritual power too much. After several rounds of qualifying, Chu Zhongkai knew that Su Hua had told himself through Lin Dong that the law enforcement peak had already determined the top 10 in the sect ratio. In fact, he was lying. Through the observation of 7 rounds of qualifying, Chu Zhongshan found that only 5 of the 13 players who could participate in qualifying were disciples of law enforcement peak. The 5 contestants are likely to be Xia Luoxing, Ma Qiwei, Zhang Renyuan, Guo Zheali and Liu Jiafu, and the remaining contestants are from different sects. The result of the match between Guo Zheali and Ma Qiwei was just as Chu Zhongshan expected. After thinking over and over again, Guo Zheali finally decided to take the initiative to admit defeat, so as not to make Su Hua and Ma Qiwei unhappy and affect his position in the law enforcement peak in the future. After the 8th round, there was also no rest. Zhang Fakan directly announced the beginning of the 9th round. In the first game of the 9th round, Guo Zheali ranked 10th and Xia Luoxing ranked 3rd. Guo Zheali, who had just stepped down from the challenge arena, boarded the challenge arena again. Without waiting for Zhang Fakan to speak, he directly shouted, "Don't bother Elder Marshal Brother Xia to climb the challenge arena in person. I admit defeat." With these words, Guo Zheali looked directly at Zhang Fakan and waited for him to announce the result of the game. Seeing Guo Zheali who took the initiative to admit defeat, Zhang Fakan finally knew why Su Hua was sure that Xia Luoxing could definitely come back before the next game. He had arranged everything long ago. According to the competition rules of qualifying, Xia Luoxing's turn in the 10th round of the competition is just the turn, which gives him more time to heal Xia Luoxing. Although Guo Zheali took the initiative to admit defeat, none of his opponents boarded the challenge arena, which was contrary to the rules of Zhongpei Dabi. However, considering the hegemony of the law enforcement peak and the indifference of Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjun on the high platform, Zhang Fakan finally decided not to act as a villain and directly announced Xia Luoxing's victory. The contestant can win the competition without coming to the scene. I'm afraid this is the only time since Li Yunzong held the sect contest. The feeling of suffocation makes Zhang Fakan feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Guo Zheali who left the challenge arena triumphantly, Zhang Fakan secretly made a decision. That is, after the end of the sect contest, he voluntarily resigned from the post of Trial Fengfeng Master, and then took up an idle post to avoid such contempt and insult. The second game of the 9th round is not only the most important play of this round, but also the most important and expected game since the start of qualifying. It may even be the game that determines the final champion. Because the 2 sides of the competition are LV Kong, who ranks 1st, and He Weiying, who ranks 2nd, who has been able to maintain a complete victory since the start of qualifying. LV Kong, 8 battles and 8 wins, accumulated 8 points and ranked 1st. He Weiying, 8 victories in 8 battles, 8 points, tied for the 1st place. If Chu Zhongshan didn't break through the peak of the 9th floor in the physical training period on the spot, become the biggest dark horse in the ranking competition, and become a key figure that may affect the ownership of the final champion, then in this round of competition, we can basically determine who is the first in the sect ratio this time. As the second-ranked He Weiying took the lead in the challenge arena, and then stared at LV Kong, who stepped into the challenge arena step by step. He Weiying, who has always been very confident, showed a dignified look on her face for the first time. As the second of the top 10 experts of external disciples, He Weiying has been eyeing the first position for a long time, but for LV Kong, who has occupied the first position for a long time, he has never been 100% confident to defeat him, so he has never taken the initiative to challenge LV Kong. At this moment, it is his first time to really face LV Kong. In addition to feeling a little nervous, He Huaying is also full of expectation. If he can beat LV Kong in this game, the moment when the sect match ends is the moment when he breaks through the Qi transformation period in advance and promotes himself to an inner disciple. If this game is finally defeated by LV Kong and his self-confidence is hit, I'm afraid the time to break through the gasification period will need to be postponed for some time. LV Kong, who stepped into the challenge arena step by step, looked equally dignified. Just as He Huaying is full of vigilance towards him, he is also full of vigilance towards He Huaying because he is not 100% sure of his victory. LV Kong has seen younger martial brother He. LV Kong replied with the same courtesy. Looking at LV Kong and He Huaying who boarded the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan also focused on the challenge arena. He temporarily forgot everything in his heart and only saw the two experts who were about to fight. After all, LV Kong and He Huaying are the biggest opponents of whether he can finally reach the top. They can know their real strength and attack means in advance and deal with them better. After all, LV Kong, who ranked first, was able to defeat He Huaying, who ranked second, and continue to occupy the first place. He Huaying, who still ranks second, can beat LV Kong, who ranks first, and replace him as the new first. As the peak owner of the test peak, Zhang Fakan is also quite looking forward to it. Snow flying poplar, wind and clouds are surging. LV Kong and He Huaying, who have never played against each other, did not risk showing too many cards. At first, they just used the primary sword technique, hoping to test each other's strength through the primary sword technique. You come and I go, you attack and I defend, I attack and you defend, you advance and I retreat, I advance and you retreat. After more than 100 rounds of fighting with each other, the two are evenly matched, and no one can gain the upper hand. A powerful primary sword technique collided. With the help of the rebound force generated when the weapons collided, LV Kong and He Huaying stepped back at the same time, and then looked at each other with a dignified look. Through the fight just now, both LV Kong, who ranks first, and He Huaying, who ranks second, know that you can't defeat your opponent only by primary sword technique. At the same time, through the test fight just now, they have learned each other's real strength, so next, both of them began to come up with their own means to press the bottom of the box. Weather-proof. This is a move of LV Kong. It's a medium-level sword technique that reaches the state of Xia Cheng. Its power is comparable to that of high-level sword technique. One leaf heralds autumn. This is a medium-level sword technique that He Huaying uses to achieve a small success. Its power is also comparable to that of a high-level sword technique. Boom! The two top Benaming spirit swords collided with each other, and the spiritual power and martial arts contained in Benaming spirit weapon burst out instantly, sending out a deafening roar. Accompanied by the deafening roar, the challenge arena with a diameter of 50 meters sent out a slight shaking. It can shake the challenge arena specially refined by the weapon refiner, which is enough to show that their attack just now has exceeded the second layer of Qi melting period and barely reached the power of the third layer of Qi melting period. The two moves are comparable to the sword techniques of high-level martial arts. They collide, erupt and offset, and finally completely return to calm. Standing on both sides of the challenge arena, LV Kong and He Huaying both gasped slightly and looked at each other with complex faces. Torrential rain. It's another medium-level sword technique that reaches Xia Cheng's territory. LV Kong jumps in place and attacks He Huaying in the air. Autumn is divided equally. It is also a medium-level sword technique to achieve Xia Cheng. He Huaying welcomes LV Kong, who is attacking. The first use of the medium-level sword technique, which has entered the realm of Xia Cheng, indicates that LV Kong and He Huaying do not want to continue to test and want to win or lose in a short time. Therefore, the next attack, the two exert their strongest means heartily. The two people who fully display their strongest means will produce a deafening roar when weapons collide in the first attack. Each roar is accompanied by a slight shaking of the challenge arena. After a dozen moves in succession, LV Kong and He Huaying chose to stop at the same time and keep a certain distance at the same time. Then the two men gasped heavily. The power of the medium-level sword technique in the realm of Xia Cheng is comparable to that of the high-level sword technique. If you want to use the high-level sword technique, based on the cultivation in the realm of body training, you need not only strong understanding, but also great spiritual and physical strength. Although the strength of LV Kong and He Huaying reached the second level of Qi transformation period, in essence, they are still the cultivation in the state of body refining period. Therefore, The continuous exertion of more than a dozen moves is comparable to the martial arts of high-level sword, which is a great consumption of their own physical and spiritual strength. Through the fight with the strongest means just now, both LV Kong and He Huaying know that there is little difference in strength between each other. If you want to win this game, you have to fight for perseverance, physical strength, and the storage capacity of Danshan's spiritual power. Bitter rain and wind. After gasping for breath for a few times, LV Kong took the initiative to attack for the third time. Seeing that LV Kong, who was one breath faster than himself, recovered his combat strength, He Huaying's face changed. Disregarding the spiritual power that has not completely subsided in his body, he forced to use a defensive sword technique, hoping to temporarily resist LV Kong's attack. There is no doubt that He Huaying will lose. Just after the third fight between the two sides, Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief and said in a regrettable tone, "Elder Martial Brother Chu, at this time, the two are close to each other for a long time, and He Huaying doesn't show the slightest image of defeat. Why do you judge that he wants to lose?" Chu Zhongshan is full of pitiful judgment, which makes Time Liang standing beside him want to prove it. At the same time, as Chu Zhongshan broke through the peak of the 9th floor during the physical training period, Shijiang officially changed his name to Senior Brother. As the first and second experts among the external disciples, LV Kong and He Huaying are both experts with strong attack, and their strength is very close to each other. If you want to defeat the other party, you can only choose to attack. In the attack, when the other party has no breath, you must not choose to defend and counterattack. Otherwise, it is impossible to resist the stormy attack of the other party. Younger martial brother Shi, watch carefully to see if He Huaying has been on defense after the third fight. Yes, He Huaying is really defending. After careful observation for a while, Time Light also found this problem. Younger martial brother Shi, with LV Kong's understanding of the sword technique, with He Huaying's consumption of physical and spiritual strength at this time, there are only 10 moves at most. He Huaying will undoubtedly lose, Chu Zhongshan said with great confidence. The reason why He Huaying is sure to lose within 10 moves is that Chu Zhongshan has found out their real strength through the fight between the two just now. LV Kong, the real strength has reached the peak of the second floor high stage of the gas transformation period. He Huaying, the real strength has reached the second floor high stage of chemical gas stage. From the perspective of strength alone, He Huaying is only slightly weaker than LV Kong, but it is the gap on this line that leads to the more the battle goes, the more obvious the gap will be. The more obvious the gap will be, which will put him at a disadvantage and affect the final result. The result of the battle was also expected by Chu Zhongshan. Just after LV Kong gnashed his teeth and attacked the 9th sword move into the territory of Xia Cheng, He Huaying, who defended to the limit, was finally unable to resist this move. He opened his mouth to admit defeat after using his body skills to avoid this move. As He Huaying takes the initiative to admit defeat and tries her best to display his sword technique, LV Kong, who has entered the realm of Xia Cheng, props the sword tip to the ground, holds his thigh with one hand and gasps heavily. Continuous 9 moves attack with all strength. For LV Kong, the consumption of spiritual power and physical strength has brought him to the limit. Elder Martial Brother Liu, I'm convinced that I lost this game. The Elder Martial Brother deserves to be the first. When her physical strength recovered a little and she could speak normally, He Huaying said sincerely. At this time, there was not a trace of frustration after failure on his face, but only sincerity and admiration. Younger martial brother He, I am also convinced of your strength. In fact, as long as you can resist the attack of my 9th move, I will admit defeat. After wiping the sweat on his forehead, LV Kong said happily with lingering palpitations. Elder Martial Brother Liu, after the sect contest, I'm afraid you, and I will choose to break through the Qi transformation period and promote to the inner disciple. I think you and I will try our best to fight after being promoted to the inner disciple. How about it? Put away the original life spirit sword, and He Huaying rejoined the battle with high spirits. A month later, I'll wait for you at the dual platform of inner disciples. Similarly, put away the life spirit sword, and LV Kongxi was not afraid to respond to He Huaying's engagement. Under the challenge arena, Elder Martial Brother Chu, if you have any confidence in Shangulf Kong or He Huaying, how many levels are you sure of winning? Time Liang asked with expectation. The competition between LV Kong and He Huaying is the most exciting one since the start of qualifying. The result of the competition is the most unpredictable and exciting. It was through this close match that Liang finally saw the strength of the first and second experts of the external disciples and their arrogant demeanor. At this moment, what he most wants to know is whether his future backer Chu Zhongshan can reach their current height. If you don't use the final 2 cards, the outcome will be between 5 and 5. If one of the cards is used, the victory or defeat is between 7 and 3. I am 7 and they are 3. If I use all my cards, I am 100% sure to beat them. After thinking over and over again, Chu Zhongshan gave a fairly conservative estimate. As long as they use the potential that can affect their surrounding environment, and then cooperate with the increase of attribute strength, as well as the initial blade technique that has entered the realm of Dasheng, I'm afraid LV Kong and He Huaying can't hold on for long. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's confidence in fighting LV Kong and He Huaying, time brightened his heart, but the game hasn't really started yet. He temporarily pressed the surprise at the bottom of his heart. He wants to wait until Chu Zhongshan really defeats LV Kong and He Huaying, and he will make a decision to decide his own fate. Perhaps it was because the game between LV Kong and He Huaying was too exciting, which led to the next game, which basically did not attract much attention, which made Zhang Renyuan very depressed. Is it possible that the gap between the 4th-ranked master and LV Kong and He Huaying has reached this level? After Zhang Renyuan and his opponent stepped down from the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan showed his martial arts skills and gently jumped onto the challenge arena with his hands behind his back, looking unusually relaxed. Because the opponent of this round of competition is Liu Jiafu, who ranks 12th. He is not only an opponent without any pressure, but also an opponent who can take the initiative to admit defeat. Liu Jiafu has seen younger martial brother Chu. Liu Jiafu, who boarded the challenge arena, didn't admit defeat immediately. Instead, he wanted to challenge Chu Zhongshan, which surprised the audience watching the game. You know, the real strength of Chu Zhongshan, who broke through the peak of the 9th floor during the physical training period, has reached the realm of LV Kong and He Huaying. In the face of such a strong opponent, it is the best choice to admit defeat. Otherwise, they will take your challenge as a provocation and let you really experience their means in the next game. Looking at the helpless and depressed Liu Jiafu who greeted himself, Chu Zhongshan turned his head and looked at Ma Qiwei under the challenge arena. In the twinkling of an eye, he understood why Liu Jiafu didn't take the initiative to admit defeat. I'm afraid Liu Jiafu was ordered by Ma Qiwei to consume his spiritual and physical strength as much as possible in this round of competition, so that he can occupy a certain advantage when facing himself in the next round of competition. Looking at the pitiful Liu Jiafu with a cry in his eyes, Chu Zhongshan feels sorry for him. But since you obey Ma Qiwei and law enforcement peak, don't blame me for being cruel. After Zhang Fakan announced the start of the competition, Chu Zhongshan didn't bother to take out his life spirit weapon and use the knife method. He directly used the incomplete fist method given to him by Chu Zhangba, the first move of 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies fist. After communicating with Huang Fuqi, who is proficient in boxing, Chu Zhongshan's understanding of boxing has improved several levels. At this moment, he has been able to reluctantly perform the first move of the 8 Wasteland 6 Hequan, Miki Fist. The spiritual power in the elixir field slowly gathered on the fist with a special track. With the gathering of spiritual power in a special way, Chu Zhongshan gradually raised a momentum that affected the surrounding environment, which was very similar to the momentum he mastered. At the same time, the fist with endless spiritual power showed a momentum that could destroy the emptiness in front of you. Just when Chu Zhongshan performed the first move of the 8 Wasteland Liu boxing, Zhao Wenjun and Long Xinglong, sitting on the high platform, changed their faces at the same time. They looked at each other and found the dignified look in each other's eyes. Chu Zhongshan was surprised by the power of his fist to destroy the emptiness in front of him. Because since he got the remnant of Bahuang Liu Hequan, he only practiced in the Chu family for a period of time and did not really show it. This was the first time that he really used the first move of the 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies boxing, which showed the power and prestige far beyond his expectation. Feeling Chu Zhongshan's momentum as powerful as heaven, and the hidden power that can destroy the void on his left fist, Liu Jiafu couldn't help shaking all over. At this moment, he regretted that he had obeyed Ma Qiwei's orders and let himself desperately consume the spiritual and physical strength of Chu Zhongshan. Now he really wanted to shout out the word, admit defeat. However, Under the influence of the momentum emitted by Chu Zhongshan, he couldn't admit defeat at all. He had to close his eyes and wait for death. After the momentum accumulated on the fist reached the peak, Chu Zhongshan could not recover the spiritual power on the fist and directly exercised the chi-killing fist to vent the power on the fist. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan also knew that the power of the boxing he had just performed had exceeded his expectations. With Liu Jiafu's strength, he was afraid that he could not bear the power of this move, so he chose the challenge arena 1 meter away from him. In the challenge arena, specially refined by the weapon refiner, a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of more than 3 meters was immediately blasted out under the chi-killing fist exerted by Chu Zhongshan. Liu Jiafu, who was passed by Weibo of Miki Fist, was completely stunned. Looking at the pit with a diameter of 2 meters blown out by Miki Fist, both Chu Zhongshan and the audience were also stunned. Chu Zhongshan was stunned because he was not only surprised by the power of Miki Fist, but also because of the consumption of spiritual power by using Miki Fist. Just now, he just used one move to kill Chi Fist, which fully consumed the spiritual power of the 9th floor of his Danshan. It seems that Bahuang Liuhequan can only be used as its own card, which cannot be displayed easily. Master Zhang Feng, the game is over. Looking at Zhang Fakin, who was still in a daze, Chu Zhongshan had to remind him once. Liu Jiafu, his opponent, was stunned like a fool. Chu Zhongshan also hoped that Zhang Fakin could check his situation and see if the Miki Fist had hurt him. Oh, ah! Waking up, Zhang Fakin looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look, then flashed to Liu Jiafu and shouted softly, "Liu Jiafu, player number 7, wake up." However, in the face of Zhang Fakin's cry, Liu Jiafu did not respond at all. In desperation, he had to use the power of his mind and began to check the situation in Liu Jiafu's body. With the power of mind entering Liu Jiafu's body, Zhang Fakin found that all the spiritual power in his body had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never practiced spiritual power. As the spiritual power turned into nothingness in an instant, his body was extremely unfit and temporarily went into a state of dormancy. Mobilize a trace of genuine in his body, condense it into a water drop shape, and then stretch out his hand. The water drop-shaped genuine instantly integrates into Liu Jiafu's body, transforms it into spiritual power, and then flows into his Danshan. "I'm not dead." Liu Jiafu, who regained the moisture of Lingli, woke up from his dormant state. The first reaction was to be shocked that he could still save his life under the fist technique that could destroy the void. However, when he saw a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 3 meters, his face turned white in an instant. If you can give a special refining challenge arena to a deep pit, what will be the result if the force just blew on yourself? You don't have to think about it at all. The result must be that you were blown to pieces. Thinking of this, Liu Jiafu thanked Chu Zhongshan with gratitude. "Younger martial brother Chu, thank you for your mercy. I will remember this kindness today. If there is any assignment in the future, I will go all out." After thanking Chu Zhongshan for his mercy, Liu Jiafu's eyes crossed Chu Zhongshan and directly turned to Ma Qiwei standing under the challenge arena. He made no secret of the anger and determination in his eyes. Seeing the anger and determination in Liu Jiafu's eyes, Ma Qiwei himself was quite depressed. Although he knew that Chu Zhongshan's strength was very strong, and Liu Jiafu was definitely not his opponent, it must not be a problem to struggle with him for a period of time and consume Chu Zhongshan's certain spiritual and physical strength. He didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan had such a strong boxing technique that Liu Jiafu, who escaped from his character, hated him. Chu Zhongshan wins. Seeing that Liu Jiafu was nothing different, Zhang Fakin quickly announced the result of the game. He walked down from the challenge arena with an indifferent look, but full of doubts in his heart. Chu Zhongshan still couldn't believe that the boxing he had just performed had such terrible power. He turned his head and looked at the center of the challenge arena. He was blasted out of a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 3 meters by the fist technique. A trace of horror flashed through the eyes of Chu Zhongshan. "Fortunately, I felt the terror of Miki Fist and changed the attack direction in advance. Otherwise, Liu Jiafu in the half-step gasification stage may be blown to powder. Take out the Qi tonifying pill and dozens of 7 spirit stones from the storage bag, and tell him that he is still in a daze." After the light, Chu Zhongshan directly sat down in the original site and began to restore the 9 layers of spiritual power he had just consumed. "Martial uncle, the fist technique that martial brother Chu just showed, is the legendary 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies Divine Fist that can kill immortals and kill gods. Using the power of the Divine Soul, he felt the deep pit blasted out by the Miki Fist, and the Dragon Cloud asked solemnly, "Yes and no." Like Longxingyan, Zhao Enjun also used the power of the soul to feel the residual breath of the pit, and his originally locked forehead gradually stretched out. At the same time, the answer to Longxingyan is also unpredictable. "Please make it clear, Martial Uncle." The doubt in his heart couldn't be solved. Longxingyan felt uncomfortable all over, so he continued to ask. "Yes, it's because the fist technique just performed by Chu Zhongshan is indeed consistent with the description of the legendary 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies Divine Fist. No, it's because his Miki Fist doesn't have the unique charm of Bahuang Liu Divine Fist at all. I think he got the fragmented copy of Bahuang Liu Divine Fist, which is likely to be pirated." Oh, that's what happened. After hearing Zhao Enjun's explanation, Longxingyan suddenly realized and said. Then his tone changed, and he said with envy and expectation, "When younger martial brother Chu enters Zhangzhufeng and becomes the successor disciple of Zhangzhufeng, I will find a way to exchange August Wasteland Liu divine boxing with him to see if this incomplete boxing is useful to me." Zhao Enjun didn't say anything about the expectation of Longxingyan, but looked at it contemptuously. Because the challenge arena was damaged by the boxing technique of Chu Zhongshan, the competition was temporarily suspended. Then, Zhang Fakin consulted with 8 elders on the high platform, Longxingyan and Zhao Enjun, and one of them flew away from the test peak directly. Just 3 minutes later, 5 experts dressed in the clothes of the weapon refiner came to the test peak and saw a deep pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters. These people took some materials out of the storage bag and began to repair the damaged challenge arena. 10 minutes later, the damaged challenge arena was completely repaired. The 5 weapon refiners paid no attention to the rest of the people, except the dragon Xingyun. After the 5 refiners left the test peak, Zhang Fakin went to the challenge arena and began to preside over the competition again. Perhaps it was because the match between LV Kong and He Huaying in the second round was too wonderful, or perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan's boxing was too shocking, resulting in the next 2 matches that no one paid attention to at all. In the first game of the 10th round, contestant number 1 Gu Zheali and contestant number 3 He Huaying. Although the last round of duel between He Huaying and LV Kong consumed too much mental and physical strength, Chu Zhongshan destroyed the challenge arena, giving him nearly 20 minutes more time to recover. At this time, he has recovered nearly 70% of his spiritual and physical strength, so he is not nervous about Gu Zheali, who is in good condition. Gu Zheali met elder martial brother Gu Zheali, who boarded the challenge arena, greeted He Huaying with a smile. "Yes." He Huaying gave a cold, reply to Gu Zheali. Thinking of him, Xia Luoxing and Su Hua taking the lead in breaking the rules of qualifying, He Huaying was disgusted with him, so her attitude towards him was quite indifferent. Seeing He Huaying's indifferent attitude towards herself, Gu Zheali's smile disappeared, leaving only a chill like frost. The game begins. He Huaying's indifferent attitude towards Gu Zheali satisfied Zhang Fakin. After all, the disciple of the law enforcement peak headed by Su Huawei, who took the lead in breaking the rules of the sect Dabai, actually despised him, so he didn't investigate LV Kong's impolite behavior and directly announced the start of the game. Strong wind flying yang. In order to get rid of Gu Zheali as soon as possible, so that she can have enough time to recover her spiritual and physical strength, He Huaying used the medium-level sword technique of reaching the state of Xia Cheng from the beginning. The medium-level sword technique of Xia Cheng's realm has reached the level of high-level sword technique, and its power has exceeded the peak of Qi melting period. In the face of the sword technique, whose power has exceeded the peak of the Qi period, Gu Zheali suddenly changed his look. The reason why he dared to challenge He Huaying was that after He Huaying and LV Kong had a duel, his spiritual power and physical strength were very consumed, which was not enough to give full play to his peak strength in the Qi transformation period. However, after feeling the power of He Huaying's sword technique, he regretted that he was too confident and was confident that he could defeat the second-ranked He Huaying. "I regret that I want to improve my popularity and meet my vanity with the help of defeating He Huaying. However, it's too late to regret at this time. It's too late to admit defeat. We can only try our best to hold this move. With all the spiritual power on the life-soul sword, Guo Zhaoli did his best to welcome it. Guo Zhaoli ranked 10th. His real strength barely reached the initial stage of the first level of qi melting. Facing the sword technique at the peak of the first level of qi melting period, he couldn't resist even if he tried his best. He was directly blasted out of the defense by the sword technique and knocked him off the challenge arena. At the same time, the remaining spiritual power of the sword directly bombarded his defense spirit tool, making him scream. He Wying wins. Looking at Guo Zhaoli, who was blown off the challenge arena and fainted to death, Zhang Fakan had no mercy and directly announced that He Kong had won. For the game between He Wying and Guo Zhaoli, Chu Zhongshan, who tried his best to restore his spiritual power, has nothing to do with it at all. Because the result of the game is obvious, if Guo Zhaoli is smart, he'd better take the initiative to admit defeat. However, when Guo Zhaoli uttered a scream of extraordinary grief, he temporarily ended his recovery of spiritual power and opened his eyes for a look. Elder Martial Brother Chu, this is how it happened. The time Liang, who had been around Chu Zhongshan, felt that he suddenly stopped practicing and began to pay attention to Guo Zhaoli, who was expelled from the challenge arena, and quickly explained. Deserved it. After hearing the explanation of Time Light, Chu Zhongshan left a sentence that deserved it and continued to close his eyes to restore his spiritual power. The second game of the 10th round was played by LV Kong, who ranked 1st, against Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 6th. Zhang Renyuan's original idea was the same as Guo Zhaoli's, that is to take advantage of the good opportunity that LV Kong consumed a lot, and his strength has not recovered, and take the opportunity to defeat them. On the one hand, he can gain a point, and on the other hand, he can also improve his popularity. However, when he saw Guo Zhaoli, who was thrown off the challenge arena and fainted directly, he immediately put away his fluke mentality and directly chose to admit defeat after climbing on the challenge arena. The third game of the 10th round was played by Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 10th. Originally, according to the strength and ranking, when facing Zhao Qing, Wang Hanzhong should take the initiative to admit defeat in order to avoid being humiliated by the eccentric Zhao Qing, but he didn't do so. Because with the help of Chu Zhongshan's basic knife technique, his strength has been improved to a new level. He wants to test his real strength by fighting with Zhao Qing. Unfortunately, although Wang Hanzhong's strength has been raised to a higher level, due to his low starting point, raising the strength of a higher level only makes him reach the middle of the first level of the gasification period. In the face of Zhao Qing, whose strength reached a high level of qi transformation period, and his attack methods were strange and changeable, he was finally defeated by her soft sword. The fourth game of the 10th round was played by Meng Fanqiang, who ranked 8th, against Ma Beihua, who ranked 13th. Meng Fanqiang, who won only one of the 9 rounds of competition, showed his strongest means at the beginning of the competition in order to squeeze himself into the top 10. Ma Beihua had no backhand and was forced to admit defeat. The fifth game of the 10th round was played by Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th, against Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th. After experiencing the threat of Chu Zhongshan's terrorist fist technique, Liu Jiafu, who had learned well, went to the challenge arena and directly chose to admit defeat. The 6th game in the 10th round should be said to be the most attractive game in this round. Because the two sides of the competition won with speed and ranked 7th in strength, Ma Qiwei, the biggest dark horse Chu Zhongshan since the start of the duel qualifying. Although the qi tonifying pill of the 8th grade of the upper level can quickly replenish spiritual power, and is the best pill to restore spiritual power, the time used to restore spiritual power is too short, so his spiritual power was barely restored to the 8th floor before he went to the challenge arena. However, the spiritual power of the 8th floor is also enough for him to give full play to his strength at the peak of the qi transformation period and deal with Ma Qiwei. The only thing that makes Chu Zhongshan feel tricky is how to limit Ma Qiwei's speed. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Ma, Chu Zhongshan said calmly. Although due to the light of time and the peak of law enforcement, he wanted to beat Ma Qiwei all over the ground to find his teeth and let him taste the taste of being seriously injured, he would still abide by the most basic etiquette before starting. Yes. The face of Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Ma Qiwei just gave a cold, reply to Chu Zhongshan's greeting without introducing himself. Although Chu Zhongshan had no opinion and could accept it calmly, Zhao Enjun, Long Xingyun, Zhang Fakin standing in the center of the challenge arena and the audience under the challenge arena were very dissatisfied. If Ma Qiui's opponent at this time is Ma Baiahua's lower-ranking disciple, no matter how arrogant he is, everyone can accept it. After all, genius is arrogant. However, Chu Zhongshan, the opponent he faces now, is the biggest dark horse after the start of the ranking competition, an expert whose strength is not weaker than LV Kong and He Huaying, and the most popular idol at the scene. Therefore his arrogance makes people quite dissatisfied. Cutting is not good at speed. What's the big deal? Yes, if there is no advantage of speed, I think he is not as good as Ma Baiahua at the bottom. I deeply agree with this. I really hope Elder Martial Brother Chu can hit Ma with one move, let him know what etiquette is, and let him know how to be a man. Wrong. How can one move defeat him show the strength of Elder Martial Brother Chu? You should treat Gu Xiaoli like Elder Martial Brother Lu, and hit the challenge arena directly with one move. After Chu Zhongshan defeated Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, Ma Qiui found the advantages and disadvantages of Chu Zhongshan according to his own judgment and observation. Chu Zhongshan's advantage is that he has mastered the increase of attribute power, which makes his attack power unusually strong. At the same time, his strength has reached a peak in the Qi transformation period. The disadvantage of Chu Zhongshan is his cultivation at the top of the 9th floor during his physical training period, which is the lack of storage of his elixir power. If Chu Zhongshan faces other people, even LV Kong who ranks 1st, his own strength is enough to compete with LV Kong, but in the face of himself who is good at speed, his advantages are useless, and his disadvantages will be infinitely amplified. As long as you don't kill him in close proximity, use the speed to fight with him and consume his spiritual power. With the spiritual power stored by your half-step Qi cultivation, you can easily consume all the spiritual power of Chu Zhongshan. When the spiritual power is exhausted, there is basically no threat. That is, if you want to defeat, you can defeat. If you want to humiliate, you can humiliate. His view has been recognized and supported by Su Hua, which is why Liu Jiafu obeys orders. The game begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, Zhang Fakin directly announced the start of the game. After Zhang Fakin announced the start of the competition, Ma Qiui directly showed his high-level body skills and began to fight around Chu Zhongshan with the advantage of speed. Chu Zhongshan did not take the initiative to attack, but tried to defend Ma Qiui's every attack, and quickly operated his brain to consider how to limit the opponent's speed. If you want to beat Ma Qiui, you must limit his speed. If you want to limit his speed and show the potential that can affect the surrounding environment, it is the best choice. However, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to expose his cards so early, so he temporarily chooses defense and counterattack. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who was at a disadvantage, the audience was not in a hurry. Because they believe that Chu Zhongshan, like LV Kong and He Huaying, will beat Ma Qiui, who is good at speed by means of defensive counterattack. However, sitting on the high platform, Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun showed a worried look in their eyes. As a powerful person whose accomplishments exceed the divine soul period, they can see the advantages and disadvantages of Chu Zhongshan and Ma Qiui at a glance. Therefore, they worry that Chu Zhongshan, who chooses to defend and counterattack, cannot consume Ma Qiui's enough spiritual power on the premise of ensuring their own spiritual power, like LV Kong and He Huaying. 5 minutes later, Ma Qiui, who took advantage of his speed advantage, attacked hundreds of moves and occupied an absolute advantage in the situation. At the same time, he also used Chu Zhongshan's psychology of cherishing his own spiritual power and not daring to attack actively. After every dozen moves, he would temporarily leave a certain distance and brazenly take out the pill to restore his spiritual power. Seeing Ma Qiui's provocative move, Chu Zhongshan knew that he could not continue to delay like this. If you continue to delay like this, Ma Qiui will still be able to maintain his peak state when his spiritual power is exhausted. At that time, it's impossible to use your potential to fight back. Use it. Faced with his own disadvantages and Ma Qiui's helplessness, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to use the final card. Mobilize the spiritual power in the elixir field to use this life's spiritual saber. Be ready to use the primary saber technique of reaching Dasheng at any time, and then start looking for the opportunity to fight back. When Ma Qiui took advantage of his speed and began to fight, Chu Zhongshan's shoulders swung back and forth slightly, and then a momentum that changed the color of heaven and earth and completely solidified the environment around the challenge arena rose rapidly from him. Take Millet from the fire. Makue, who was originally good at speed, was like prey trapped in a swamp. His actions were not only slow and abnormal, but even his thoughts began to be dull. On the high platform. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's mysterious power that can affect the power of heaven and earth, both Long Xingyun, Zhao Enjun and 8 elders stood up at the same time. After feeling the momentum that can change the color of genius and affect the surrounding environment, Long Xingyun subconsciously looked at Zhao Enjun and showed a worried look on his face. Zhao Enjun, who felt the change of genius and the solidification of the surrounding environment, showed a surprised expression on his face. At the same time, the heart couldn't help shouting, "Heaven has eyes, heaven really has eyes." The disciples who can really inherit what I learned in Zhao Enjun's life finally appeared. At this moment, Zhao Enjun has completely abandoned the idea of using the sect to test Chu Zhongshan, and secretly determined to accept Chu Zhongshan as an apprentice immediately after the end of the sect contest, and teach all he has learned in his life. Looking at Zhao Enjun with an excited look, Long Xingyun clenched his lips. After thinking twice, he finally made a decision. When he closed his eyes, the power of his mind turned into a beam of light and directly shot into the void inside the sect. The competition between Chu Zhongshan and Ma Qi stopped LV Kong and He Wang from restoring their spiritual power for the time being. They chose to concentrate on watching the two people's competition. They wanted to have a look at how Chu Zhongshan, whose strength was similar to theirs, cracked Ma Qi's speed. At the same time, we also hope that through Ma Qi, we can judge in advance to what extent the strength of Chu Zhongshan, which has broken through the 9-layer peak in the physical training period, has been improved. After the exhibition of Tianqi in the middle of Chu could change the color of heaven and earth and affect the surrounding environment, the two people showed an unusually dignified look. In particular, they saw Ma Qi, who was caught in the trend, moving slowly like a snail, and their dignified look was a little gloomy. Put yourself in a position. If the person who falls into the potential at this time is himself, what will be the result when facing the potential that can affect his own speed and thoughts, and facing the powerful attack of the attribute power contained in Chu Zhongshan? There is only one answer, that is, there is no doubt of failure. At this moment, they really value Chu Zhongshan and regard Chu Zhongshan as their opponents at the same level. Other audiences at the scene have worshipped Chu Zhongshan, who can affect the power of heaven and earth. Because Chu Zhongshan is like a storage bag of space spirit tools, you don't know how many means and cards he has. You think that cultivation has only 8 peaks in the cultivation period. His strength is already his full strength in the middle of the first level of the Qi transformation period, but his attribute strength has promoted his strength to the first level of the Qi transformation period. If you think that Chu Zhongshan has only 8 levels of cultivation at the peak of the physical training period, and his strength reaches the middle of the first level of the Qi transformation period, it is all his strength. You're wrong. Because he will burst out attribute power, which will enhance his strength to the peak of Qi transformation period. If you think Chu Zhongshan has the increase of attribute power and makes his strength reach the peak of Qi transformation period, it is already his strongest means. You're wrong again. Because he will soon burst out a boxing that can destroy the void. If you think Chu Zhongshan has the fist technique that can destroy the void, it is his final card. Big mistake. Because he broke out the terrorist means that can change the color of heaven and earth and completely solidify the surrounding environment. If you think Chu Zhongshan can exert the means to influence the power of heaven and earth, is it his final card? I'm afraid I'm wrong again. Therefore, all the audience at the scene did not believe it. They believed that Chu Zhongshan still retained more cards. What's more, his opponent at this time is Ma Qi, an ordinary expert who can only take advantage of speed. Facing such an opponent, he doesn't need to expose all his cards. It can be said that the process of Chu Zhongshan's battle is the process of challenging people's nerves. Time goes back to the beginning of the game. Taking advantage of his own speed, Ma Qi, who has the absolute upper hand, looks at Chu Zhongshan, who is controlled by himself, and his heart is full of complacency and arrogance. Known as the strongest dark horse since the start of qualifying, its strength is comparable to the experts of LV Kong and He Wang. Now it is played by itself in the palm of the hand, and the depression accumulated in the heart disappears without a trace. As long as he continues to maintain such an attack method, he will be the object of his own humiliation, and teasing after the consumption of Chu Zhongshan's spiritual power is clean. However, what he never thought was that Chu Zhongshan, who had no way to take his own speed, would take the mysterious power of changing the color of heaven and earth and completely solidifying the surrounding environment. Seeing that he was as fast as lightning and was as slow as a snail in the completely solidified power, Ma Qiwei knew that he had lost this game. At the same time, he also knew that he must immediately find a way to escape the challenge arena solidified by the mysterious force. Otherwise, Liu Jiafu will not let himself go easily because he once arranged Liu Jiafu to consume the spiritual power and physical strength of Chu Zhongshan. However, just when he wanted to mobilize all his spiritual power and plan to retreat temporarily, the saber technique containing attribute power was like a tiger coming down the mountain and killing it directly. Under the fastening of power, Ma Qiwei can neither use speed to dodge nor mobilize spiritual power to form effective defense. Ma Qiwei can only watch the saber technique, containing attribute power, and blow it hard on himself. Whether it's the burst sound generated by the explosion of attribute power or the impact sound generated by the life spirit knife hitting the defense spirit instrument, the sound is completely shielded by the potential, and there is no movement outside the challenge arena. Having a defensive spirit weapon is equivalent to having the defense of the realm of Qi melting period. Chu Zhongshan's saber technique containing attribute power can't break the defense of the spirit weapon and really hurt Ma Qiwei for the time being. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry. Because his strength is far stronger than Ma Qiwei, under the influence of potential, Ma Qiwei can't have a chance to fight back, so he can only let himself be slaughtered. Since one move contains attribute power and cannot break the defense of spirit weapon, continue to use the second move. If the second move is still unable to break the defense of the spirit weapon, then use 3, 5, and 10 moves to attack until the defense of the spirit weapon breaks. They hurt. Very painful. It hurts. Although the saber technique, which contains attribute power, cannot completely break the defensive spirit weapon on his body, the physical power of the saber technique itself can act on him through the spirit weapon, which makes him feel very painful. The first pain can be tolerated, the second pain can be tolerated, and the third pain can persist, but the fourth, fifth, sixth, or even endless pain. At this time, Ma Qiwei wanted to admit defeat and get rid of this endless torture, but under the solidification of strength, he couldn't admit defeat at all. Although the spirit tool contains the power of Qi melting period, if you want to give full play to the power of the spirit tool itself, the premise must be touched and maintained by spirit power or genuine. Ma Qiwei, who was completely frozen by the potential, could not mobilize the spiritual power in the Danshan to input into the spiritual weapon, so the defensive spiritual weapon that could not exert its power was finally blasted out of a crack under the continuous attack of Chu Zhongshan. The exertion of potential itself consumes its own spiritual power extremely. In addition, the continuous exertion of saber skills has just restored the Danshan with 8 layers of spiritual power. At this time, there are only less than 3 layers of spiritual power left. Therefore, after feeling the defensive spirit weapon with a crack blasted by his own knife technique, Chu Zhongshan mobilized all his spiritual power on his life spirit sword, took millet from the fire, and directly attacked the gap of the spirit weapon. The power containing attributes directly acts on Ma Qiwei through the gap of the spirit tool, making Ma Qiwei's face distorted due to pain spit blood directly from his mouth. After feeling Ma Qiwei's injury, Chu Zhongshan found that his injury was far less serious than that he brought to Time Liang at the beginning. Therefore, after swallowing an 8-product Qi tonifying pill, he continued to mobilize the residual spiritual power of the elixir field, and once cast the first-order sword technique to continue to attack the gap of the defense spirit weapon. Hello, younger martial brother Chu. I'm Long Xingyun from Zhangzhufeng. When Chu Zhongshan used his sword technique for the second time to attack the gap of the defensive spirit weapon, a strange voice suddenly came to his ear. Dragon Cloud. Hearing this strange and familiar voice, Chu Zhongshan raised a trace of vigilance. Because of the name of Long Xingyun, before the ranking competition, when Tian Jun appeared on behalf of the sect leader's first department, he had heard from Time Liang. He knew that he was the eldest martial brother of the sect leader's first department. He not only had a high status and could handle some sect affairs on behalf of the sect leader, but also had a terrible strength. Younger martial brother Chu, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm to you. I just want to tell you that it's okay to hurt Ma Qiwei, but don't take his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid the law enforcement peak under the wrath will be against you secretly." It turned out to be a special reminder. After hearing the explanation of Longxingyun, Chu Zhongshan immediately put down his vigilance. At the same time, the fact that Longxingyun can transmit sound secretly at this time means that he has a certain favor for himself. As the eldest martial brother of the sect, he must feel that the leader of Liyun's sect attaches great importance to his ability to accept disciples on behalf of his teachers. And if you get the favor of Longxingyun, it means you get the favor of the patriarch, which makes Chu Zhongshan very happy. The reason why he participated in the sect contest was that he did not hesitate to expose many cards. In addition to reaping rich rewards, the most important goal was to attract the attention of the high-level sects. Now, this goal has been achieved. At this time, he was secretly reminded by Longxingyun. He just took advantage of the opportunity to show his kindness to Longxingyun. With the help of the upper-level 8 product Qi Tonifeng pill just swallowed, he mobilized part of his barely recovered spiritual power. After recovering his potential, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed his body skills and kicked Ma Qiwei, who landed in mid-air, causing him to fall off the challenge arena. Boom! Ma Qiwei, who fell heavily to the ground, hit the ground with a roar. With the roar of close contact between his body and the ground, Ma Qiwei, who was seriously injured, was directly knocked out by the impact force. Chu Zhongshan wins. As the leader of the Trial Peak and the peerless strong man in the realm of divine soul, Zhang Fakin knows what the power Chu Zhongshan just showed is. He is also envious and jealous of the means that can affect the power of heaven and earth. He admires the people who master this power. Therefore, when announcing Chu Zhongshan's victory, his tone was inevitably excited. Walking down the challenge arena and back to the people, Chu Zhongshan saw the choice in Time Liang's eyes, the infatuation in Zhang Qian's eyes, and the worship in Wang Zhongning's eyes, but he didn't see the meaning expressed in Dongfeng Yun'er's eyes. Because she still bowed her head and didn't speak at this time, and still fell into a self-contradictory state of mind. In this regard, Chu Tianxi didn't care. She didn't have the impulse to explain because Dongfeng Yun'er didn't understand, nor did she have the slightest waves because of her deliberate alienation. After nodding to Time Liang and others, Chu Zhongshan took out the pill and spirit stone and continued to restore the spirit power that had been consumed just now. Just after Chu Zhongshan stepped down from the challenge arena and the staff took away Ma Qiwei, who was dizzy, Zhang Fakin didn't immediately announce the next round of competition, but waited a few minutes. First, the audience could digest the shock brought by Chu Zhongshan's mysterious power just now. Second, he also hopes that in this way, he can give Chu Zhongshan, LV Kong, and He Wang enough time to rest and restore their spiritual power. In the first game of the 11th round, contestant number 1 Gu Zheali and contestant number 2 LV Kong. After He Wang's painful blow to him, Gu Zheali has an unforgettable painful memory in his heart, so at this time, in the face of LV Kong with higher ranking, he chose to admit defeat. What a pity. Seeing that Gu Zheali took the initiative to admit defeat, LV Kong deliberately showed a regrettable expression, as if he wanted to teach Gu Zheali a lesson and let him know how to maintain respect when facing an expert. LV Kong's painstaking expression of pity made Gu Zheali secretly rejoice that he had insight and admitted defeat before the game. Otherwise, if he has not recovered from the serious injury, he is likely to suffer heavy damage at one time, which will affect his foundation of breaking through the Qi transformation period in the future. Alas! Chu Zhongshan, who was trying to restore his spiritual power, couldn't help sighing after opening his eyes. Even with the dual assistance of the top grade 8 Qi tonifying pill and the 7th grade medium-level spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan only managed to restore 3 levels of spiritual power in just 5 minutes, but he had to end his cultivation at this time. Because according to the rules of qualifying, it's his turn to play in the next game, and the opponent in this round is Xia Luoxing, who ranks 3rd in strength. Although Xia Luoxing still didn't show up at this time after being taken away by Su Hua, no one can guarantee whether he will appear at the scene of the game, so Chu Zhongshan can only end his cultivation and plans to get up and walk to the challenge arena. At this time, he heard Zhang Fakin shouting his own entry number. In the second game of the 11th round, contestant number 5 Zhao Qing and contestant number 12 Ma Beihua. He looked at Zhang Fakin in doubt. Chu Zhongshan didn't know why he reported the wrong number. Chu Zhongshan, seize the time to restore your spiritual power and try to face Xia Luoxing in a perfect state. What I can help you is to arrange your game to the last game of this round. Just when Chu Zhongshan thought that this game was wrong, the voice of Zhang Fakan came to his ear. It was not Zhang Fakan who reported the wrong number, but he secretly helped himself. With a grateful look at Zhang Fakan, Chu Zhongshan has remembered his secret help today and made a commitment to repay him if he has a chance in the future. Sitting down again, Chu Zhongshan continued to restore his spiritual power with the help of Pill and Spirit Stone. Just as Zhao Qing and Ma Beiahu boarded the challenge arena, a loud roar came from the distance of the challenge arena. With the roar, a dark shadow rushed to the challenge arena like a strong wind. When it was tens of meters away from the challenge arena, the dark shadow stopped instantly, showing his accurate control of his own power. Isn't this Xia Luoxing? Has his injury completely recovered? When the shadow stopped completely, the audience immediately recognized the shadow. It was Xia Luoxing who was seriously injured by LV Kong's move. At this time, Xia Luoxing didn't have a breath of serious injury, and even a faint smell of danger was revealed. Elder Martial Brother, do you have a special feeling that Xia Luoxing is completely different from before? Yes, I feel that Xia Luoxing seems to hide an unusually strong force in his body, which may erupt at any time. Uncle Jiao, some people are going too far. As a powerful person whose cultivation surpasses the divine soul period, Long Xingyun can see the changes of Xia Luoxing at this time and the hidden things in his body at a glance. It's just a competition between the external disciples in the physical training period. They use that kind of means. Long Xingyun can't see it. If Chu Zhongshan can win, then I will secretly tell him to deprive Xia Luoxing of the Lingbao and let him use it for himself. If Chu Zhongshan is defeated by Xia Luoxing and the power of the Lingbao in his body, I will not only personally deprive him of the Lingbao in his body, but also personally go to the law enforcement peak to help them recall how the man called Butcher swept the law enforcement peak 100 years ago. Although Jiao Enjun looked very calm when he said the above paragraph, his tone showed domineering and murderous, which made Long Xingyun and Tian Jun admire. Xia Luoxing appeared at the scene of the game, but Chu Zhongshan, who restored his spiritual power, certainly noticed it. He also saw Xia Luoxing, which is completely different now. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan has no waves in his heart. It's not that he doesn't pay attention to the Xia Luoxing after the change, but that he pays more attention now, which is far less important than restoring his spiritual power. As long as the spiritual power is fully restored and the state reaches the peak, no matter Xia Luoxing has any hidden cards, he has his own means to deal with them. In the face of Zhao Qing, who ranks 5th in strength, has unpredictable attack means and changeable temperament, Ma Beiahu doesn't want to fight her at all. I wanted to admit defeat directly after I boarded the challenge arena, but I was delayed by Xia Luoxing. When the crowd had adapted to the sudden appearance of Xia Luoxing and paid attention to the transfer to the challenge arena, Ma Beiahu quickly opened his mouth to admit defeat. Contestant number 5 Zhao Qing wins. With a frown, he glanced at Xia Luoxing, who was very excited. Zhang Fakan had no choice but to announce Zhao Qing's victory. The third game of the 11th round was played by Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, against Ma Qiwei, who ranked 11th. Looking at Ma Qiwei with pale face and messy breath, Zhang Renyuan felt a burst of comfort in his heart. Among the 13 players who participated in the qualifying, LV Kong, He Weiying and Chu Zhongshan were the ones he was afraid of. The last thing he wanted to face was Ma Qiwei, who had an absolute advantage in speed. LV Kong, He Weiying and Chu Zhongshan are all experts who have both attack and defense and have few flaws. To fight against such experts, admitting defeat is the last choice. In the face of Ma Qiwei, who is as fast as lightning, it is difficult to deal with him if he does not have tenacious perseverance, sufficient spiritual power, and eye power to find flaws. Admitting defeat is the choice at the beginning of the game. Fortunately, in the last round of competition, Chu Zhongshan not only defeated Ma Qiwei after exposing a card, but also made him suffer serious trauma. At this time, he was very reluctant to get on the challenge arena, so Zhang Renyuan rarely smiled and pretended to be concerned. Younger Martial Brother Ma, how are you? Can you continue the game? Then, with a change of tone, Zhang Renyuan pretended to be an atmospheric gesture and said, "Don't worry, Elder Martial Brother, I will show mercy and won't let the younger Martial Brother lose too embarrassed. I admit defeat." Seeing Zhang Renyuan's ugly appearance of a small man's success, Ma Qiwei gnashed his teeth and admitted defeat. If he hadn't been seriously injured by Chu Zhongshan, it would be difficult to recover in a short time. Reluctantly using his spiritual power would damage the foundation and affect the breakthrough of Qi transformation period. I'm afraid he would really fight with Zhang Renyuan to let him know that some people can't be easily provoked. The fourth game of the 11th round was played by Liu Jiafu, who ranked 12th, against Wang Hanzhong, who ranked 11th. In terms of strength, Wang Hanzhong, who has improved his sword technique and strength to a new level, can definitely easily beat Liu Jiafu, but he did not do so, but chose the way of defensive counterattack. Because he wants to give Chu Zhongshan more time to recover his spiritual power, so that Chu Zhongshan can face Xia Luoxing, who returns in a better state, he has been suppressing his strength and is always in defense. Although Chu Zhongshan took the time to restore his spiritual power, he still focused on the challenge arena. He knew the significance of Wang Hanzhong's practice, and he felt a touch of closeness in his heart. After delaying for more than half an hour, Liu Jiafu's spiritual power consumption is huge. Looking at Wang Hanzhong with a leisurely look and no sign of fatigue, Liu Jiafu knows that he is not his opponent at all. I'm afraid he intends to delay the game. Next, Liu Jiafu also paid attention to Wang Hanzhong's actions when attacking with all his strength. Finally, he found that Wang Hanzhong took a look at Chu Zhongshan from time to time during the game. After a little thought, he realized that this was Wang Hanzhong's intention to give Chu Zhongshan more time to recover his spiritual power, so he stepped back directly and admitted defeat loudly. What a pity! Looking at Liu Jiafu, who took the initiative to admit defeat, Wang Hanzhong felt a great pity. Originally, according to his calculation, he and Liu Jiafu could still struggle for at least more than 20 minutes. In more than 20 minutes, Chu Zhongshan could not fully recover his spiritual power, but at least recovered more than half. However, I didn't expect that Liu Jiafu guessed his mind and directly chose to admit defeat. The fifth game of the 11th round was played by Meng Fanqiang, who ranked 9th, against Sun Jimin, who ranked 6th. If only from the ranking, Meng Fanqiang, who ranks 9th, is certainly not Sun Jimin's opponent, but Sun Jimin is good at defensive counterattack and his attack power is not strong, so Meng Fanqiang plans to try and see if he has a chance to defeat Sun Jimin. Sun Jimin is good at defensive counterattack and his attack power is not strong. Therefore, after using strong defense to resist Meng Fanqiang's attack of hundreds of moves, with the help of his excessive consumption of spiritual power and some distraction, he directly knocked Meng Dan off the challenge arena with a counterattack that has been stored for a long time. Whether it is Zhang Faken's deliberate care or Wang Hanzhong's efforts to delay time, with the end of the fifth game, the real challenge facing Chu Zhongshan is coming. Put away the remaining 7-grade medium-level spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan stood up and stepped onto the challenge arena with an indifferent look. With the time deliberately delayed by Zhang Faken and Wang Hanzhong, although the spiritual power has not been fully restored, it has also been restored to the 9th floor. The spirit power of the 9th floor is enough to give full play to all its strength, so Chu Zhongshan doesn't have any pressure at this time, but only looks forward to the battle. Chu Zhongshan sees elder martial brother Xia. Although he despised Xia Luoxing's behavior, Chu Zhongshan was the first to say hello in accordance with the rules of the game. Xia Luoxing has seen younger martial brother Chu. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Xia Luoxing also temporarily put away his arrogant look. After all, Chu Zhongshan has proved himself with his strength. He is definitely an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Seeing that both of them were ready, Zhang Faken directly announced the start of the game. At the same time, he also secretly mobilized Zhen Yuan to prevent Chu Zhongshan from helping in time in case of an accident during the two people's game. After all, Xia Luoxing, who returned to the game again, had a hidden treasure in his body that made him a little scared. Poisonous dragon stabs the sky. After the previous rounds of competition, Xia Luoxing already knew that Chu Zhongshan was strong, so he didn't have any temptation. At the beginning, he used the medium-level sword technique of entering the realm of Xia Cheng. Take millet from the fire. In the face of Xia Luoxing's medium-level sword technique, Chu Zhongshan directly uses the first-level sword technique against the enemy. The power of the medium-level sword technique in the realm of Xia Cheng is equal to that of the high-level sword technique at the entry level. However, the power of the primary saber technique in Dasheng state barely reaches the level of high-level saber technique. But the increase of attribute power contained in the saber technique makes the power of the primary saber technique really enter the ranks of high-level martial arts. Therefore, after the collision between saber and sword, the power of saber and sword counteracts each other, and no one has the upper hand. Poisonous Dragon devours the sky. With one move, the medium-level sword technique of Xia Cheng's territory can't stand the middle heaven of Chu. Xia Luoxing has no accident. He continues to use the medium-level sword technique of entering Xia Cheng's territory and continues to speed up the attack. Fire burning. After the saber technique was offset by the sword technique, Chu Zhongshan was also not surprised. He also continued to use the first-class saber technique of reaching Dasheng, and also accelerated the attack. After using one-move saber technique to temporarily counteract Xia Luoxing's sword technique, Chu Zhongshan took advantage of his slightly dominant body method and martial arts to leave for a while. After gasping for a few breaths, Chu Zhongshan decided to use a card to temporarily calm the churning qi and blood in his body. Don't say that his spiritual power has only recovered 9 layers at this time. Even if he maintains his full state and competes with Xia Luoxing in martial arts, he must suffer in the end. After all, the cultivation at the peak of the 9th floor during the training period is a disadvantage that restricts him from fighting for a long time. The shoulders swing back and forth, a momentum that changes the color of heaven and earth, and solidifies the surrounding environment rises from the sky in Chu. Xia Luoxing, who used to use the medium-level sword technique of entering Xia Cheng, suddenly felt as if he had entered the swamp, and his action speed was unusually slow. After using the mysterious potential to limit Xia Luoxing's speed, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to delay for fear that he had something to turn over. He directly used the first-order saber technique to take millet from the fire, and the sharp tip stabbed directly into his heart. Yang Mirror of Yin and Yang Mirror, come out. I felt that the blade tip containing attribute power was about to stab my heart. I couldn't use speed to dodge and mobilize spiritual power to defend directly. Xia Luoxing, who was in a desperate situation, directly used the cards he had just got. When the blade tip containing attribute power was about to stab Xia Luoxing at the key point of his heart, a bronze mirror, the size of a palm, appeared at the key point of his heart. The blade tip containing attribute power stabs directly on the bronze mirror. Feel the attribute power contained in the blade tip. The mirror surface of the cyan bronze mirror emits a trace of blue light. The blue light directly wraps the blade tip and directly deprives the attribute power contained in Benaming's spirit blade in a way that Chu Zhongshan can't understand. Then, the attribute power directly turned the attack direction and rushed towards him. For the time being, we can't study the origin of the cyan bronze mirror that appears in the heart of Xia Luoxing, nor can we study why the cyan bronze mirror can deprive the attribute power contained in the life spirit knife. In the face of the attribute power that suddenly turns the attack direction, Chu Zhongshan uses his body skills to quickly avoid the attribute power that comes. Although I don't understand why the bronze mirror can deprive the attribute power contained in this life spirit knife, the attribute power and the bronze mirror can affect the potential of the surrounding environment when they are in the potential, and there are also restrictions on the attribute power of turning the gun head, so he can easily avoid the attack of attribute power. Chu Zhongshan had never heard that there were such treasures in the world. Facing the blue bronze mirror, he had both fear and deep greed. However, fear and greed just flashed through my mind. At this moment, he needs to solve the threat posed by the cyan bronze mirror. If you can deprive the weapon of its power, then if the weapon itself does not attach any power, only the power contained in the physical attack of the weapon itself, is there no way to deprive the cyan bronze mirror? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan put away his life spirit knife, took out a refined steel knife from the storage bag, and then exercised the basic knife technique to test whether his idea is right or wrong. Split inside and pull. Replace the refined steel saber and use the basic saber technique without attribute power. The cyan bronze mirror can't deprive any power on the weapon, but the basic saber technique without attribute power increase can't break the defense of the cyan copper territory, so that his attack can't fall on Xia Luoxing at all. The exertion also consumes spiritual power. After the fight with Xia Luoxing, the spiritual power in the heaven elixir field in the middle of Chu has consumed nearly 5 layers. At this time, there are only more than 4 layers left. can't continue to use the basic saber technique to consume his spiritual and physical strength. Chu Zhongshan began to run his brain to see if he had any means to break the defense of the Cyan Bronze Mirror. Among the 4 cards you own, the increase of attribute power will be deprived of your power to attack when facing the Cyan Bronze Mirror. The Chi-killing fist that can destroy the void needs its own 9 layers of spiritual power to be reluctantly used. At this time, it is impossible to use the Chi-killing fist at all, can affect the potential of the surrounding environment, cannot bind the Cyan Bronze Mirror, let it easily block every attack. The only unused card is the purple blood in the body. Purple blood can not only improve their strength and enhance their combat effectiveness, but also have strong physical attacks. Try it. 3 of the 4 cards have been used, and Chu Zhongshan is no longer hiding the last card. Put away the refined steel saber, take out the holy power again, force a drop of blood containing purple energy from the body, and then integrate the purple blood into the holy saber. The original metal-colored Benaming spirit knife, after being mixed with purple blood, gradually turns red, giving people a feeling of magic, but the purple in the red blood perfectly masks the magic of the spirit knife, giving people a feeling of domineering. Boom. Will the Benaming spirit saber with purple blood conflict with the attribute power? Chu Zhongshan has no bottom in his heart, so he didn't use the primary saber technique, and still used the basic saber technique as an attack means. With one move, Taishan pressed the top of the mountain, emitting red and purple Benaming spirit saber all over. With an unstoppable momentum, he cut hard on the blue-copper territory, and then issued a roar that even the potential could not be shielded. With the deafening roar, Chu Zhongshan was directly bounced back by the strong rebound, while the Cyan Bronze Mirror, which has been guarding Xia Luoxing, was also bounced back by the strong rebound. Because it has been guarding Xia Luoxing's body, the Cyan Bronze Mirror bounced back and hit Xia Luoxing, who was solidified by the potential, so that he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. He rubbed his numb wrist, which was shocked by the rebound force, and looked at Xia Luoxing, who was forcibly shocked back and injured, which was a joy in the heart of heaven in Chu. Since the physical attack of purple blood is effective, I will continue to use this method. After continuing to force the purple blood out of the body and continue to integrate into the soul knife of this life, Chu Zhongshan still used the basic knife technique to cut Xia Luoxing's head. With the roar, Chu Zhongshan was once bounced back by the strong rebound force, and the Cyan Bronze Mirror shocked back by the rebound force, because it was located above Xia Luoxing's head, directly hit his head when it was shocked back, making Xia Luoxing completely faint. After Xia Luoxing was stunned by the impact force, the Cyan Bronze Mirror seemed to lose control and fell directly from mid-air to the ground. Display the high-level body method and martial arts of entering the entry-level territory. One dodges and appears next to the Cyan Copper territory. Chu Zhongshan bends over and reaches out to put away the Cyan Copper territory. At this time, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the blue bronze mirror, and the big hand grabbed Chu Zhongshan, standing next to the bronze mirror. Although he was happy to see Bao, Chu Zhongshan still kept enough vigilance before he started, so when the big hand was about to catch him, the high-level body method and martial arts of the entry level directly drove him back quickly. At the same time, the mind controls the potential and tries to bind the big hand stretched out in the bronze mirror. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan escaped his own attack and broke away from the blue-copper territory, it seemed as if the wind rose and directly changed its face to a giant palm that could block out the sky and the sun, and then beat it hard at Chu Zhongshan. Looking at the giant palm quickly photographed to himself, and feeling the thrilling power on the giant palm, Chu Zhongshan was not nervous at all. He stretched out his hand to pick the scattered bangs in front of his forehead and turned his head to Zhao Enjun sitting in the black dragon chair. "Lao Zhao, what are you doing? Do it!" Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun, who had already planned to fight, were stunned when they heard Chu Zhongshan's voice. Subsequently, the two people reacted differently. Zhao Enjun heard Chu Zhongshan call him Lao Jiao as if he were a friend. He was so angry that he almost blew his beard and stared, but there was a warm current in his heart, which showed that Chu Zhongshan was willing to be close to himself and was conducive to accepting him as an apprentice. But no matter how angry he was and how warm his heart was, Zhao Enjun still chose to fight. I didn't see how he used his means. The black dragon chair under his ass disappeared without a trace. Then, in front of Chu Zhongshan, A black dragon about 100 meters long directly met the giant palm. Long Xingyan heard Chu Zhongshan's name for Zhao Enjun, and the idea of helping him was stifled. Until this time, Long Xingyan finally knew why Zhao Enjun, who acted as he wanted and had unfathomable strength, appeared at the scene of the competition of external disciples. It turned out that he and Chu Zhongshan had known each other for a long time, and through the title just now, it must be that the relationship between the two people is not shallow. Long Xingyan even suspected that Zhao Enjun's visit to the game scene was actually to serve Chu Zhongshan, so as to avoid being bullied by some forces who thought he was something. Looking at the black dragon suddenly turned out in front of him, Chu Zhongshan knew that his task was over, so he took back his momentum and planned to step back temporarily to avoid being hurt by the battle aftermath formed by the black dragon and the giant palm. However, just as he was going to step back and leave the challenge arena temporarily, he was delighted to see the blue bronze mirror falling on the ground. The giant palm was entangled by the black dragon. At this time, it was impossible to take into account the cyan copper state. Therefore, before leaving the stage, the bold and careful Chu Zhongshan conveniently put the cyan bronze mirror that fell on the ground into the storage ring, while everyone's attention was attracted by the black dragon and giant palm in the sky. Among the people attracted by the black dragon and the giant palm, only Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyan noticed the small movements of Chu Zhongshan. In this regard, the two people not only didn't care, but showed an expression of appreciation on their faces. Even after the sky as like as two peas in the middle of Chu, Vincent Chayo secretly put on a display of the same green mirror. Who dares to stop me from killing my grandson? Originally turned into a giant palm and planned to slap the people who dared to hurt Xia Luoxing. But at this time, his strength was not inferior to his black dragon and easily blocked his attack, which made the owner of the giant palm very angry. Ow! Facing the yell of the owner of the giant palm, he replied that the black dragon roared up to the sky. I'm still the elder of the law enforcement peak. If you dare to provoke me, it's tantamount to provoking the whole law enforcement peak. I wonder if you can bear me and the dignity of the law enforcement peak. Facing the roaring provocation of the black dragon, the owner of the giant palm threatened. Zhao Enjun's close relationship with Chu Zhongshan has made Long Xingyan give up his intention to fight, but when he heard the owner of the giant palm say the threatening words just now, he didn't know that it touched his angry nerve and made him appear directly opposite the giant palm and beside the black giant dragon. Facing the threat from the owner of the giant palm, Long Xingyan asked in an extremely cold tone, I don't know if Long Xingyan is qualified to intervene in this matter. Maybe you law enforcement peak dares to deal with the patriarch. The sudden appearance of Long Xingyan made the owner of the giant palm immediately conclude, and he didn't know how to answer the question of Long Xingyan. Although the law enforcement peak is powerful and controls more than half of the forces of Lian's sect, as the real master of Lian's sect, the strength of the sect can never be underestimated. What's more, as the real leader of the patriarch's family, the strength of the patriarch is absolutely not easily provoked by the law enforcement peak. After all, the owner of the giant palm has been deeply impressed by the bloody conflict in the past 100 years, so the owner of the giant palm withdrew voluntarily. Since I'm the eldest martial brother of the sect leader, I can skip hurting my grandson, but now I want to take back the cyan bronze mirror and take my grandson away. You can take Xia Luoxing away, but according to the rules of sect Dabai, Xia Luoxing automatically gives up qualifying. He doesn't have any points and achievements in this qualifying. The blue bronze mirror was given by Chu Zhongshan, and Long Xingyan was embarrassed to ask him for it, but Long Xingyan would not give him a good face for the law enforcement peak's 3 times and 2 times contempt for the rules of the sect Dabai. In the final analysis, Lian's sect belongs to the sect leader. How can he allow others to despise the sect Dabai again and again? The unquestionable attitude of the dragon made the owner of the giant palm hesitate. This time, sectarianism is much different from the past. Because this time, the sectarian ratio involves the quota of Tianhuang's secret land, opened 6 months later. And the secret land of the wilderness belongs to the top 5 secret places in the whole southern region. He doesn't want his younger generation to miss this opportunity. As soon as his mind swept away his dizziness, Xia Luoxing found that he was just stunned by the physical power of the cyan bronze mirror. His injury was not serious. An 8th-grade healing pill could restore his injury, and immediately gave up the idea of taking him away. Then his thoughts were put on the blue copper realm. Xia Luoxing has lost 2 games in a row. If you want to finally break into the first 3 rounds, you must ensure that you win the next 2 rounds. In the next 2 rounds, He Weiying, who ranked 2nd in strength, was his biggest opponent. Because as the real owner of the Cyan Copper territory, the giant palm is too clear about the power of the Cyan Copper territory. Not to mention the cultivation, only the disciples in the physical training stage can deal with the Cyan Bronze Mirror. Even the top experts in the Qi transformation stage, and even the Qi C stage can't shoot down the Cyan Bronze Mirror. So he plans to use special means to restore the process of the competition, just now through the Cyan Bronze realm, and see how the younger generation, who was almost killed by himself, shot down the Cyan Bronze Mirror. As long as we understand the reason why the Bronze Mirror was shot down, we can prevent the opponent from using this method in the next game. However, when the mind of the giant palm swept through the challenge arena, it was found that the Cyan Bronze Mirror that had fallen to the ground suddenly disappeared. The unrelenting giant palm used the power of divine thought to search back and forth for several times. After determining that the Cyan Bronze Mirror completely disappeared, the giant palm was completely angry. Although the giant palm has no eyes, it feels like looking directly at the dragon cloud with eyes. Long Xingyun, hand it over. The huge palm forcibly suppressed the inner anger, and even said in a trembling tone because of suppressing the anger. "What are you paying?" Long Xingyun asked knowingly. Long Xingyun, as the eldest martial brother of the patriarch, is also a villain who wants to get rich. Seeing the master of the giant palm of the dragon cloud, who pretended to be confused, said impolitely, "I don't know what you're talking about." Shrugging his shoulders, Long Xingyun responded with a very helpless expression. "Long Xingyun, I have a limit to my patience. Don't cause an internal fight between the law enforcement peak and the patriarch for the sake of a mere lingbao." Looking at the dragon cloud who pretended to be stupid and refused to hand over the Cyan Bronze Mirror, the owner of the giant palm felt that the suppressed anger in his heart had reached the edge of outbreak, and his words were full of undisguised threats. "Xia Jialong, you old man, don't give you a shameless face." The owner of the giant palm threatened the fight between the law enforcement peak and the patriarch so that Long Xingyun was completely in anger. "Don't say I haven't seen any lingbao. Even if I take it, what can you do for me?" Long Xingyun, who is in a rage, directly scolds. Then the body took off quickly and rushed directly to the giant palm. "Little man surnamed Dragon, you dare to insult me. I think you are impatient." The owner of the giant palm in mid-air was completely angered by the abuse of Longxing Cloud. The giant palm was like Tianwei and directly patted the rushing Longxing Cloud. When the black dragon saw the dragon's hand, he shook his head helplessly, and then turned into a black dragon chair and appeared under Jiao Enjun's ass. "Uncle Jiao, is my elder martial brother okay?" Jiao Enjun, who obviously didn't plan to take back the black dragon chair, asked Tian Jun, who stood behind the dragon chair with some worry. "Boy, don't worry." He shook his head at Tian Jun, and Jiao Enjun praised with confidence. "Nephew Long's strength has surpassed that of ordinary martial arts. In the whole Liyan sect, no one is your elder martial brother's opponent except me, the leader of law enforcement peak, your mentor and several old guys in the secret territory of the sect. And the old man in front of you, don't say he just turned into a palm. Even if his real body is here, he is not the enemy of your senior brother's 5 moves." Sure enough, just after Jiao Enjun praised Long Xingyun, he greeted the giant palm like a man walking Tyrannosaurus Rex, waved 2 fists and forcibly smashed and torn the giant palm. "Impossible, how can you enter that realm when you are young?" As the last palm was torn by the dragon cloud, the owner of the giant palm shouted in an unbelievable tone. "Old man, if it weren't for the law enforcement peak, Marshal Uncle Wang himself, I would kill the law enforcement peak and kill yourself." When the giant palm completely dissipated in the air, the dragon cloud looked at the direction of the law enforcement peak and threatened with an unusually overbearing tone. After leaving an unwilling threat, Long Xingyun flashed back to his dragon chair, looked at Jiao Enjun and said in a very unhappy tone, "Uncle Jiao, today's business is all about me venting my anger for your old man, so you can't just watch and don't do some things." "Boy, I have the same characteristic as your master." Speaking of this, Jiao Enjun also looked at the direction of the law enforcement peak and made a commitment in a firm tone. "When you kill the law enforcement peak in the future, the person standing behind you must be me. Well, with Martial Uncle's promise, I have gained a lot today. Tens of thousands of spectators at the scene had long been foolishly stunned there, looking into a dull state. After nearly half an hour's delay, some disciples gradually recovered. Elder Martial Brother, the qualifying competition held now, is really just the sect ratio of external disciples. A disciple who had just entered the 7th floor of the cultivation period asked a senior brother who had reached the 10th floor of the cultivation period. Younger Martial Brother, I have been in the sect for 3 years. Taking into account the sect ratio this time, I have participated in 3 sessions, but the sect ratio of the first 2 sessions can't be compared with this session. Whether it's the overall strength of the participating disciples or the emergencies in the process of qualifying, I think the excellence of the sect ratio this time has exceeded the sect ratio of the disciples in the Qi transformation period, and may even be inferior to the sect ratio of the core disciples in the Qi C period. Elder Martial Brother, although there are many experts of Liyun sect, they obviously disagree with each other. Will there be some bloody conflicts in the future? An exceptionally intelligent disciple speculated on some consequences that frightened him through the conversation between Long Xingyun and the owner of the giant palm just now. Silence! The elder Martial Brother, who had been in school for 3 years, quickly motioned him to shut up and looked around. He was relieved to find that no one had noticed their conversation just now. Chu Zhongshan, who conveniently took away the blue bronze mirror, nervously returned to Dongfeng Yuner and others, and then took out the pill and spirit stone. While continuing to restore the spirit power consumed just now, he paid attention to the war situation above his head. I was relieved to see that Long Xingyun easily destroyed the giant palm and assumed the responsibility for the disappearance of the cyan bronze mirror. Although you can't see through the real cultivation of the owner of the giant palm, it is enough to show that the cultivation of the owner of the giant palm is at least a great power beyond the divine soul period. Walking along with the treasure of the powerful is tantamount to pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. It may be exposed at any time afterwards and retaliated by the powerful. Now the responsibility for the handy treasure is borne by Long Xingyun. As long as you don't use cyan bronze mirrors in a short time, there should be no problem in safety. Boy, you don't have to pay attention to the blue bronze mirror, because only me and the boy surnamed Long saw the process of taking the lingbao. As long as you don't use the lingbao in the sect in a short time, the old man can't find it. When the sect contest is over, I'll help you refine it myself, and you can thoroughly master and use the cyan bronze mirror. Just after Chu Zhongshan reluctantly put down his heart, Zhao Enjun's voice came to his ear. At the same time, he also gave himself a reassurance. After the dragon cloud completely tore the giant palm and left an overbearing threat, Chu Zhongshan could finally restore his spiritual power at ease. Master Zhang Feng, it's over. You can continue the game. After receiving Zhao Enjun's promise, Long Xingyun glanced at Zhang Fakan, who was in a daze, and kindly reminded him. Next, in the first game of the 12th round, Guo Xiaoli, the number 1 player, will compete with Zhang Renyuan, the number 6 player. Guo Xiaoli met elder Martial Brother Zhang. Guo Xiaoli, who boarded the challenge arena, was going to admit defeat. Because he was hard hit, he could not be Zhang Renyuan's opponent at all, but when he wanted to admit defeat, a strange voice suddenly came from his ear, ordering him to delay for a period of time so that Xia Luoxing could have enough time to heal. Zhang Renyuan has seen younger Martial Brother Guo. Zhang Renyuan, who is also a preparatory disciple of the law enforcement peak, also received the same order. Originally, Zhang Renyuan intended to easily accept the refreshing mood of a victory, but he was suddenly unhappy. However, in the face of those who could command him by using the art of sound transmission, he didn't dare to resist at all, so he had to accept the order honestly. Guo Xiaoli's face is pale and his breath is messy. Even if he is cooperating with him, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight for long because of the injury in his body. In desperation, Zhang Renyuan winked quietly while using verbal conversation to delay for a period of time. Younger Martial Brother Guo, I don't think you look very well. Has your injury not fully recovered? Alas, Guo Xiaoli sighed, then looked up into the distance, his eyes full of complexity. After looking at it for nearly 5 minutes, I feel that if I continue to look at it, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the people on the scene. After taking back his eyes, Guo Xiaoli said in a very pitiful tone, Elder Martial Brother Zhang, you don't know Elder Martial Brother Lu in the first game of the 10th round, he Subsequently, the audience witnessed a new game, which was completely carried out in the form of gossip. Originally, according to Zhang Faken's character, what Guo Xiaoli and Zhang Renyuan did at this time, he had long been scolded. However, considering that Chu Zhongshan, who has just finished the game and consumes a lot of spiritual power, also needs time to restore spiritual power, Zhang Faken will let Guo Xiaoli and Zhang Renyuan chat. Guo Xiaoli and Zhang Renyuan had to stop chatting after chatting for nearly an hour. It's not that someone won't let them continue to talk, but two people who are not familiar with each other once said all the topics they can say, and then they really don't know what to talk about. Elder Martial Brother Zhang, I've always been unconvinced by your ranking. Just with the help of this game, let younger Martial Brother test your strength and see if you are really better than me. Being able to use gossip to delay for an hour, Guo Xiaoli felt that he had completed the orders of the strong behind him. At this time, he wants to finish the game quickly and continue to heal after going on, so as not to expand the injury to the foundation and affect him to break through the Qi transformation period. Really, Elder Martial Brother, I'll let you have a good look and see if my strength is worthy of my ranking. At this time, Zhang Renyuan didn't want to continue like this, so as not to affect his popularity in the audience. Therefore, seeing that Guo Xiaoli intended to end the game, he immediately cooperated enthusiastically. Turning stone into gold, one move into the early stage of Xia Cheng's martial arts, but it does not contain any spiritual power. Guo Xiaoli slowly went to Zhang Renyuan. The water falls and the flowers bloom. It is also the first-level sword technique that moves into the realm of Xia Cheng. It also does not contain any spiritual power. The only difference is that he is a little faster than Guo Xiaoli. Ah, Chungqiu Pen collided with Benaming Spirit Sword. There was neither the roaring impact sound nor the fluctuation when the spirit power broke out. There was only Guo Xiaoli's seemingly tragic howl. Accompanied by the terrible scream, Guo Xiaoli fell to the ground and pretended to be dizzy. Contestant number 6 Zhang Renyuan wins. Seeing that the drama of Guo Xiaoli and Zhang Renyuan was finally finished, Zhang Faken, who had long felt uncomfortable, immediately announced the result of the game. Seeing Guo Xiaoli pretending to be dizzy and hiding in the challenge arena, Zhang Faken wanted to kick him down. But at this time, Guo Xiaoli woke up in time, immediately stood up and pretended to be weak and walked down the challenge arena. After Guo Xiaoli stepped down from the challenge arena, Zhang Faken looked at Chu Zhongshan under the challenge arena and found that he had opened his eyes and was going to stand up. Seeing the elated and long breath of Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Faken knew that he had fully recovered his spiritual power and was relieved at once. Then he continued to announce the contestants' numbers and names. In the second game of the 12th round, contestant He Wang number 3 and contestant Chu Zhongshan number 13. As Zhang Faken announced the number and name of the contestants, the audience who had been tortured by Guo Xiaoli and Zhang Renyuan for more than an hour suddenly came to spirit. He Wang, the second-ranking expert among the external disciples, has excellent sword skills. She lost to LV Kong in qualifying. In the 12 rounds of competition, 9 wins and 1 loss, 1 empty round, accumulated 9 points, and temporarily ranked third. Chu Zhongshan, a black horse that can't be black in the big ratio of sex, is powerful. He has countless cards. So far, no one can know his depth. In the 12 rounds of competition, 10 victories were won in 10 battles. 1 round was empty, the product was 10, and was temporarily ranked second. The competition between two people can be said to be the most wonderful and worthy of attention in this round of competition. Moreover, the competition between two people is also related to the ownership of the final champion. If He Wang defeats Chu Zhongshan, LV Kong, who has not been defeated in a round, will basically become the champion of this sectarian contest. If Chu Zhongshan defeats He Wang, the ownership of the final champion will be put in the next round. The game between Chu Zhongshan and LV Kong. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother He. Chu Zhongshan, who took the lead in the challenge arena, greeted with respect. He Wang has seen younger martial brother Chu. He Wang responded with the same respect. The first match in the first round of qualifying was the duel between Chu Zhongshan and Guo Xiaoli. Although He Wang admired Chu Zhongshan, who had only 8 peaks in the physical training period, for being able to break through the 12 rounds of knockout and advance to the final qualifying, she didn't really pay attention to it in her heart. Even if he easily defeated Zhao Qing, who ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who ranked 4th, He Huang still didn't regard him as his opponent. Only when Chu Zhongshan broke through the 9th floor of the physical training period on the spot, and promoted his cultivation to the peak of the 9th floor of the physical training period for unknown reasons, can he really see him as an opponent who can threaten himself. With the continuous outbreak of cards in Chu Zhongshan and the shock brought by each card, He Huang began to worry about whether she was the opponent of Chu Zhongshan. In particular, Chu Zhongshan's mysterious power, which can change the color of the sky and solidify the surrounding environment, shook his confidence in defeating Chu Zhongshan. What's more, when Chu Zhongshan faced the cyan bronze mirror in Xia Luoxing's body, he played an unknown card to defeat the strange treasure that the powerful and powerful all like very much, which made He Huang almost lose her confidence in dueling with Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother Chu, I have something I want to verify with you before the fight. Can you help me solve my doubts? He Huang asked nervously, throwing out the thoughts just now. Elder martial brother He, among the sect disciples, you and elder martial brother Lu are people I admire, so you can ask me if you have anything. Although I don't know what He Huang wants to prove, He Huang's personality is really admired by Chu Zhongshan, so it doesn't hurt to tell him something as long as it doesn't involve his secret. Junior brother Chu, in addition to the cards you exposed in the previous rounds, I don't know if you have any cards you haven't exposed. He Huang asked nervously. Because of the cards exposed by Chu Zhongshan now, He Huang is not sure to deal with it. Those who are 8, 9, or 10 must be defeated by Chu Zhongshan. If Chu Zhongshan still has a card, He Huang must consider whether she chooses to admit defeat. Because there have been 12 rounds of qualifying, in addition to the empty rounds of the last round, he has now lost 1 game, accumulated 10, and temporarily ranked 3rd in the ranking. Followed by Xia Luoxing, who lost 1 round and 2, and his opponent in the next round is Xia Luoxing. Considering Xia Luoxing's extraordinary origin and the secret help of the strong behind her, He Huang must ensure that she can face Xia Luoxing in a perfect state. In case that he not only loses to Chu Zhongshan in a game, but also suffers heavy losses due to his continuously exposed cards, it will certainly affect the next round of the game. If he suffered heavy losses and finally lost to Xia Luoxing, lost the top 3 places, and finally lost his qualification to enter the secret land of the wilderness, he will hate for life. Therefore, he must determine whether Chu Zhongshan still has a card. If he has no cards, he will fight hard and win this game to ensure that he can finally reach the top 3. If he still has a card, he will take the initiative to admit defeat and keep himself in the most perfect state against Xia Luoxing. In fact, it has been taboo to interrogate his opponent whether he still has cards. However, considering the situation of He Huang at this time, Chu Zhongshan was not angry with him, and after repeated consideration, he still truthfully told his situation. Elder martial brother He, in fact, I still have a card, but I won't use it easily unless I have to. The final card is the Blood Devil Dharma. Although he didn't use the Blood Devil method, it was estimated by shooting down the cyan bronze mirror with purple blood just now that the power of using purple blood to cast the move of Blood Devil method will increase by at least several levels, so the Blood Devil method is his real card. Chu Zhongshan's positive reply and the prudence on his face let He Huang know that he not only didn't lie, but also had more power than expected. Therefore, after repeated consideration, he finally decided to take the initiative to admit defeat. As the second-ranking expert among the external disciples, her real strength is not inferior to the first-ranked He Huang. When facing the dark horse Chu Zhongshan, she took the initiative to admit defeat, which immediately aroused the discussion of countless audiences on the scene. How could it be that the second-ranked master would take the initiative to admit defeat in front of a newcomer? It's so disappointing to me. Yes, elder martial brother, he has always been my idol and one of the goals I pursue in my life. How can he take the initiative to admit defeat? I'm disappointed. I'm completely disappointed with He Huang. From now on, he will be completely crossed off from my list and will not appear in this list in the future. He Huang took the initiative to admit defeat, which made him lose more than half of his hard-earned popularity and made him more depressed. Of course, not all of the people at the scene complained about He Huang. There was a thoughtful disciple who, after careful calculation, figured out the reason why He Huang took the initiative to admit defeat. Therefore, instead of being disappointed with He Huang, they explained to the people around them. On the high platform, opportunism, thinking before and after, has limited achievements in his life. What kind of thoughts did He Huang move? As a powerful person whose cultivation exceeds the divine soul period, the dragon can see it at a glance. At this time, he said to Tian Jun with a pity on his face, "Younger martial brother Tian, you should always remember that if a martial artist wants to climb the peak of martial arts, in addition to some conditions of practical qualification and potential, the confidence to move forward is also the basis for climbing the peak." With the help of He Huaying's psychology and state at this time, Long Xingyun pointed out the way. "Thanks for your advice, elder martial brother. Tian Jun is also a smart man. Long Xingyun's advice just now will understand the truth when he thinks about it carefully. Younger martial brother Tian, you are not much older than the players in the challenge arena, but because you have been staying in Zhangzhufeng, you have too few times to go out and face too few difficulties, so you still lack a blood spirit." Since he is instructing his younger martial brother, Long Xingyun seldom has the patience to say more. At this time, he saw the performance of Chu Zhongshan and showed his appreciation. At the same time, he also asked Tian Jun to study hard. "Younger martial brother Tian, take a look at younger martial brother Chu and his state of mind at this time. It's an example you should learn from." Long Xingyun's reminder made Tian Jun look up at Chu Zhongshan and was immediately shocked by Chu Zhongshan's performance and behavior. Because in the face of He Huaying, who took the initiative to admit defeat, Chu Zhongshan not only did not have the slightest joy, but looked very angry, even a kind of elder martial brother. "What do you mean? You are the second best expert among the external disciples. Do you look down on Chu Zhongshan?" No matter before or after the breakthrough of cultivation, among the 13 players participating in the qualifying, his most valued opponents are He Huaying and LV Kong, and the opponents who want to compete most are these two masters. When Ma Qiwei confronted He Huaying, he once said arrogantly, and conceded that among the contestants, only He Huaying and LV Kong could make him see it. And this sentence is the true portrayal of Chu Zhongshan's heart. After he broke through the 9th level of the physical training period and worked hard to reach the peak, none of the opponents he met could let him give full play to his strength and enable him to master the strength after the breakthrough as soon as possible, so his expectation was placed on He Huaying and LV Kong. Because only these two people can let him display all his strength without using a few cards, and enable him to touch the limit of real strength, which has unimaginable help for him to continue to improve his strength and break through the 10 layers of perfection in the physical training period. However, the full expectation turned into endless disappointment in the tone of He Huaying's initiative to admit defeat. At this moment, in the face of He Huaying, who took the initiative to admit defeat, it's strange that he isn't angry. "Younger martial brother Chu, I don't mean to look down on you at all, but I have to admit defeat." Seeing Chu Zhongshan getting angry because of her own initiative to admit defeat, He Huaying was stunned at the beginning. If you can take the initiative to give you points and make you further away from the champion, you should celebrate happily. How can you be angry about it? However, when he saw the displeasure and disappointment on Chu Zhongshan's face, he immediately understood that Chu Zhongshan was angry for the lack of an opponent who could really fight. For a cultivation madman like Chu Zhongshan, it's very simple to calm his anger, that is to give him a chance to fight heartily, so He Huaying chose the battle. "Younger martial brother Chu, with your qualifications and potential, it must not be long before you can successfully break through the Qi transformation period and be promoted to an inner disciple. If younger martial brother Chu really wants to fight me, then 2 months later, the inner disciples challenge the platform. How about you and me?" Chu Zhongshan didn't expect much about He Huaying's engagement. Because when his cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period, his overall strength will be qualitatively improved. At that time, He Huaying is not only not his opponent, but also has no ability to let him exert all his strength. Disappointed to be disappointed, Chu Zhongshan was ready to accept his engagement. At the same time, it is also a pressure to break through the pressure of gasification period within 1 or 2 months. Chu Zhongshan wins. Seeing that the furious Chu Zhongshan finally calmed down, Zhang Fakan quickly announced the result of the game. Chu Zhongshan's exposed qualifications and potential, as well as the attention of Long Xingyun and Zhao Wenjun, make Zhang Fakan have to care about his attitude. In the 3rd game of the 12th round, Xia Luoxing, player number 4, competed with Ma Beihua, player number 12. Xia Luoxing appeared in the challenge arena with a gloomy face and red eyes. Every disciple who looked into his eyes would be frightened by the murderous look in his eyes. At the scene, Only Chu Zhongshan, He Huaying and LV Kong were fearless in the face of Xia Luoxing's murderous eyes, and even He Huaying responded to the past with a provocative look. In the face of He Huaying's provocation, Xia Luoxing's already red eyes are more red, giving people a feeling of strange animal madness. Ma Beihua, who had just boarded the challenge arena and stood at the edge of the challenge arena, opened his mouth to admit defeat with a trembling voice. Because Ma Beihua was also the one who looked at Xia Luoxing when he shot at the audience with his eyes just now, he knew how dangerous Xia Luoxing was at this time. After admitting defeat, he jumped out of the challenge arena regardless of whether Zhang Fakan announced the result of the game or not. Looking at Ma Beihua, who rushed into the crowd with a cold look, Xia Luoxing had a strong murderous look in his eyes. Xia Luoxing wins. Xia Luoxing's murderous eyes are full of threats to the disciples under the challenge arena, but there is no threat to Zhang Fakan in the spirit stage. Therefore, after announcing the result of the competition, he looks directly at Xia Luoxing and signals that you should go down. Who? Temporarily suppress the anger that is about to erupt in her heart. Xia Luoxing looks at He Huaying like a provocation, and then steps down the challenge arena. In the next 3 games of the 12th round, except for the last game of number 8 player Meng Fangqiang against Ma Qiwei, which slightly aroused the interest of the on-site audience, the people didn't pay too much attention to the remaining 2 games. Even for a game of slight concern, Ma Qiwei, who was still not recovered after being seriously injured, took the initiative to admit defeat, which disappointed the audience. Fortunately, the next game is the one that the audience has been looking forward to for a long time. It is also the highest and most exciting game since the start of qualifying. It is also a game that can determine the final champion. Because the contestant is LV Kong, who ranks first, the biggest dark horse Chu Zhongshan after the start of the qualifying match. LV Kong won 11 games and 11 points in 1 round of 12 rounds of competition, ranking first temporarily. Chu Zhongshan's 12 rounds of competition, 1 round empty, 11 wars and 11 wins, accumulated 11 points, and ranked first side by side with LV Kong. In other words, in this game, whoever wins is the champion and whoever loses is the runner-up. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Lu. Chu Zhongshan, who took the lead in the challenge arena, greeted warmly. LV Kong has seen younger martial brother Chu. Also with a warm attitude, LV Kong responded. Elder martial brother Lu, it's not that I'm arrogant, I'm just confirming in advance. Elder martial brother Lu won't take the initiative to admit defeat. Chu Zhongshan asked slightly nervously. LV Kong and He Huaying are the only opponents who can really test their strength limit. He Huaying has voluntarily conceded defeat, which makes him lose an opportunity. Now only LV Kong is left, so Chu Zhongshan is a little worried that he is also on the old road of He Huaying. Fortunately, LV Kong's next answer reassured Chu Zhongshan and began to adjust his state to mobilize the spiritual power in Danshan. Younger martial brother Chu, younger martial brother, he took the initiative to admit defeat because he was worried about the final ranking, but I didn't have this worry, so you can rest assured that I won't take the initiative to admit defeat. Take out the soul sword of this life, and LV Kong said with a sense of war. After getting LV Kong's affirmation, especially after LV Kong took out his own life spirit sword and aroused his strong sense of war, Chu Zhongshan, who was excited, couldn't help shouting good, and then also took out his own life spirit sword, a posture that was about to attack. Strong wind flying yang. Although Lu Kong's first-class sword technique is slightly inferior to Lu Kong's middle-class sword technique, the sword technique with attribute power makes up for this deficiency, so that the 2 people in the early stage of the fight can use the strongest means with equal strength. Swords collide, sparks everywhere. Swords collide and roar constantly. Swords collide and the challenge arena shakes continuously. Although this game determines the ownership of the final champion, the loser can also win the second place without delaying the opportunity to enter the secret land of the end of the world after half a year. Therefore, the 2 people who gave up their concerns completely gave up their defense and both chose to attack, attack and attack. In just 5 minutes, the 2 men have fought each other for 100 moves. Start a prairie fire. Storm. With the help of the collision of the 2 group offensive martial arts skills, Chu Zhongshan and LV Kong staggered their bodies and temporarily opened a certain distance from each other. Who? LV Kong put his sword on the ground and gasped heavily. Who? Chu Zhongshan not only supported the ground with the tip of the knife, but also held his thigh with one hand, bending and panting heavily. Compared with LV Kong, whose cultivation reached the peak of the half-step Qi transformation period, the Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation reached the peak of the ninth floor during the body training period, was slightly inferior in terms of spiritual power and physical strength. Therefore, after the duel, the consumption of Chu Zhongshan is slightly higher than that of LV Kong. Younger martial brother Chu, use your cards, otherwise you have no chance to win. After gasping for breath, LV Kong said proudly when the qi and blood in his body were stable. Elder martial brother Liu, don't worry, you haven't pushed out my real limit. Although the physical and spiritual power consumption is great at this time, Chu Zhongshan is not without the slightest harvest. LV Kong's mastery and understanding of swordsmanship is not weaker than that he once met Chen Bin and Lu Yuan. Through fighting with him, Chu Zhongshan found that his primary swordsmanship began to improve again. At this time, the first-level saber technique has been raised to a limit. It only needs a small chance to successfully enter the peak. At that time, even if it doesn't match the increase of attribute power, the power of the first-level saber technique can also be increased to a higher level. Take millet from the fire. After the qi and blood in the body were stable, Chu Zhongshan still didn't use any cards, but only used the first-class saber technique of entering dasheng. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who still refused to use his cards, LV Kong clenched his teeth and directly used the medium-level sword technique, which is more powerful and close to dasheng, hoping to force Chu Zhongshan to use his cards. As the Benaming Spirit Sword containing attribute power collided with the Benaming Spirit Sword wrapping the spirit power, the whole test peak sent out a roar far louder than just now. With the roar, the whole challenge arena shook back and forth. Ha finally broke through. With the help of the most peak duel just now, the first-level saber technique stuck in the state of dasheng finally broke through the peak state and raised the power of saber technique to high-level martial arts. If the increase of attribute power is included, the power of his sword technique at this time has far exceeded that of LV Kong's medium-level sword technique. Feeling the improvement of the power of the sword technique, Chu Zhongshan shouted with ecstasy. After fighting with all his strength, LV Kong soon found something wrong. The medium-level sword technique, which originally entered the realm of Xia Cheng, can easily defeat Chu Zhongshan's sword technique, but he had to step back because of the strength and profundity contained in the opponent's sword technique just now. Is it difficult to break through each other's knife technique on the spot? LV Kong admired Chu Zhongshan for being able to practice on the ninth floor of the body on the spot. If his saber technique can still break through in the process of fighting, LV Kong can not only describe his mood with admiration for Chu Zhongshan's potential and understanding. Crazy devil slaughtering god. The medium-level sword technique is the most powerful. It's also the most powerful move he can use at present. The sun is burning. Feel that LV Kong consciously improves the power of the sword technique. Chu Zhongshan is also the most powerful move in the first-level sword technique. This time, not only the roar was louder, but even the challenge arena just repaired was shocked and a gap appeared. Genius, this is the real genius. Through the fight just now, Long Xingyan clearly saw that Chu Zhongshan's sword technique had broken through in the process of fighting. Even the master who achieved his level of cultivation admired him from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the idea that had been half extinguished suddenly flared up again. After taking a look at Zhao and Jun around him, Long Xingyan suddenly felt that his prestige and deterrence were not enough to make Zhao and Jun shrink back. In desperation, he had to use special techniques to inform his mentor, the leader of Liyun's sect, that he could come forward to attract Chu Zhongshan. Nephew Long, I can tell you clearly that Chu Zhongshan is my favorite disciple for a long time. In order to ensure that he can worship me smoothly, I have to deal with some potential threats in advance. Although Long Xingyan's strength is very strong, Zhao and Jun's strength is stronger, especially Chu Zhongshan's sword technique. After showing his amazing understanding, Zhao and Jun pays more attention to Long Xingyan and prevents the small moves he is likely to make. In the face of Zhao and Jun's naked threat, Long Xingyan abruptly stopped practicing his secret method and said with an embarrassed smile, "Martial uncle, martial nephew, how dare you?" Facing Long Xingyan's act of pretending to be stupid, Zhao and Jun gave a cold hum of dissatisfaction and then looked directly at the challenge arena. The power of the two moves of the Mad Devil Killing God and the Scorching Sun at the head reached a high-level martial art. The explosive power not only blew the challenge arena out of the crack, but also the strong rebound directly made Chu Zhongshan and LV Kong back. Chu Zhongshan retreated 5 steps before he barely stopped. LV Kong stepped back 6 steps. You, younger martial brother Chu, you have broken through again. LV Kong was quite sure of the power of the blow just now. Chu Zhongshan's sword technique broke through in the duel. LV Kong was shocked and speechless. In the face of LV Kong's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan thanked with certainty. Thank you, Elder Martial Brother Liu, for your success. Without the stimulation of Elder Martial Brother Liu's exquisite sword technique, I couldn't find the deficiency in my sword technique. Without enough pressure from Elder Martial Brother Liu, it will take me a long time to break through. Alas, after being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, LV Kong couldn't help sighing. At this moment, he has admired the amazing understanding of Chu Zhongshan to the state of speechless. At the same time, he also knew that Chu Zhongshan's future was by no means comparable to his own. What? Elder Martial Brother Chu broke through again. LV Kong's surprised interrogation just now and Chu Zhongshan's grateful affirmation immediately aroused heated discussion from the audience. It's incredible. Younger Martial Brother Chu's understanding is amazing to break through in the battle one after another. A disciple who reached the 10 levels of perfection in the cultivation period sighed. Yes. Although I haven't practiced for a long time, I've seen a lot of talents, but I've never had a genius as excellent as younger Martial Brother Chu, a master who has entered the half-step Qi transformation period sighed. You say, will Elder Martial Brother Chu break through on the spot before the end of the sect contest? At this time, a disciple on the 6th floor of the cultivation period suddenly raised a seemingly impossible but possible problem. It's impossible. Younger Martial Brother Chu can break through his accomplishments on the spot. It may be because his early accumulation has reached the limit. It's natural to break through. The breakthrough in saber martial arts just now is because senior brother Liu has brought him enough pressure. Now the game is over, he can't have any chance to make a breakthrough. An expert who reached the half-step Qi transformation stage shook his head and denied the speculation just now. On the challenge arena. Younger Martial Brother Chu, LV Kong, have always been the most dazzling genius of the sect since I accepted the talent test as an adult. On weekdays, few people can make me admire. Now younger Martial Brother Chu is the one I admire most, so. At this point, LV Kong took out a spirit sword from the storage bag and said solemnly, Younger Martial Brother Chu, this spirit sword is called Yaori Sword. It was given by the elders of my family when I broke through the half-step Qi melting period. In order to break through the Qi melting period, I ordered the spirit sword to practice the double sword technique after I was promoted to the spirit weapon. Originally, I thought that no one outside the sect could force me to use this spirit sword before breaking through the Qi transformation period. Unexpectedly, younger Martial Brother Chu's amazing potential and savvy forced me to use this spirit sword in advance. Seeing that LV Kong took out the real spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan's face didn't change at all, because he had considered in advance that some of the external disciples would use spirit tools long before participating in the sect contest. After all, when he was in the realm of Qi refining period, Qi Yilong, a member of the Wang family of the state of Qi, could unexpectedly harvest spiritual tools. Elder Martial Brother Liu, please. Since LV Kong has used his cards, Chu Zhongshan can't continue to keep his cards. Therefore, after indicating that LV Kong can play, his shoulders flickered back and forth, which changed the color of heaven and earth and solidified the surrounding environment. Chu Zhongshan's rising power, how powerful it is, only the real feeling of being on the scene can understand its power. Trapped in a frozen environment, LV Kong felt as if he had entered a swamp. It was very difficult to move forward. Fortunately, the power of the spirit weapon in his hand offset part of the power of the potential, allowing him to move freely within the scope covered by the potential, which made LV Kong secretly relieved. As long as he is not completely forbidden, he is not afraid of Chu Zhongshan's attack. However, when he wanted to use the medium-level sword technique and then cooperate with the body martial arts, he was afraid to find that the power of the body martial arts directly decreased by 9 layers. That is to say, the medium-level body method and martial arts entering the peak, under the cover of potential, the speed is only the entry-level body method and martial arts, which makes LV Kong's heart immediately raised again. Seeing that LV Kong was able to move freely with a spirit tool, Chu Zhongshan also changed his face. This was the first opponent of the same level he met, who could not be affected by the power of potential. The cultivation at the peak of the half-step transformation period, and the strength of the second layer of the Qi transformation period. Today's LV Kong is afraid to give play to the power of the eighth layer of the spirit instrument, so Chu Zhongshan dare not take it lightly, and plans to continue to use his cards. Among the three cards, the Blood Devil Dharma is temporarily unavailable. The second card is Miki Fist. I want to use it, but I can't. Because you need at least 9 layers of soul power to use the Miki Fist. Just now, you have consumed 5 layers of soul power in order to break through the peak of the First Order Saber technique, so the Miki Fist can't be used for the time being. At this time, the only card that can be used is the purple blood in the body. Fortunately, after the latent cultivation of the Blood Prison Pavilion and the refining of the Blood Demon Secret Place, the amount of purple blood in the body has been nearly 1/3, and the loss of 10 or 8 drops of purple blood has no impact on the body. He forced a drop of purple blood to blend into the Life Spirit Sword. With the high-level body method and martial arts of the entry-level realm, Chu Zhongshan rushed to LV Kong with all his strength. Boom. Another roar that could not be shielded. The roar generated by the collision of weapons is that Chu Zhongshan is retreated 3 steps by the strong rebound. LV Kong not only stepped back more than 10 steps, but his right shoulder was cut by Benaming's spirit knife containing purple blood, revealing the defense spirit under his clothes. After taking a look at LV Kong, especially the cut clothes on his right shoulder, Chu Zhongshan showed a puzzled expression on his face. Although the life power of purple blood is more powerful than the sword method containing attribute power, LV Kong, who is also not weak in sword skills when holding spirit tools, can't easily hurt him. Is it difficult that he, who is holding a spirit weapon, is still affected by the potential? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan continued to use the basic saber technique, continued to cooperate with the high-level body method and martial arts of the entry-level realm, and began to attack around LV Kong. After the attack of the simple 5 moves basic saber technique, Chu Zhongshan finally found the problem. That is, LV Kong, who is holding a spirit weapon, can move freely under the shadow of potential, but his body skills are suppressed by potential, which reduces his power. At this moment, in the face of LV Kong, who is performing the medium-level body method in the peak state, but barely reaches the initial level martial arts in the entry state, Chu Zhongshan's heart that he has been holding is finally half down. As for the other half's heart, LV Kong was wearing a defensive spirit weapon. Holding an attacking spirit weapon and wearing a defensive spirit weapon, LV Kong was like a turtle with a tortoise shell behind his back, leaving him nowhere to start. The shrinking turtle, Chu Zhongshan, who had nowhere to start, suddenly flashed a light in his mind when he thought of the allegorical sayings of someone who described the timid person before crossing. The tortoise can use the free shell to protect itself because it can also retract its head into the shell. But LV Kong in front of him can't do this step. Then he just needs to use the advantage of speed to attack his head. Maybe the key points below the waist that can't be covered by the defense spirit can't break his defense. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan continued to force purple blood into his life spirit knife and began to attack LV Kong's head with speed, which made him scared every time he defended Chu Zhongshan's attack. When the long hair on his head was cut off by the sharp cold of his life, LV Kong finally couldn't hold on. Finally, he quickly stepped back and reluctantly admitted defeat. Although taking advantage of the speed just now, LV Kong has no power to hit the frame, but each attack consumes a lot of mental energy in Chu Zhongshan. Because the first attack should not only prevent the counterattack of the spirit weapon in LV Kong's hand, but also avoid hurting LV Kong, who is restrained by the situation and dodges slowly. After all, there is no grudge between him and LV Kong. He doesn't want to lose his life because of a temporary mistake. LV Kong took the initiative to admit defeat, which indicates that the final champion of this sectarian contest will fall on Chu Zhongshan, which immediately excited the audience to cheer and shout. Chu Zhongshan, champion. Standing next to Dongfeng Yuner, Time Liang, Zhang Kaiyan and Wang Zhongning were also infected by the cheers and shouts of the surrounding audience, and they also shouted loudly. Dongfeng Yuner, who has been trapped in self-contradiction, heard the heartless cheers and cries of his friends Zhang Kaiyan and Wang Zhongning, temporarily forgot his contradictory psychology, and turned his attention to Chu Zhongshan standing on the challenge arena. With the first-ranked LV Kong's initiative to admit defeat, and the heartless cheers and shouts of tens of thousands of spectators, Chu Zhongshan standing on the challenge arena seemed to emit endless light, making him look so dignified and energetic. Are you wrong? Looking at Chu Zhongshan with endless light, Dongfeng Yuner couldn't help wondering whether he didn't understand Chu Zhongshan or not. Chu Zhongshan wins. Zhang Fakin was also infected by the excited atmosphere of the audience, and announced excitedly, although he has been a peerless strongman in the Seoul period and has personally presided over the sect Dabai for more than a dozen times, there has never been a sect Dabai that is as magnificent and blood-boiling as this one. Especially in this big match, Chu Zhongshan, a black horse that can't be in the black, suddenly appeared. It not only successfully defeated Xia Luoxing, who ranked third, He Huaying, who ranked second, and LV Kong, who ranked first, but also broke through in the battle for the second time in a row. More importantly, the sect Dabai of this foreign disciple may be his last chance to preside over in his life, because he has made up his mind that he will resign from the post of trial leader and willingly retreat behind the scenes when the sectarian ratio is over. Therefore, it was a comfort for him, before he resigned, to be able to preside over the sect contest for the last time in his life, and have a genie like Chu Zhongshan. Taking back his momentum, and listening to the cheers and shouts of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene, Chu Zhongshan felt that there was a torrent rushing into his heart in Danshan, a mysterious feeling that made his thoughts temporarily separate from his body and slowly fly into the air. After his thoughts rose to the sky, Chu Zhongshan gradually found that the whole Liyan sect imitation Buddha statue was a living penguin beast. At this time it just climbs on the ground for a while and wakes up. It may wake up and swallow the whole void with its mouth open. Come back to your body. At this time, Chu Zhongshan, who left his body and thoughts, suddenly heard Zhao and Jun's anxious voice. Then, a strong suction directly sucked the floating thoughts into the body. When his thoughts returned to his body, a force that could soothe his mind began to expand from him, making tens of thousands of excited audience wake up and calm down. Feeling the energy fluctuation rising from Chu Zhongshan, the audience knew that he had broken through again. In this regard, in addition to admiration, tens of thousands of viewers only have deep admiration. Forced to suppress the inner joy, Chu Zhongshan stepped down from the challenge arena step by step. Just now, after the mind returned to the body, although the cultivation has not improved at all, the cultivation of state of mind has made successive breakthroughs. Although it didn't take long for his mind to leave his body, it only took more than 20 seconds to add up, but it was such a short time that his state of mind cultivation directly broke through 3 small levels. At this time, his state of mind cultivation has reached a peak in the Qi transformation period. The improvement of state of mind cultivation can make him take pills as much as possible to improve his cultivation and potential, and make him break through the Qi transformation period faster. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, congratulations. Facing the coming Chu Zhongshan, Time brightened his face and said congratulations. Thank you. Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to answer the congratulations of Time Liang, so he could only respond in the way of thanks. Brother Chu, you are so amazing. I didn't expect to enter Liyan sect for more than 3 months. You can not only break through the peak of the 9th floor of the body refining period, but also win the champion of the sect Dabai and become the first expert of the external disciples. You are a demon more than a demon. When it was time to celebrate, Zhang Qian made some incoherent comments. In this regard, Chu Tianxi didn't care. Brother Chu, congratulations. Dongfeng Yuner, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan treated it with a very indifferent attitude and said, Younger Marshal Sister Dongfeng, thank you. The surname and the address of Younger Marshal Sister have shown Chu Zhongshan's attitude and decision, which is why he can calmly face Dongfeng Yuner. As for Chu Zhongshan's indifference, Dongfeng Yuner changed her look. She knew that her lack of understanding had deeply hurt Chu Zhongshan and made him completely disappointed in herself. However, Dongfeng Yuner felt that he had done nothing wrong, because Chu Zhongshan's treatment of Zhao Qing is really something she can't understand and accept. In the second game of the 13th round, He Huaying, the 3rd player, and Xia Luoxing, the 4th player. If the duel between Chu Zhongshan and LV Kong is to determine the final ownership of the champion, then the duel between He Huaying and Xia Luoxing is to determine who can become the 3rd place, and who can finally get the quota to enter the secret land of the end of the world in half a year. He Huaying, who was nervous about competing for the 3rd place, was relieved by the expansion of Chu Zhongshan's mental cultivation breakthrough. At this time, he calmly stepped onto the challenge arena. He was seriously injured by LV Kong's move, resulting in heavy mental damage. Xia Luoxing managed to calm his mental trauma with the help of the powerful, but then he was easily defeated by Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, he also lost the most precious spiritual treasure of the strong behind him, which made Xia Luoxing on the edge of being possessed by fire. However, the expansion of the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan's state of mind made him temporarily relieved from being possessed by fire. He also walked down the challenge arena with a calm look. As two people who know the secret of the wilderness and the importance of the wilderness, there was no nonsense after they boarded the challenge arena, and they didn't wait for Zhang Fakan to announce the start of the competition and use their strongest means to fight directly. You attack and I defend, I attack and you defend. You step back and I step in, I step back and you step in. You use the medium-level sword technique of entering the realm of Xia Cheng, and I also use the medium-level sword technique of entering the realm of Xia Cheng. After hundreds of moves from you to me, He Huaying, who has a slight advantage, has gradually gained the upper hand. Xia Luoxing, who was at a disadvantage, saw that he would be defeated by He Huaying and eventually lose the qualification to enter the secret land of the wilderness. It was not easy to sober up and gradually fell into confusion. His transparent eyes gradually turned red. Xia Luoxing, whose strength is not as good as He Huaying's, and his mind is in confusion, not only can't reasonably judge He Huaying's attack, but also can't make effective defense. After only 3 moves, Xia Luoxing was severely hit at the key point by He Huaying's sword technique. If the key is hit, either directly fall to the ground and admit defeat, or fall into dizziness and admit defeat passively. However, Xia Luoxing, who was hit to the point, neither fell to the ground seriously nor fell into dizziness. On the contrary, there was an extremely terrible momentum on his body. Not good. Xia Luoxing's terrible momentum at this time was obviously possessed by evil, which made Zhang Fakan, who presided over the game, suddenly change his look. He flashes to Xia Luoxing's side. Zhang Fakan plans to use the power of the soul to temporarily suppress Xia Luoxing's internal fire. But heart fire is different from open fire. Open fire can use water, things, spiritual power, and real yuan. Heart fire is a special flame generated by the body when the mind and spirit are in chaos, which cannot be suppressed by the power of genuine and spirit. Seeing that the power of the divine soul could not suppress the heart fire generated in Xia Luoxing's body, seeing that the heart fire had begun to destroy his danshan, Zhang Fakan turned to Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun for help. Because among the people on the scene, only Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun, whose accomplishments have exceeded the realm of the divine soul period, can temporarily suppress Xia Luoxing's anger caused by being possessed by evil. However, in the face of Zhang Fakan's eyes for help, Zhao Enjun looked up into the distance and thought about life. The dragon cloud lowered his head and stared at the ground carefully, as if there were something on the ground that could attract his attention. Alas! Seeing that Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun are unwilling to help Xia Luoxing, Zhang Fakan can only sigh helplessly, step back, and then watch Xia Luoxing tortured by his heart. Being possessed by fire causes heart fire, not only for the physical body and spiritual power, but also for the soul and the mind. The pain of burning the soul is not the pain that human beings can bear at all. Therefore, the pain caused by the internal fire burning the soul made Xia Luoxing's scream resound through the sky and shook many potential strong men in the depths of the sect. After hearing the scream of pain, these strong people used the power of God to check the situation at the scene. When they found that the scream was due to Xia Luoxing's spontaneous combustion caused by entering the devil, they stretched out a jade hand from the depths of the sect. The jade hand stretched out a finger to Xia Luoxing, and a drop of transparent water fell on him, which immediately suppressed the burning anger in his body and gradually extinguished it. However, the burning heart fire in his body has burned his soul, causing some damage to his soul. Therefore, Xia Luoxing fainted directly after the heart fire was extinguished. Seeing Xia Luoxing fainting on the challenge arena, the jade hand stretched out from the depths of the sect stood up with one palm. Then, a strong suction force came out of the jade hand, and then sucked away Xia Luoxing, who fainted in the challenge arena. Uncle Zhao, did that man's cultivation break through the chaotic period? When the jade hand stretched out from the depths of the sect disappeared, Long Xingyun asked with a dignified look. Facing the dignified interrogation of Long Xingyun, Zhao Enjun was very indifferent. No, that man just touched the law of the chaotic period, ranging from decades to 100 or 200 years. He must break through the chaotic period and become the supreme master. Oh, Zhao Enjun's answer let Long Xingyun breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the man's cultivation did not break through the chaotic period, the threat to Zhang Zhufeng was not great. But for Zhao Enjun, the inner respect of Long Xingyun increased a bit. At a glance, you can see the real accomplishments of the other party, and accurately judge how the other party can break through, which shows that Zhao Enjun is likely to break through the chaotic period and become the supreme venerable in the southern region. This makes Long Xingyun, who has always been eager to break through the chaotic period, respect from the heart. He Huaying wins. After Yushu and Xia Luoxing completely returned to the depths of the sect, the scene was silent for more than 5 minutes, and Zhang Fakan returned to the center of the challenge arena and announced loudly. He Huaying should have accepted the cheers and shouts of tens of thousands of spectators, but this is not the case. Experiencing the intervention of the mysterious strong man of the sect, the atmosphere of the scene was silent, as if a needle had fallen and a movement had been heard. All the disciples at the scene looked at the direction where the jade hand disappeared. Looking at the silent scene and the dull-looking audience, He Huaying walked down the challenge arena very depressed. Perhaps it was because the game between Chu Zhongshan and LV Kong was too wonderful, or perhaps it was because Xia Luoxing was possessed, which attracted the attention of the high-level sects and helped them personally, which made the audience deeply think. Therefore, the next 4 games, without causing any waves, ended quietly. After the statistics of the on-site staff, 20 minutes later, Zhang Fakan returned to the center of the challenge arena with a piece of purple silk. All the disciples and 10 elders, after 2 days and 1 night of uninterrupted competition, the annual sect big ratio officially ended. After 13 rounds and 18 matches, the top 10 ranking of external disciples has been determined. Next, I will announce the detailed ranking and points of the 13 players in this qualifying. The announcement of the final qualifying results immediately eased the originally depressed atmosphere at the scene. Tens of thousands of disciples looked forward to Zhang Fakan and the purple silk recording the qualifying results in his hands. Ma Beihua, 12 rounds of competition, 12 losses, 0 points ranking 13th. Liu Jiafu, 12 rounds of competition, 1 win and 11 losses with 1 point ranking 12th. Gu Zheali, 12 rounds of competition, 3 wins and 9 losses with 3 points ranking 11th. After announcing here, Zhang Fakan looked up at the disciples under the challenge arena and said with a smile on his face, "After my discussion with the sect elders, I decided to issue awards to the 3 players ranked 11th to 13th. As for the amount of awards, they will be directly distributed to you after the game." Only Gu Zheali did not feel the slightest change because of the reward. Originally ranked 10th, he had a great chance to break into the top 10 or even the top 8. Because Zhao Yufeng, who ranked 8th, was blocked in the knockout by the experts arranged by the law enforcement peak, and Meng Fangqiang, who was in front of him, was not much stronger than him. However, he was unlucky. The entry number made the strength of the players he met in the early stage very strong. Later, he was seriously injured by He Huaying, resulting in all the subsequent rounds of competitions to admit defeat. Finally, he ranked 11th and missed the top 10. Wang Hanzhong, in the 12 rounds of competition, 4 wins and 8 losses, accumulated 4 points and ranked 9th. In fact, after each round of competition, Wang Hanzhong will calculate his points and ranking, so he knows he should be able to enter the top 10 this time. However, as the referee and host of the qualifying match, Zhang Fakan didn't announce it personally, so he had no bottom in his heart. At this time, Wang Hanzhong clenched his fist excitedly when he heard Zhang Fakan announce that he had entered the top 9. Being able to rank among the top 10 experts before breaking through the Qi transformation period is of great help to break through the Qi transformation period and promote internal disciples. He was able to squeeze into the top 10 and finally ranked 9th. More than half of his effectiveness was attributed to Chu Zhongshan and his selfless guidance. Therefore, Wang Hanzhong cast a look of gratitude to Chu Zhongshan. Ma Qiwei, in the 12 rounds of competition, 4 wins and 8 losses, accumulated 4 points and ranked 9th. After hearing his ranking, Ma Qiwei also couldn't help clenching his fist. The difference is that Wang Hanzhong clenched his fist because he was excited about his ranking in the top 10. Ma Qiwei clenched his fist because he ranked 9th and felt extremely angry. Ma Qiwei, who has the fastest speed among the 13 players in qualifying, can never be underestimated. If divided according to the real combat power, Ma Qiwei should rank 5th. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. In the first half of the game, he met LV Kong, who ranked 1st, He Weiying, who ranked 2nd, and Xia Luoxing, who ranked 3rd, resulting in too many points lost in the first half. Originally, the second half was a good time for him to get points, but Chu Zhongshan exposed his cards and hit him seriously. As a result, he won only one game in the second half and finally ranked 9th with Wang Hanzhong. The key to the poor performance is that Chu Zhongshan was too cruel at that time, so Ma Qiwei's resentful eyes directly turned to Chu Zhongshan. Due to the points of Wang Hanzhong and Ma Qiwei, after the discussion of the sect elders, it was finally decided to award the 9th prize to the two disciples. Sun Jimin, in the 12 rounds of competition, 5 wins and 7 losses, accumulated 5 points and ranked 7th. Hearing that he ranked 7th, Sun Jimin looked calm. He could accept this achievement calmly. Although he was the 6th ranked master before the competition, he didn't find that many disciples usually hide many means until this time. What's more, this time, there was a black horse in the end. He was quite satisfied that he could finally rank 7th. Thinking of Chu Zhongshan in the end, Sun Jimin couldn't help but look at Chu Zhongshan and see that if it can grow smoothly in the future, it must be a famous top power in the southern region. Zhang Renyuan, in the 12 rounds of competition, 7 wins and 5 losses, accumulated 7 points and ranked 6th. After hearing his ranking, Zhang Renyuan's face was not very good looking. Originally, his ranking should be higher and should be in front of Zhao Qing. However, when competing with Chu Zhongshan, Benaming's spirit sword was damaged and his mind was damaged. When he faced Zhao Qing, his strength decreased by at least 30%, resulting in his final defeat under Zhao Qing. He was ranked 2nd in the original 4th place. Thinking that it was Chu Zhongshan who caused all this, Zhang Renyuan couldn't help looking up at Chu Zhongshan. Zhao Qing, in the 12 rounds of competition, 8 wins and 4 losses, accumulated 8 points and ranked 5th. After hearing his ranking, Zhao Qing couldn't help feeling happy. Although the ranking this time is the same as her original ranking, it is the 5th place, but in this qualifying competition, the contestants are very powerful, especially the dark horse Chu Zhongshan. It is very rare to keep the 5th place. However, there are also the reasons why Chu Zhongshan can finally keep the 5th ranking. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't injured Zhang Renyuan and left him with nothing to give full play to his strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to beat him, and I'm afraid his ranking would fall back this time. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing couldn't help but turn around and look at Chu Zhongshan. Xia Luoxing, 12 rounds of competition, 9 wins and 3 losses, accumulated 9 points, ranked 4th. Because Xia Luoxing was rescued by the strong in the depths of the sect, he was not present, so after announcing Xia Luoxing's achievements, Zhang Fakin put in a mouth and said, "After the sect contest, I will arrange the staff to send the 4th prize to Xia Luoxing's residence." He Weiying, in the 12 rounds of competition, 10 wins and 2 losses, accumulated 10 points and ranked 3rd. Although she had known her ranking for a long time, after hearing Zhang Fakin's announcement, He Weiying had all the ups and downs in her heart at this time, and the 5 flavors were mixed in her heart. Before the sect contest, he, Xia Luoxing and LV Kong were the popular candidates to win the sect contest this time, and he himself was full of confidence in the final championship. But the realistic result. He not only failed to win the championship, but also failed to keep the original runner-up position. The biggest culprit is Chu Zhongshan. Thinking of this, he Yingtang turned and looked at Chu Zhongshan. LV Kong, in 12 rounds of competition, 11 wins and 1 loss, accumulated 11 points and ranked 2nd. Hearing that he finally ranked 2nd, LV Kong couldn't help laughing bitterly. Whether in the knockout or qualifying, LV Kong didn't care about the final title. It's not that he doesn't care about the champion, but that in his opinion he is the champion. Even for He Weiying, who ranked 2nd, LV Kong didn't completely take it to heart. Because in addition to believing in their own strength, they also believe in their own cards. The course of things is just as he expected. However, the dark horse Chu Zhongshan suddenly appeared in qualifying, which posed a very serious threat to him, which made him have to pay attention to it. However, what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongshan was not only powerful, but also had countless cards, which made him gradually lose confidence in his heart. What is more frightening is Chu Zhongshan's amazing understanding and terrible potential, which made him break through and improve his strength in the process of fighting, and finally let himself fall in front of the champion. Thinking of this, LV Kong couldn't help looking up at Chu Zhongshan. Especially in the face of the unwilling eyes of LV Kong and He Huaying, he was depressed. The ultimate goal of participating in the sect contest is to win the championship. In order to win the final championship, it is normal to use any means to defeat all competitors. Fortunately, Zhang Fakan will announce his results next, which temporarily dissipates his depression. Chu Zhongshan, 12 rounds of competition, 12 wins and 0 losses, accumulated 12 places, ranked first, and became the champion of this time's external disciple sect contest. As Zhang Fakan used the power of the soul to spread the results obtained by Chu Zhongshan to every corner of the peak of the trial peak, the audience who had cheered and shouted for Chu Zhongshan for a long time were in high spirits again, cheering and shouting again. Listening to the chorus of tens of thousands of people at the scene, He Huaying couldn't help being envious, because after he defeated Xia Luoxing and won the 3rd place, don't say it was cheering and shouting at the scene, not even a good cheer. How can he not let envy and jealousy? The rewards of all players will be sent to your residence later. When the atmosphere was quieter, Zhang Fakan continued the process of the game. According to the rules of the sect big ratio, after announcing the results of the competition and the final ranking, Zhang Fakan will publish a few passionate official languages, and finally end this sect big ratio perfectly. But at this time, the dragon cloud sitting on the high platform suddenly interrupted the ongoing process. Lord Zhongfeng, I'd like to say a few words to younger martial brother Chu. Could you please? Of course. Long Xingyan is not only the eldest martial brother of the patriarch, but also his identity and status far surpass himself. It is his own strength and the peak that Zhang Fakan can't reach in his life. What's more, Long Xingyan didn't order him overbearing with his own identity and strength, but in a consultative tone. How can Zhang Fakan not agree readily? Younger martial brother Chu, first introduce yourself. Standing up from the high platform dragon chair, Long Xingyan Jing went straight to the challenge arena, came to Chu Zhongshan and said kindly, "My name is Long Xingyan. I'm the elder martial brother of Zhang Zhufeng and the head of Zhangzhou Pavilion." Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Long. Chu Zhongshan saluted respectfully. As early as when he competed with Ma Qiwei, Long Xingyan had a secret voice and kindly reminded him, which made him feel good about Long Xingyan. After Chu Zhongshan's ceremony, Long Xingyan put away his smile and said solemnly, "Younger martial brother Chu, I hope you can consider whether to join Zhang Zhufeng." This, Long Xingyan's sincere invitation put Chu Zhongshan in a dilemma. From the bottom of my heart, Zhang Zhufeng, as a symbol of the name of Liyan sect, is also a force that can fight against the law enforcement peak. It is definitely the most desirable place for many disciples. However, for Chu Zhongshan, the identity of the elite disciple of Qianlong Peak and Zhao Enjun's kindness to him make it difficult for him to betray Qianlong Peak and Zhao Enjun. Otherwise, in the face of the temptation and threat of law enforcement peak, he would have agreed to the requirements of law enforcement peak. Seeing Chu Zhongshan in distress, the corners of Long Xingyan's mouth rose slightly, showing a trace of pride on his face. Because he knew that Chu Zhongshan must be moved, he increased his chips and continued to seduce. Younger martial brother Chu, the main peak of our sect is still the orthodoxy of Liyan sect. The mental method of cultivation is the treasure of the town sect of Liyan sect. You can cultivate the green and mysterious mental method with the grade reaching the high level of local products. After hearing the first promise made by Long Xingyan, not only the tens of thousands of disciples at the scene glowed with red eyes, but also the 8 elders sitting on the high dragon chair and Zhang Fakan increased their breathing. The eternal continent is divided into 5 regions by the boundless sea. Among the 5 regions, the southern region is the most lack of resources, the overall strength is generally weak, and the mental skill level of cultivation is the highest, that is, the high level of local products. For example, Zhang Fakan, as the master of the test peak and the peerless strong man who has entered the soul period, has only a high level of metaphysical martial arts. The 8 elders on the high platform, except that Qiu Chang of the Merit Hall always practices the first-level mental skills, the remaining 7 elders practice the same as Zhang Fakan. They practice the high-level mental skills. Therefore, after hearing the first promise made by Long Xingyan to Chu Zhongshan, How can they envy and envy? However, the high-level mental skill of Dipin, which makes people envy and envy, is not very attractive to Chu Zhongshan. Because when he harvested the 4th and 5th layers of the Taixuan Heart Sutra skill, in the 3rd layer of the prison pavilion in the Blood Demon's secret palace, the jade tube left a sentence at the end. If you can gather all the skills of Taixuan Heart Sutra, the level of Taixuan Heart Sutra will exceed that of Tianji. Chu Zhongshan didn't know what kind of skill was beyond the heaven level, but he knew that the Taixuan Heart Sutra was definitely more than most of the heart skills in the world, so he didn't feel excited when facing the first temptation of Long Xingyan. Chu Zhongshan's calm response made Long Xingyan know that his commitment was not enough, but he was not in a hurry, but continued to make a second commitment. Younger martial brother Chu, in addition to the high-level mental skill secret script of the local product, Zhang Zhufeng also has the high-level sword skill and fist skill of the local product, and even the body skill of the lower-level wind attribute of the heavenly product. The second promise, made by Long Xingyan, made tens of thousands of disciples on the scene breathe more and more like the elders on the high platform. For the disciples who have no more than 6 talents on the spot and only half a step of qi melting period, the secret script of Dipin's high-level mental skill is too abstruse and distant, which is far less practical than Dipin's high-level martial skill. However, for Chu Zhongshan, the second commitment of Long Xingyan is also not attractive. Pay attention to the foundation. He understands a truth, that is, 10,000 high-rise buildings rise from the ground, aim high and don't accomplish anything. Because Huang Pin's primary and middle-level martial arts skills are enough to practice for a long time, Dipin's high-level martial arts skills are too far away. What's more, martial arts is not that the higher the grade the better. For example, the yellow primary saber technique he is now practicing and the first-class saber technique that has reached the peak are no less powerful than high-level martial arts. Therefore, it is most important to understand every martial art suitable for him. Seeing that there was no change in the look of Chu Zhongshan, Long Xingyan was a little nervous, and finally decided to make a more tempting commitment. Younger martial brother Chu, Zhang Zhufeng is the main peak of the daily practice and daily life of the Zhang Zhufeng. At the bottom of the peak, there is a spiritual pulse of grade 4 for the daily practice of the disciples of Zhang Zhufeng. If a disciple's accomplishments are facing a breakthrough, he can enter a special secret room to practice. Because in addition to sufficient spiritual power, there is also a special energy in the secret room, which can help break through accomplishments and accelerate the consolidation of accomplishments. However, for Chu Zhongshan, although the environment with sufficient aura has a certain temptation, the importance of Spirit Stone is stronger for him who has the copy and paste program. At the same time, his own situation and his adventurous nature determine that he can't stay in a place to practice at ease, so the environment with sufficient aura is not 100% suitable for him. Seeing Chu Zhongshan still untouched by him, Long Xingyan decided to use his first mace. Younger martial brother Chu, as the peak of the Lord's daily practice and daily life, in addition to sufficient aura, the mountain is planted with spiritual fruits with 10 grades lower and 6 grades higher. These spiritual fruits include spiritual fruits that can improve cultivation, spiritual fruits that can enhance potential, and spiritual fruits that can improve understanding. Younger martial brother Chu, if you are willing to join the Lord Peak, you can pick spiritual fruits of different grades according to your own needs. Tian Jun, standing behind Long Xingyan, couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pull his sleeve to remind him of the seriousness of the promise when he heard that elder martial brother made this promise. As a disciple of Zhang Zhufeng, Tian Jun knows the value of those spiritual fruits very well. He also knows the desire of other disciples of Zhang Zhufeng for spiritual fruits. The promise made by Long Xingyan just now is likely to bring a lot of trouble to Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother, don't worry, I know what I promise. Long Xingyan knew what Tian Jun was worried about, but he didn't take it to heart. The spiritual fruits on the mountain are foreign objects and can only play an auxiliary role. Whether there are these spiritual fruits has little impact on the suzerain peak. If Chu Zhongshan agrees to join Zhang Zhufeng, he will take all the spiritual fruits and Long Xingyan won't frown. As for the trouble that Chu Zhongshan may encounter, this is what Long Xingyan expects to see. The third temptation of Long Xingyan really makes Chu Zhongshan feel excited. Because his cultivation can be improved rapidly, and his strength can surpass his 4 or 5 small realms, More than half of the credit comes from pills and spiritual fruits. If the spiritual fruit grade on the Lord Peak is complete enough, he who has the copy and paste program only needs to constantly earn enough spiritual stones that can be copied and pasted, then he can improve his cultivation without limitation. Of course, the heart returned to the heart. Chu Zhongshan was not moved by the temptation just promised. He just showed a little concern. Seeing Chu Zhongshan still unmoved, Long Xingyun can only continue to increase its chips. Martial brother Chu, in addition to planting spiritual fruits of different grades on the Zhangzhufeng, he has also captive many powerful beasts of different grades. Younger martial brother Chu can choose a beast as a pet to enhance his strength. The fourth promise made by Long Xingyun has made many disciples on the scene crazy. Pick the spiritual fruit of improving cultivation, potential, and understanding at will. You can choose different animals of different grades as different pets at will. Even if you can only choose one such moving condition, these disciples on the scene immediately agreed to join Zhangzhufeng. However, for Chu Zhongshan, the above conditions may be exciting, but they are not enough to move his faith to switch to other mountains. Seeing the still unmoved Chu Zhongshan, Long Xingyun closed his eyes and meditated for a while. Later he looked very solemn and said, "Younger martial brother Chu, now Zhangzhufeng has 360 disciples, of which 352 are registered disciples, and enjoy the treatment of ordinary disciples. 8 disciples are true disciples, and enjoy the highest treatment of Zhangzhufeng. Younger martial brother Chu, among the 8 true disciples, 6 of them were accepted by my generation. Younger martial brother Tian Jun is one of them. Only my mentor and the 5th martial brother came forward to accept us as disciples. Younger martial brother Chu, if you agree to join Zhangzhufeng, then I will personally ask my mentor to go out of the mountain and let him personally take you as an apprentice." For the 5th promise made by Long Xingyun, many disciples on the scene were only envious, but not jealous. Because they know that to be accepted as an apprentice by the leader of Liyun's sect in person requires not only the qualification, potential, and understanding of the vast majority of talents, but also the strength of Superman. These conditions only Chu Zhongshan really has, so they only have the share of envy, but they have no heart of jealousy. Of course, not everyone at the scene thought so. At least for LV Kong, He Wang and Ma Qiwei, they think their conditions are no worse than those of Chu Zhongshan, and the only thing they lack is luck. Therefore, their eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of envy, jealousy, and even a trace of resentment. Long Xingyun made many promises, but the only thing that really moved Chu Zhongshan was that the leader of Liyun's sect personally accepted him as a disciple. Although he didn't enter Liyun's sect for a long time, he knew the importance of learning from others through the experience of Prison Refining City and Blood Demon Secret Place. After having their own teachers, they can get a complete and systematic study and solve the questions in the process of practice anytime and anywhere. More importantly, we can learn a lot about the secrets of the mainland and the situation of the secret land, so as not to be in a fog at the end of the matter. However, Chu Zhongshan still couldn't agree because he needed to ask Zhao Enjun for advice. Looking up at Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan accidentally found that Zhao Enjun closed his eyes and thought deeply at this time, a gesture that he didn't want to give him any opinions. However, Chu Zhongshan, who was careful, still saw that he was very nervous at this time from his action of gripping the armrest of the black dragon chair. Nervous. This is an idea in Chu Zhongshan's mind when he saw Zhao Enjun holding the handrail tightly. The promise made by Long Xingyun makes Zhao Enjun nervous. He doesn't want to enter the suzerain peak and worship the suzerain as a teacher. After leaving the Chu family and entering Liyun's sect, Zhao Enjun was the only one who really contacted and cared about himself. Although his attitude towards him was not respected at ordinary times, Chu Zhongshan really respected and attached to him because of this. However, being able to enter the sect leader peak and become the true disciple of the sect leader is probably the biggest dream of more than 100,000 external disciples, internal disciples, core disciples, and true disciples of Liyun's sect. Chu Zhongshan is not willing to give up this rare opportunity. Therefore, he needs to get Zhao Enjun's consent, or he needs to know what Zhao Enjun thinks. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan apologized to Long Xingyun. "Elder Martial Brother Long, please wait a moment." Then he raced straight to the high platform and came to Zhao Enjun. "Elder Zhao, Elder Martial Brother Long promised many attractive conditions just now, which really makes me very excited, but I want to ask for your opinion." Chu boy, are you so polite to me? I'm very relieved. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't directly agree to the conditions of Long Xingyun and took the initiative to come and ask for his own opinions, Zhao Enjun said with great relief. However, then he changed his attitude and said sarcastically in a tone of disdain, Chu boy, in my eyes, the promise made by Long Xingyun just now is worthless. Dip in high-level mental skill script, dip in high-level knife skill, dip in high-level palm skill, tianpin low-level body skill. These skills belong to ignored garbage search in my Zhao Enjun's collection, which is not worth mentioning at all. As for different grades of spiritual fruits and exotic animals, for me Zhao Enjun, I feel ashamed to boast about how much I want. Lao Jiao, pay attention to your tone. Although what Zhao Enjun said just now is very atmospheric, the person who made the promise is Zhang Zhufeng's senior brother. Chu Zhongshan was worried that Zhao Enjun's contempt would cause Long Xingyun's dissatisfaction, so he hurriedly warned. Don't worry, Chu boy. I dare say that in front of Long Xingyun or his mentor, they don't dare to have a little opinion. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun looked straight at Long Xingcloud. Uncle Zhao is right. The promise I made just now is really worthless in Uncle Zhao's eyes. Facing Zhao Enjun's contemptuous attitude, Long Xingyun can only agree with him with a bitter smile. At the same time, the inner worry finally appeared. Chu boy, if you want to be a teacher, you don't have to find someone else at all, because you are standing in front of the whole Ligun sect, the top venerable person in the whole southern region. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun suddenly raised a terrorist force that shook the world and annihilated the void. Lao Jiao, it seems that you want to take me as an apprentice. After Zhao Enjun showed off his financial resources and strength, and a gesture that I was enough to be your mentor, Chu Zhongshan immediately wanted to understand and understood a lot of things at the same time. No wonder among the 6 elite disciples, why he values himself so much and treats himself differently. Originally, he had the idea of accepting himself as an apprentice. Considering that he just used Long Xingyun to test himself and wasted a lot of brain cells, Chu Zhongshan also planned to make him anxious. It's just that I need to think about you as a teacher. Zhao Enjun thought Chu Zhongshan would kneel down at his feet and kowtow to the teacher, but what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongshan had to think about it, which made him anxious. Chu boy, what else do you need to consider? It's a blessing that you can't fix it in your 8 lives to worship me Zhao Enjun as a teacher. At this time, what you should do is kowtow to me immediately. Lao Jiao, I can worship you as a teacher, but when I return to Qianlong Peak, I'll say something about the salute. In fact, even if Zhao Enjun is not allowed to make any promises, Chu Zhongshan has decided to worship him as a teacher for his care over the past 3 months alone, but he doesn't want to worship him in full view of the public. Yes, as long as you worship my teacher, you can worship my teacher at any time, and you don't even need to do anything. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan is finally willing to worship him as a teacher, Zhao Enjun's heart that he has been carrying is finally relieved. He is not worried about returning to Qianlong Peak to pay homage to his teacher. Elder Marshal Brother Long, thank you for looking up to me and taking pains to take care of me. For today's kindness, I remember the Tiananmen in Chu. He agreed to Zhao Enjun's request, that is, he refused the condition of Long Xingyun. Chu Zhang was naturally afraid that he would be angry, so he quickly compensated him. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, you don't have to take my offer seriously. In fact, as early as Uncle Zhao appeared in the trial peak and was willing to take the initiative to help you deal with the huge palm, I knew he also intended to take you as an apprentice. Compared with the sect leader, Uncle Zhao may be more suitable to be your master. Chu Zhongshan agrees to Zhao Enjun's request. Although Long Xingyun is very disappointed, he can accept it calmly in his heart. Because Zhao Enjun had guessed the result when he showed his appreciation for Chu Zhongshan, he was not angry at Chu Zhongshan's refusal. However, his disappointment made him unwilling to stay here, so he directly said goodbye to Zhao Enjun. Uncle Zhao, since younger Marshal Brother Chu has agreed to worship you as a teacher, the purpose of my sect leader I is over. Younger Marshal Brother Tian and I will go back for the time being. Hurry up, nodded. Zhao Enjun seemed to want Long Xingyun to leave here and stay here to continue making trouble. Dragon Pavilion Leader, there are many outstanding disciples from outside the sect. Don't you think about it? Seeing that Long Xingyun was about to leave the test peak, as the peak master of the test peak, Zhang Fakan, who watched these disciples grow up, asked without giving up. My patriarch doesn't need waste and fools. In an unhappy mood, Long Xingyun left an insulting word and directly took Tianjun away from the refining peak. Alas! Looking at the dragon clouds and Tian Jun who disappeared in situ, Zhang Fakan couldn't help sighing. Although he knows what Long Xingyun said is right, what he just said is really hurtful. Chu boy, say goodbye to your friend, and then follow me back to Qianlong Peak. Seeing Long Xingyun returning to Zhangzhufeng, Zhao Enjun suddenly thought of his elder martial brother, the leader of Zhangzhufeng and the leader of Liyun's sect. His face changed slightly. As a martial brother who has lived together for decades, he knows too much about that person's character and means. Therefore, he motioned Chu Zhongshan and Time Liang to return to Qianlong Peak after a word. Younger martial brother Shi, younger martial brother Wang, younger martial sister Zhang and younger martial sister Dongfeng, 5 days later, I'll wait in front of the other courtyard on the 9th, halfway up the Qianlong Peak. After making an appointment for the next meeting, Chu Zhongshan hugged his fist and said goodbye. Younger martial brother Chu, I will give you an unexpected surprise in 5 days. Boxing back, Time Bright left a sentence that confused Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother Chu, you must prepare meat for me in 5 days. I'll have a big meal. Wang Zhongning touched his inch-long short hair and said with a giggle, Brother Chu, you should be ready to promise me something. Otherwise, I will depend on you all my life. Waving a pink fist, Zhang Qian threatened shyly. Brother Chu, take care. Dongfeng Yuner didn't answer the 5-day agreement between Chu and Zhongshan, but he looked worried and said take care of it. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this at all. He kept smiling and waved his hand. Then he returned to the challenge arena and bowed to Zhang Fakan to thank him. After making an appointment with Time Liang and others for the next meeting, Chu Zhongshan didn't return to the high platform, but rushed straight to the challenge arena, saluted Zhang Fakan standing in the center of the challenge arena and said, Thank Lord Zhang Feng for his help, and keep the Tianming in mind. Martial nephew Chu, although you are a disciple of Qianlong Peak, in the final analysis, you are also a disciple of my trial peak. Helping you is my duty as the leader of the peak, so you don't have to take it to heart. Although he said it politely, Zhang Fakan was very moved in his heart. After all, the peerless genius who can be liked by the eldest martial brother of the sect leader and who has promised various conditions can not only maintain a modest attitude, but also understand the truth of receiving people's dripping kindness and being rewarded by Yangqun. Wait a minute. When Chu Zhongshan returned to Gaiatai and came to Zhao Enjun, Huang Fuqi, standing in the crowd, thought again and finally shouted. Zhao Enjun and Chu Zhongshan didn't look surprised when they saw that the person making the noise was Huang Fuqi. When he showed his martial arts skills and came to the high platform, Zhao Enjun waved his sleeves and directly took Chu Zhongshan and Huang Fuqi away from the test peak with strong strength. After Zhao Sijin left with Chu Zhongshan and Huang Fuqi, the remaining 8 elders began to make extremely enthusiastic solicitations and promises to He Huaying and other outstanding disciples. Qianlong Peak, the peak is not in the hospital. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhongshan was brought back to the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak by Zhao Enjun. When he stopped, Huang Fuqi opened his big eyes and looked around at the surrounding environment, showing an amazing look from time to time. In fact, I can't blame Huang Fuqi for his curiosity. Because since Zhao Enjun built the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak, except Zhao Sijin himself, as long as Chu Zhongshan came several times, the other 5 elite disciples have never been to the peak, let alone entered the other courtyard. It was precisely because he had been here several times and was very familiar with the environment and layout in the other courtyard. So Chu Zhongshan walked to the stone pavilion in the courtyard and sat on the stone chair in the stone pavilion at will, waiting for Zhao Enjun's arrangement. Seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting on the stone chair in the stone pavilion, Huang Fuqi thought about it and finally followed his footsteps to the pavilion. However, he didn't sit at will like Chu Zhongshan, who didn't treat himself as an outsider. Instead, he stood honestly behind Chu Zhongshan, a posture of respecting Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, you're really welcome. You just regard this as your number 9 other hospital. Zhao Enjun, who returned to the living room and took out the tea set, saw that Chu Zhongshan had already sat on the stone chair and didn't take himself as an outsider at all, which made Zhao Enjun laugh. Zhao Changlao, don't mention it. Environment here is much better than that of number 9 other courtyard. Otherwise, I'll move here in the future. Seeing Zhao Enjun in a good mood, Chu Zhongshan is also willing to make a joke to relieve his fatigue. Chu boy, you and I will talk about things later. I have a few words to talk to Huang Fuqi. Put the tea set in his hand on the stone table. Zhao Enjun sat behind the stone chair and looked directly at Huang Fuqi. Zhao Changlao, if you have something to say, please say it directly. Hearing Zhao Enjun say something to himself, Huang Fuqi hurried out from behind Chu Zhongshan and stood in front of Zhao Enjun with a very respectful attitude. Huang Fuqi, the so-called elite disciple training program, is just my Zhao Enjun's personal plan. The purpose is to find disciples who can inherit my mantle. Because of my special status in Liyun sect, many old friends in the sect dare not and do not want to provoke me, so I am allowed to show my own plan, which also makes many people mistakenly believe that this is the plan specially formulated by the sect to train disciples. Huang Fuqi, the disciple in my mind is Chu Zhongshan, not you, so you must leave Qianlong Peak. Elder Zhao, Huang Fuqi is not good enough to be your true disciple, but I can be your registered disciple, as long as you let me stay in Qianlong Peak. When he heard that Zhao Enjun wanted to drive him away from Qianlong Peak and had offended Huangfu Kaitan of Law Enforcement Peak, he became nervous. At the same time before qualifying, Zhao Enjun showed his strong strength, which also made Huang Fuqi sincerely want to follow him and accept his guidance. Huang Fuqi, Zhao Enjun is different from his strong one. I only accept one successor in my life and don't need any registered disciples, so I'm very sorry that you can't stay in Qianlong Peak. Seeing Huang Fuqi, who was still begging, Zhao Enjun knew what he was worried about, so he stopped him from begging and paved the way for his future. Huang Fuqi, you'd rather offend the Law Enforcement Peak than betray the Qianlong Peak. Zhao Enjun wrote down this intention, so I've discussed it with nephew Long during the qualifying. From today on, you are a member of the first generation of suzerain and a registered disciple of Suzerain Peak. Later, Tian Jun of Suzerain Peak will pick you up in person, so you don't have to worry about your future. After hearing that Zhao Enjun arranged to enter Zhangzhufeng and become the registered disciple of Zhangzhufeng, Huangfu stared at Zhao Enjun with gratitude. For what Zhao Enjun said, he had to drive himself away from Qianlong Peak. Although Huang Fuqi begged hard, it seemed that he really couldn't leave Qianlong Peak and was reluctant to leave Zhao Enjun. In fact, in his heart, he had already scolded Zhao Enjun and even Chu Zhongshan. He scolded Zhao Enjun for being ruthless and Chu Zhongshan for standing idly by, but after hearing Zhao Enjun's arrangement for him, the resentment dissipated immediately. Compared with the Hidden Dragon Peak with 1 or 2 big cats and kittens, as an orthodox sect peak, it is the holy land that all Liyun sect disciples sincerely yearn for. Being able to enter Zhangzhufeng and become a registered disciple of Zhangzhufeng was something Huang Fuqi had never imagined before he entered Liyun sect. Moreover, Zhangzhufeng is also the only super faction of Liyun sect that is not afraid of Law Enforcement Peak. He is quite satisfied with Zhao Enjun's arrangement. Congratulations to younger martial brother Huangfu, who can become a disciple of Zhangzhufeng's first generation. He must become a powerful person famous in the southern region in the future. Hearing Zhao Enjun's arrangement for Huangfuqi, Chu Zhongshan was not only happy for Huangfuqi, but also satisfied with Zhao Enjun's humane approach. After all, Huang Fuqi spent 3 months in Qianlong Peak and received many instructions from Zhao Enjun. Nominally, he is half of Zhao Enjun's disciples. Such an arrangement is not only reasonable, but also in line with human feelings. Younger martial brother Chu follows elder Zhao and will certainly become the supreme power affecting the situation in the southern region in the future. Huang Fuqi also congratulated. Well, the person who will pick you up has arrived. Just as Chu Zhongshan and Huang Fuqi flattered each other, Zhao Enjun, who had been using his mind to observe the outside situation, suddenly said, "Elder martial brother Chu, I'm here." Huang Fuqi said goodbye with a fist. Younger martial brother Huangfu, take care. Chu Zhongshan also hugged his fist and sent him off. Outside the gate, Tian Jun has been waiting there. Disciple Tian Jun has seen Uncle Zhao. When the door of the other courtyard opened, Tian Jun saw Zhao Enjun sitting in the courtyard and quickly saluted. "Well, I don't have as many courtesies as your master," waved his hand. Zhao Enjun said impatiently. Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial brother Tian. Zhao Enjun doesn't care about etiquette, which doesn't mean that others don't care. Moreover, Tian Jun is not only a rare genius of Liyun sect for thousands of years, but also one of the 8 true disciples of Zhangzhufeng. Both his status and status deserve his serious treatment. I've seen younger martial brother Chu. Looking at the politeness, there was no arrogance of the demon-level disciples. Tian Jun responded with a trace of pity in his eyes. Why does such an excellent disciple refuse to join Suzerain Peak and become the top power of Suzerain I in the future. Okay, what will you talk about later? You can leave now with Huang Puqi. Looking at Tian Jun standing at the door for a long time and refusing to leave, especially looking at the complexity in Chu Zhongshan's eyes, Zhao Enjun was very impatient to see off the guests directly. Without waiting for Tian Jun to say goodbye, Zhao Enjun waved his sleeves. While closing the gate, a strong wind directly sent Tian Jun and Huang Puqi to the foot of the mountain. Looking at Zhao Enjun, who acted so overbearing, Tian Jun could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Then he summoned a flying beast and left Qianlong Peak with Huang Puqi. Chu boy, is my arrangement for Huang Puqi okay? After sending Tian Jun and Huang Puqi away, Zhao Enjun showed off to Chu Zhongshan with a little pride. Very good. Zhao Enjun's ability to send Huang Puqi to the Suzerain Peak and make him one of the Suzerain's 343 registered disciples is enough to show that Zhao Enjun is full of human feelings. Of course, Chu Zhongshan can't refute or satirize. However, from Huang Puqi, Chu Zhongshan suddenly thought of Zhang Exing, who had been missing for a long time. He couldn't help guessing in his heart, but also showed a trace of worry on his face. After all, Zhang Exing is the only one of the 6 elite disciples who is close to him and has helped his friends. Of course, Chu Zhongshan will take his safety to heart. If Zhang Exing didn't have an accident, he not only successfully participated in the sect contest, but also refused the requirements of law enforcement peak. What arrangements would Zhao Enjun make for him? I don't know how Zhang Exing is now, living or dead. Boy, what's the matter with you? Zhao Enjun thought that Chu Zhongshan would praise him countless times, but he didn't expect to get a good sentence. Zhao Enjun, who was not satisfied with Chu Zhongshan's evaluation, wanted to have a good theory with him, but unexpectedly found that he was worried and asked. Zhao Changlao, after the 6 of us passed the 3 rounds of disciple test of the sect and became elite disciples, Lin Dong and others betrayed Qianlong Peak and joined Law Enforcement Peak, which makes people feel sorry. Younger martial brother Huangfu was arranged by you to become a registered disciple of Zhang Zhufeng. It's a pleasure. However, Zhang Exing, who has the best relationship with me, is now missing. It's worrying that he doesn't know his life or death. Chu boy, you're worried about the boy's safety. Chu Zhongshan sighed and did not let Zhao Enjun have the slightest emotion. Because his real purpose in carrying out the so-called elite disciple training program was to find disciples who were suitable for receiving their own inheritance. He did not put real feelings into the 6 people who participated in the elite disciple program. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't performed well in the end, attracted his attention, and finally passed his assessment, I'm afraid whether Chu Zhongshan is alive or dead now can't attract Zhao Enjun's attention. Now Chu Zhang Tianma is about to become the only closed disciple in his life. Zhao Enjun certainly doesn't want his disciples to worry too much, so he uses his supreme power to predict Zhang Exing's life and death. 3 minutes later, Zhao Enjun, who used his supreme power, opened his eyes and showed a look of shock on his face. Take a deep breath and suppress the shock just inside. Zhao Enjun looked very complicated and looked at Chu Zhongshan. Then he thought a little about the wording and comforted him. Chu boy, I just used a special law to predict the life and death of your friend. I found that this disciple who has a good relationship with you has an extremely rare opportunity. Now he not only has no danger, but also is in an unimaginable opportunity to be reborn. Oh, so younger martial brother Zhang is fine. After qualifying, Zhao Enjun killed the elders of the Divine Soul period and despised Long Xingyun. Chu Zhongshan found that his judgment of Zhao Enjun's strength was wrong again. His strength may not be as simple as that of the powerful. Zhao Enjun, whose strength is so unfathomable, predicts through the power he has, then Zhang Exing may really be in no danger. Chu boy, according to my intention, in the future, Qianlong Peak will be the place where you and my teachers and disciples live. As a teacher, I won't accept any disciples, even registered disciples. If you are willing to let that friend stay in Qianlong Peak, then I am willing to make an exception for you and accept him as a registered disciple. Considering that Zhang Exing is good at the way of pills, and that the present opportunity can also play a very important auxiliary role in Chu Zhongshan's future practice, Zhao Enjun decided to make an exception. Elder Zhao, wait until younger martial brother Zhang Exing returns to Qianlong Peak, according to his personal wishes. If he is willing to stay in Qianlong Peak, number 7 other courtyard will always belong to him. If he doesn't want to stay in Qianlong Peak and is willing to develop other peaks, then send him away. Zhang Exing is a genius with the talent of Dan Master. For such a genius, you can only follow his own wishes, and you can't force him to stay in Qianlong Peak because he is useful. Chu Zhongshan, all the things that should be considered and done have been done. Is it the most important thing to do next? Zhao Enjun said excitedly. The night is long, but there are many dreams. Now it's time to kick the door. According to the normal situation, there should be no accidents, but Zhao Enjun still can't be completely assured. Don't worry, you should fulfill the gambling agreement between you and me before the sect ratio. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan didn't immediately agree to worship the teacher, but directly asked for gambling money. In Chu Zhongshan's view, although there will not be much change in his attitude towards him after a real apprenticeship, after all, there is a relationship between teachers and apprentices, and some words are difficult to say. Therefore, before a real apprenticeship, the things that should be done must be done. Bet. Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention the gambling agreement before the sect Dabai, Zhao Enjun seems to be unable to remember. Zhao Changlao, you are really a noble man and forgetful. According to the bet you made for me at the beginning, if I can finally win the final championship in the sect competition, you will not only reward me with 1,000 points of sect contribution, but also help me improve a sketch-level cultivation talent. Watching Zhao Enjun forget the gambling appointment he took the initiative to make, Chu Zhongshan reminded him unhappily. Oh, I remember. Chu Zhongshan's reminder finally reminded Zhao Enjun that half a month ago, in order to encourage Chu Zhongshan to better practice and break through the realm faster, he specially took out 1,000 points of sect contribution points and improved a sketch-level cultivation talent to stimulate Chu Zhongshan. However, thinking of the two people taking over the relationship, he changed his attitude and said sarcastically in a disdainful tone, Chu boy, you will soon worship me as a teacher. I can still treat you badly if I am rich and cheerful. Cut. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's resolute attitude to ask for gambling money, Zhao Enjun despised it. Then, he took out a pill from the storage bag and put it on the stone table. He said proudly, in the pill bottle is an upper-level 7-grade Muddy Heaven pill, which can improve your cultivation talent of at least 1 or 2 sketch levels. After introducing the use of the pill in the pill bottle, Zhao Enjun reached out and motioned Chu Zhongshan to take out his identity token. After receiving the identity token handed over by Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun waved his hand and said with great pride, the contribution points of 1,000 points are too few. I will directly give you 5,000 points, which is enough for you to use for a period of time. Reach for the identity token and check it. Suddenly, you find that the sect contribution point in the token has reached 508. You know Zhao Enjun is not lying. At the same time, he also knows that the contribution points of sects only care about the value of use, not the quantity, for strong people like Zhao Enjun. Reach out to put away the Dan bottle on the stone table and put it into the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan rarely politely said to Zhao Enjun, Thank you, Elder Zhao. Then he stood up from the stone chair with a correct attitude and asked solemnly, Mr. Zhao, I don't know how to pay a great tribute to the teacher. Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun is casual by nature and doesn't care about ethics and etiquette, so I won't hold a grand ceremony like others. You just need to kowtow to me 3 times and call me a mentor, and the procedure will be finished. Master, please accept the apprentice's worship. The etiquette of worshipping a teacher was simple and just suited to his heart, so Chu Zhongshan knelt down directly to the ground and loudly honored Zhao Enjun as his mentor. Good, good, good. After Chu Zhongshan knocked his head down 3 times in a row, Zhao Enjun shouted 3 times excitedly. At the same time, the heavy burden on the body seemed to be unloaded, and the whole person felt very relaxed. Good disciple, get up first. Reaching out for empty support, Zhao Enjun motioned Chu Zhongshan to get up. After getting up, Chu Zhongshan didn't sit on the stone chair as casually as before, but stood opposite him respectfully, listening to his teachings. Chu Zhongshan suddenly became serious, which made Zhao Enjun feel uncomfortable, so he waved his hand and motioned Chu Zhongshan to sit down. Chu boy, although you have worshipped me as a teacher, I hope you can maintain your previous attitude towards me and never become a gentleman in front of me. In that case, I feel quite uncomfortable. Cut, did you say that earlier? Zhao Enjun's confession made Chu Zhongshan secretly relieved, and his original respectful attitude suddenly became casual. If you're facing other people, even the patriarch Chu Tianyun who has a good relationship with him, Chu Zhongshan will not feel uncomfortable maintaining a respectful attitude, but in front of Zhao Enjun, he deliberately pretends to be polite. He is really tired and uncomfortable like Zhao Enjun. You boy, seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't have to think about it at all, he directly changed into the original attitude. Zhao Enjun felt relieved and quite speechless at the same time. Chu boy, now that you have worshipped me as a teacher, those who become a teacher should be responsible for your future. The body is slightly upright, Zhao Enjun also rarely said solemnly. Chu Zhongshan's casual attitude immediately became serious. After all, Zhao Enjun's next words are about his future and his next practice. He must listen carefully and remember every word in his heart. Chu boy, I'm different from other strong people in the sect. Although I once worshipped the previous sect leader as a teacher, my daily cultivation is basically independent, so my inheritance is unique in the sect. For example, the sect leader's first series of mental skill secret scripts, and the Qingshuan mental skill whose grade reaches the high level of local product, I have never practiced. Now the mental skill secret scripts I practice are the Boundless Sea whose grade reaches the lower level of Tianpin. The Taixuan Mind Sutra skill you practice now, no matter the grade or the spiritual power you practice, is far better than the Qingshuan Mind skill of the sect leader and the Boundless Sea I practice, so you don't have to bother to change the secret script of the mind skill. After explaining this, Zhao Enjun frowned slightly, but after considering it for less than a minute, he said in a very positive tone, "As for the skills after the 6th floor of the Taixuan Heart Sutra, I will not only personally find them, but also use my personal relationship to let them try their best to help you find the remaining skills." "Thank you, Master," Chu Zhongshan thanked with gratitude. If you can collect the remaining skills of the whole Taixuan Heart Sutra, the grade of the Taixuan Heart Sutra will surpass the high level of Tianpin, which will be unimaginable for his future practice, and climbing the peak of martial arts in the future. "You're welcome. This is what I should do as a teacher." Motioning Chu Zhongshan not to be polite, Zhao Enjun continued. In addition to the fact that there is no need to change the cultivation methods, your current cultivation methods are also very suitable for you. I am most satisfied with you that you pay attention to the foundation and do not covet the martial arts and treasures that are not suitable for you. As a strong man who has reached the supreme level of practice, Zhao Enjun's own experience, and witnessed the rise and fall of too many talents, he is very clear about the importance of the early foundation of martial arts, and how helpful the early foundation will be for breaking through the so-called 3 heaven qued difficulties in the future. Therefore, Zhao Enjun didn't want to destroy the existing foundation of Chu Zhongshan like pulling seedlings and contributing to it. Well, I realized this after the match with LV Kong in qualifying. Chu Zhongshan quite agrees with what Zhao Enjun just said. During the duel with LV Kong, Chu Zhongshan's understanding of the medium-level saber technique he had practiced has improved several times after the first-level saber technique broke through the peak. He believes that he only needs to practice the medium-level saber technique a few times, and the realm can enter the entry-level realm. Therefore, he pays more attention to the foundation. Now your accomplishments have just broken through the 9 levels of the peak in the body training period. You still need to settle down for some time in terms of realm and strength before you can choose to break through the 10 levels of the body training period. Yes, nodded. Chu Zhongshan still agreed with Zhao Enjun's suggestion. Although his time to break through the peak of the 9th floor of the body training period is very short, only less than 2 days, he has successfully touched the bottle diameter of the 10th floor of the body training period when he duels with experts of different strengths, and breaks through the Qi transformation period with the help of mind separation. But now, he has accumulated too little and rashly broke through the 10th floor of the body training period. In addition to improving his cultivation, he has not significantly improved his strength. What's more, after his cultivation broke through the 9th layer of the body training period and reached the peak with the help of the Millennium Spirit Milk, the indexes in his body have not been raised to the limit with the help of pills, so he doesn't want to break through the 10th layer of the body training period as soon as possible. The most suitable way to quickly master the power after breakthrough in the body and skillfully use the true meaning of power is fighting, endless fighting. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun showed a conspiracy smile on his face. "Good disciple, I know a secret place as a teacher, which is very suitable for your current state. So in 10 days, I will arrange you to enter that secret place to practice." With the help of the environment and combat of the secret place, you can adapt to the power of the 9-level peak during the exercise period as soon as possible. I think that when you return from the secret realm, your accomplishments should be able to break through the 10 layers of the body training period, and it is likely to directly rise to the top of the 10 layers of the body training period. Secret land experience refining, yes. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan was willing to accept Zhao Enjun's arrangement. In fact, Chu Zhongshan was not afraid of Zhao Enjun's arrangement to enter the secret place to experience and fight. Instead, he looked forward to the battle he just said. Because his cultivation has improved so fast, his potential has increased so much, and his strength has increased so strongly, thanks to the experience of the second secret realm. The experience of Purgatory City's secret place has improved his cultivation by several small levels, his qualification and potential by several levels, and his cultivation talent by 1 level. The experience of the Blood Devil's secret place also improved his cultivation to a small level, also improved his qualification and potential by several levels, and let him harvest the Blood Devil Dharma and take Xuan Heart Sutra. Therefore, he is very eager for different types of secret place experience. However, hearing Zhao Enjun mention the experience of the secret place, he suddenly thought of the reward of this qualifying match. According to the awards announced by the master who presided over the competition before the sectarian competition, the top 3 players can enter a secret place called Tianwang after half a year, so he quickly interrogated the information about Tianwang's secret place. By the way, master, what kind of secret place is the wilderness secret place? Why do He Wang and Xia Luoxing attach so much importance to it? Heaven's wasteland. Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention the secret land of the end of heaven, Zhao Enjun suddenly falls into memory. It took Zhao Enjun 2 minutes to recall. Then he took out a blank jade slip from the storage ring and engraved the information about the secret land of the end of heaven into it with the power of divine thought. Chu boy, put away this jade slip first. After I arrange your next practice plan, you are reading the records of the secret land of the end of the world. Reaching out to take the jade slips, Chu Zhongshan honestly obeyed Zhao Enjun's orders, directly put the jade slips in the storage bag, and continued to obey his orders. After you have reached the peak of 10 levels of perfection in the cultivation period, what you are facing next is how to break through the qi transformation period. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun suddenly thought of something and told him with an extremely serious look. Chu Zhongshan, you must remember the next sentence. You can't forget it forever. After seeing Zhao Enjun's extremely serious expression, he straightened up again, and his attitude became very serious. No matter what realm you break through in the future, do not enter the realm of the last half of each great realm. Why is this? Chu Zhongshan was confused about Zhao Enjun's orders just now. Because after leaving the Chu family and entering Liyuan sect, Chu Zhongshan found that when most of his disciples broke through the next great realm, their accomplishments would be raised to the limit. That is, the so-called half-step accomplishments. Because half-step cultivation is the connecting point between the 2 realms, only after half-step cultivation can the next realm be more breakthrough, which is also the way chosen by most disciples. Half-step cultivation. How many amazing talents are ruined in this half-step? After a sigh of half-step cultivation, Zhao Enjun continued to explain why he was not allowed to break through the realm of half-step cultivation. The 10 layers in the qi refining period, the 10 layers in the body refining period, the 10 layers in the qi melting period, the 10 layers in the qihai period, and the 10 layers in the divine soul period are all divided according to the 10 layers. The division of this realm has existed in the eternal continent for millions or even tens of millions of years. Since each big realm is divided into 10 small realms, there are principles and rules for division. Half-step cultivation is to destroy the truth and rules. Although the early practice of martial arts practitioners will benefit from the realm of half-step cultivation, they will not know how harmful the realm of half-step cultivation is until they really start to contact the law. Because he is only the peak of the 9th floor during the physical training period, and is still thousands of miles away from the realm of contacting Hanzi, Zhao Enjun didn't explain in detail, but told him how powerful it is. At the same time, he told him again that he could not break through the realm of half-step cultivation in any case. Although we can't understand the real reason why we can't break through the half-step cultivation in advance because of his low cultivation, it is precisely because of his low cultivation that we can avoid the danger of breaking through the half-step cultivation. After hearing Jiao and Jun's explanation, Chu Zhongshan secretly rejoiced that when he broke through the body refining period, due to the strong accumulation in his body and the full help of Salvia militariza, he directly skipped the realm of half-step body refining period, and finally broke through the body refining period with 10 layers of perfect cultivation in the Qi refining period. Chu boy, I don't know how you understand the gasification period and how you can successfully break through the gasification period. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's solemn look and remembering his serious instructions just now, Jiao and Jun was relieved at last. Later, he began to interrogate Chu Tian's understanding of the realm of the Qi transformation period. In the Qi transformation period, master the more powerful Zhenyuan, be able to master the more powerful attribute power, and use the special attributes of Zhenyuan to display the means of Zhenyuan transformation. As for how to break through the Qi transformation period, when all the spiritual power in the Danshan is transformed into Yuan, the cultivation will naturally break through the Qi transformation period. Chu Zhongshan told us all the information he knew about the Qi transformation period. Chu boy, you were only half right. Chu Zhongshan's understanding of the gasification period made Jiao and Jun couldn't help shaking his head, but he didn't blame him, because he knew that this was Chu Zhongshan's origin and experience, which led to his narrow knowledge. He explained patiently. Oh, why? Jiao and Jun's explanation made Chu Zhongshan completely confused. According to what he said just now, how can we explain the reason why we can master the power of attributes when we are in the second-level realm in the body training period? Chu boy, don't worry. Let me explain to you in detail. Seeing the confused Chu Zhongshan, Jiao and Jun motioned him to be quiet, and then explained. Because it involves the body refining period. When a martial artist breaks through the Qi transformation period, the amount of spiritual power transformed into true Yuan is determined. This is also the most intuitive way to truly measure the level of genius. The real measure of genius, Chu Zhongshan didn't quite understand and continued to ask. Yes, the real measure of genius. After nodding, Jiao and Jun then introduced in detail some changes that will occur in the process of martial arts practitioners breaking through the Qi transformation period, and how to test the level of genius through changes. Through Jiao and Jun's detailed introduction, the genius in Chu really learned some secrets of the gasification period. It turns out that when a martial arts player breaks through the realm of Qi transformation period, he will integrate a law of heaven and earth without consciousness. The law of heaven and earth will give different levels of rewards or promotion according to the qualification, potential, talent, savvy, strength, and other conditions of the martial arts player during the period of physical training. This kind of reward and promotion is in the process of transforming spiritual power into real Yuan, which will form a strong attraction. The strong attraction will absorb the scattered spirit of heaven and earth between heaven and earth, and enhance the number of real Yuan transformed in Wuzh Danshan. When absorbing the Reiki of heaven and earth, the strong suction will completely materialize the Reiki scattered between heaven and earth, which can make people distinguish the number of Reiki conversion elements with the naked eye. For example, when the martial artist breaks through during the body training period, the spiritual power is transformed into the suction formed by the true Yuan. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 10 miles, the talent of this warrior can only be regarded as ordinary. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 100 li, then the martial artist's talent is barely a genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 200 li, then this warrior's talent is a real genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 500 li, then the talent of this warrior is a top genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 1,000 miles, the talent of this martial artist is a peerless genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 2,000 miles, the talent of this martial artist is a real peerless genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches 5,000 miles, then the talent of this warrior is a truly top peerless genius. If the range of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth reaches and exceeds 10,000 miles, the talent of this warrior will reach the level of demon, which will definitely shock the whole Ligun sect and even the whole southern region. For thousands of years, when the disciples of Ligun sect broke through the Qi transformation period, the total number of disciples whose aura range reached 10,000 li was no more than 10, and Jiao and Jun was one of them. In the Qi transforming period, the master of the realm wants to master the power of attributes and use the means of attribute shape transforming. When the realm breaks through, the absorbed Reiki range must reach at least 500 li. So it is. Through Zhao and Jun's introduction just now, he suddenly remembered Dongfengyan's contempt and provocation for himself in the valley on the third floor of the Blood Demon's secret. At that time, there were not many Dongfeng people gathered in the valley. Among them, there were several people whose cultivation reached the third and fifth floors of the Qi transformation period. Why did only Dongfeng Yan, who had reached the first floor of the Qi transformation period, dare to take the initiative to jump out? I'm afraid Dongfeng Yan's talent has reached the level of top talent, so he can directly jump out and challenge Chu Zhongshan regardless of Dongfeng Yangping's opinion. Breaking through the Qi transformation period is an opportunity for you to test your real qualifications, so the accumulation and improvement before breaking through is very important for you. At the same time, you must stay at the Qianlong peak when you break through the Qi transformation period. One is to prevent someone from sneaking attack when you break through the realm. Second, I also want to determine your talent by breaking through the realm of Qi transformation period and absorbing the scope of Reiki and arrange your future practice. I remember. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan agreed with Zhao and Jun's statement and proposal just now first of all, although he has mastered the attribute power in advance, which means that when he breaks through the Qi transformation period, his aura range can reach at least 500 li, but he is arrogant and regards himself as a peerless genius. How can he tolerate that when he breaks through, his aura range is only 500 li, or 1,000 li, and his goal is 5,000 li, or even 10,000 li? To achieve this goal, early accumulation becomes very important. Second, through his amazing performance in qualifying, he has attracted the attention of senior sex. At the same time, he directly rejected the request of the law enforcement peak and wounded Ma Qiwei and Xia Luoxing, which is tantamount to forming hatred with the law enforcement peak. In addition, he chose to worship Zhao Enjun as his teacher, and the contradiction with the law enforcement peak is even more impossible to ease, so he broke through the gasification period and had to guard against them secretly. Chu boy, for your practice in the next period of time, that's basically all. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan agreed with his proposal just now, Zhao Enjun nodded with relief. Then, his attitude changed, and his tone was full of ridicule. Chu boy, do you feel disappointed with my arrangement just now? It seems that after I became a teacher, you didn't get advanced martial arts skills, nor did you gain pills and spiritual fruits to directly improve your cultivation, nor did you give you powerful spiritual tools. Chu Zhongshan was already very grateful for Zhao Enjun's arrangement just now, because his introduction and advice just now are very precious for any disciple with little experience. He can take a lot of detours in the next practice. However, for Zhao Enjun's ridicule, Chu Zhongshan didn't want him to be so comfortable, so he showed regret and said in a regretful tone, I regret it. I really regret that I didn't worship you as a teacher and chose Zhang Zhufeng. I don't know whether elder martial brother Long would accept me. Boy, you dare. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan's performance was too realistic, or perhaps it was because he cared too much about this disciple. When he heard that Chu Zhongshan planned to reconsider the requirements of Long Xingyun, Zhao Enjun immediately became anxious. Then he began to be kind and even flattered and said, Chu boy, you have kowtowed to the teacher. Anyway, you can't betray the school. Chu Zhongshan is not satisfied with his qualification as a master, so Zhao Enjun flatters Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, since I'm your master, I must cultivate you. Otherwise, I Zhao Enjun's apprentice, who tried every possible way, will not lag behind other disciples in cultivation and strength. I'm very incompetent. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun took out a jade box from the storage ring and placed it on the stone table in front of Chu Zhongshan. He looked very proud and introduced. Chu boy, this is a ginseng I bought from a ginseng king who has reached grade 6 and has adult human wisdom with a drop of complete millennium spirit milk. When your cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period, taking this 10,000-year ginseng will not only accelerate the process of transforming Reiki into true Yuan, but also improve your cultivation talent and potential. How about the first salute? Sloppy. Although his mouth was very casual and looked down on his eyes, he acted very quickly. He directly put away the jade box placed on the stone table, opened the box and looked at it. He was immediately attracted by the strange fragrance emitted by the ginseng. As a scholar of elixir family and familiar with thousands of medicinal materials and ancient books, he can recognize at a glance that the jade box contains the ginseng whiskers of the king of ginseng with the age of 10,000 years. As for the ginseng on the king, Chu Zhongshan knows no less than Zhao Enjun, or even more. At the beginning, because the meridians were damaged, it was impossible to practice. In order to repair the damaged meridians, Chu Zhongshan looked at the ancient books of medicinal materials that can repair the meridians, among which the most involved are reference medicinal materials. Ginseng, known as the king of ginseng, whose age is more than 10,000 years, can not only enhance cultivation and enhance potential, but also clear eyes and mind, and also improve mood cultivation to a certain extent. There is still some time before the breakthrough of the qi transformation period, and the 10,000-year-old ginseng cannot be used temporarily, so Chu Zhongshan put the jade box containing ginseng into the storage ring. When the god of Chu calmly put away the jade box, Zhao Enjun took out a slap-sized armor from the storage ring. This is a defensive psionic weapon that is very similar to your life spirit knife and can be upgraded independently. It is based on. With Zhao Enjun's detailed introduction of the function of this defensive spirit weapon, Chu Zhongshan's originally indifferent look gradually became excited. Because the defensive spirit weapon Zhao Enjun just took out is the same as his venoming spirit knife integrated with blood essence. It is a defensive spirit weapon that can be upgraded independently with the improvement of his own strength. Now the grade of this defensive spirit weapon has reached the best of half-spirit weapon. When your cultivation breaks through the qi transformation period, this defensive spirit weapon will be promoted to the original life defensive spirit weapon, like the original life spirit knife. As you integrate your own blood essence and spiritual power before promotion, the integration between it and your own true yuan will be perfect after promotion. Even if you don't use the true element to stimulate, the defense spirit tool can automatically play the guard of the spirit tool defense level. Half-spirit weapon level defensive spirit weapon is worth thousands of sect contribution points, but it has value but nothing. Therefore, it is impossible for non-noble people to get this kind of defensive spirit weapon. When Chu Zhongshan excitedly put away the defensive spirit weapon, Zhao Enjun continued to take out a pill bottle from the storage ring, put it on the table, and continued to introduce it with a smile. Chu boy, here are 3 top grade 8 level Xunmen pills. Xunmen pill, a life-saving panacea, is a special kind of pill among all pills, because its grade ranges from 10 to 1. Each grade of Xunmen pill has different effects. The top grade Xunmen pill of level 8 is also called Sanaming Xunmen pill. No matter how badly you are injured, you only need to take Xunmen pill, and you can fully recover within 3 calls, and there are no sequelae. It is definitely a timely rain to save your life. Thank you, teacher. Put away the pill bottle containing the 3-life Xunmen pill, and Chu Zhongshan thanks sincerely. You have a conscience, thank me. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, Zhao Enjun complained about Chu Zhongshan, but he felt that what he had just done was worth it. Then he took out 3 yellow books from the storage ring and put them on the stone table, then he introduced. Chu boy, I know you have a variant constitution of wind attribute. You are naturally close to wind attribute and are good at practicing the skill of wind attribute. One of the 2 scripts is about the introduction of wind attribute, and the other is the lower-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin, which is just suitable for your practice. As for the other one, it records some secrets of the eternal continent, widely known secret places, famous experts in the southern region, and so on. Chu Zhongshan felt sincere when he saw the 3 secret scripts taken out by Zhao Enjun and introduced the use of the 3 secret scripts. At the beginning, when he took part in the 2nd round of Disciples' Test of Lian sect, he once experienced the characteristics of the wind in the autumn environment, which made his Huangpin primary body method and martial arts into a state of small success. If we can thoroughly understand the characteristics of wind attribute, we will have unimaginable improvement in cultivating body method and martial arts. He even had a feeling that as long as he studied the characteristics of wind recorded in the book, Huang Pin's high-level body method martial arts could break through the peak before breaking through the qi transformation period. At that time, the lower level of Xuanpin's wind attribute, body method, and martial arts just adapt to his cultivation. The 3rd book, which records the secrets of the mainland, is what he urgently needs. After all, his experience has been short due to his declining background. Having this book about the secrets of the mainland can enhance his rich experience. When Chu Zhongshan happily put away the 3 scripts, Zhao Enjun took out 2 jade pendants from the storage ring and handed them directly to Chu Zhongshan. He said with a smile and scold, "Chu boy, you asked me for 8 or 10 life cards at the beginning. I didn't give it to you for a reason. First, I don't want you to lose the motivation to move forward bravely because you have a life-saving card. Second, every life-saving card contains a trace of my thoughts. If there are too many thoughts of separation, it will hurt me." Chu Zhongshan nodded silently, then took out 2 blue silk threads from the storage bag and hung the jade pendant around his neck. "Chu boy, although there are many treasures that can directly improve your accomplishments and potential as a teacher, relying too much on foreign objects to improve your accomplishments will not only damage your solid foundation, but also affect your future breakthrough. The above treasures are all I can give you now." Seeing Chu Zhongshan hanging the jade pendant directly around his neck, Zhao Enjun nodded with satisfaction. Then, he had a correct attitude and said in a very formal tone, "Enough." Even without the worship ceremony he later gave, Chu Zhongshan was quite satisfied with today's harvest. Especially for the hidden dangers of half-step cultivation and the matters needing attention when breaking through the realm of Qi transformation period, he gained a lot. Just be satisfied. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was neither greedy for his treasures nor pursuing pills and spiritual fruits to improve his cultivation, Zhao Enjun was more satisfied with his performance. "In 10 days, I will personally send you to a secret place that can improve your strength." Zhao Enjun indicated that Chu Zhongshan could go back temporarily. Although Chu Zhongshan was in a good state at this time, the fatigue between his eyebrows could not be concealed, so Zhao Enjun was very considerate and asked him to have a rest after the teacher worship program and treasure gift program. "Master, can I trouble you one thing before I leave?" Chu Zhong's divine feeling asked very seriously. "As long as you can do it as a teacher, just say it." Zhao Enjun, who has just become a master, said forthrightly when he heard that Chu Zhongshan had trouble to solve by himself. "Master, could you please send me directly back to number 9 Other Hospital? At this time, I'm really lazy to walk." Chu Zhongshan begged like some scoundrels. Due to Zhuang Wei's worship of teachers and the temptation of giving treasure, he can always maintain a more excited spirit. At this time, he heard that Zhao Enjun asked him to have a rest. After many days of uninterrupted competition, his physical fatigue hit him in an instant and made him get up and leave lazily, so he had the cheek to beg. "Get out." Originally thought that Chu Zhong's divine feelings were serious, he was asked to do a very important thing. Unexpectedly, he was asked to use the power of Zhenyuan and Shenian to send him back to number 9 Other Hospital, which turned his full pride into incomparable disappointment, so Zhao Enjun couldn't help scolding angrily. After scolding, he still wielded a strong force and used the power of God to safely and gently return Chu Zhongshan to number 9 Other Hospital. The knockout and qualifying combined will last almost 5 days. The 5-day sleepless competition exhausted Chu Zhongshan's energy and spirit to the limit, so he was sent to number 9 Other Hospital and directly returned to his bedroom. He didn't even take off his clothes and went to bed. Yunlongfeng, Green Bamboo Courtyard Living Room. "Confused? How can you be so confused?" Dongfeng Yongping, who has just finished inner disciple Dabai, is pointing angrily at Dongfeng Yuner sitting at the bottom. Thanks to the breakthrough of cultivation in the cave, left by the peerless Strong in the Purgatory City's secret territory, as well as the harvest in the palace on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil's secret territory, Dongfeng Yongping's cultivation reached the peak of half-step Qihai period, and his strength also increased to the peak of the 2nd floor of Qihai period, which made him win the 3rd place in the sect competition of internal disciples, this time. They also received places to enter the secret land of the wilderness. He was in a good mood. When he heard his own sister talk about the misunderstanding between her and Chu Zhongshan and her subsequent practice, Dongfeng Yongping's good mood was immediately replaced by anger. "Brother, why am I confused? Chu Zhongshan's treatment of girls is wrong. From this point, we can see that he is definitely not the gentleman I think, nor the Prince of White Horse I have been pursuing." Seeing that he was angry and threatened his own brother, the owner Yuner's princess temper also rushed up. She rose directly from her chair and retorted in an unusually fierce tone. "Yuner, it seems that the father and queen mother dote on you too much and rarely let you experience the dangers of the world. As a result, you still retain unrealistic fantasies and still live in the fairy tales woven by your mother." My sister's childish retort made Dongfeng Yangping sit in a chair helplessly, looking very helpless. Looking at the angry Dongfeng Yuner, her ears echoed her childish retort just now, and a word once said to him by a woman flashed in her mind. Fairy tales are deceptive. Brother, isn't it wrong for my father and mother to dote on me? Seeing his originally angry brother, he was suddenly depressed and began to complain about his parents. Dongfeng Yuner asked reluctantly. Alas. Looked up at Dongfeng Yuner and saw the clarity in her eyes. Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help sighing. Then he got up and left the chair, raced straight to the door of the living room, reached out and closed the door, then pressed Dongfeng Yuner on the chair and said in a dignified tone, Yuner, do you know how father and queen mother walked together? Of course I know. My mother told me the story of her and her father more than once. When the Empress Mother quietly left the family for training, she met a group of lecherous robbers who wanted to be inferior to her. Later, the father stepped forward and finally defeated the robbers after being seriously injured. After saving her mother, she was in danger. Later, the Empress took care of the seriously injured father personally. When the father recovered from his injury, the two of them experienced refining and wandered the Jianghu together, and had feelings in the process of refining, and finally walked happily together. Speaking of the process of meeting, falling in love between his father and his mother, Dongfeng Yuner not only showed admiration, but also showed a heart shape in his beautiful and moving big eyes. I'm afraid the Queen Mother told you the story just now. After hearing his sister's story about the process of his parents together, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help but guess with a wry smile. Yes, isn't that what happened? The brother with the same father and mother, after hearing the story of beautiful love he just told, showed a bitter smile on his face, which made Dongfeng Yuner realize that something was wrong. Yuner, do you know what kind of cultivation was when the father met his mother? Instead of answering Dongfeng Yuner's interrogation, Dongfeng Yangping directly asked her. I don't know, the Queen Mother didn't seem to have said it. After careful recall, Dongfeng Yuner found that when his mother told the story, he did not mention his father's cultivation. Then, did the Empress Mother mention to you the accomplishments of those robbers? Dongfeng Yangping continued to ask. Shook his head, Dongfeng Yuner said no. Dongfeng Yangping raised his mouth slightly and said in a strange tone, Yuner, then I tell you that when his father met his mother, his cultivation had reached the peak of the divine soul period. Those robbers who wanted to be frivolous to their mother at the beginning, and those with the highest cultivation are only half a step away from the fear period. Impossible, Dongfeng Yuner retorted incredulously. Peerless strong man at the peak of the spirit period doesn't need to do it himself in the face of the experts in the half-step chi period. He can easily kill the experts in the half-step chi period with just a look containing the power of the spirit. If the father's cultivation was so high at the beginning, those robbers could not hurt him at all, nor could their mother take care of the seriously injured father and produce the process of love. Yuner, are you very surprised? Can't you believe it's true? Seeing Dongfeng Yuner standing up directly from the chair, Dongfeng Yangping two in a row, let Dongfeng Yuner almost fall into collapse. The fairy tale love stories that have been supporting his fantasy are all false, which makes Dongfeng Yuner fall directly into a chair and can't believe what his own brother just said. Yuner, since everything has been said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Dongfeng Yuner's dejected appearance at this time makes Dongfeng Yangping very distressed. However, in order to make Dongfeng Yuner completely give up the unrealistic fantasy and let her completely mature, he decided to continue to crack down on the obsession in her heart. Yuner, when the Empress Mother was still in the family and did not go out of the cabinet, the father emperor once visited the Empress Mother's family because of a private affair and saw the Empress Mother secretly. Later, the father was greedy for the beauty of his mother, so he sent someone to watch her and pay attention to her every move. When my mother secretly left for training, the group of robbers I met was specially arranged by my father in order to find an opportunity to get close to my mother. As a biological son, this evaluation of his biological father is somewhat against logic and morality, but Dongfeng Yangping finally said it in the hope that his sister can grow up quickly and become a powerful help for him to compete for the throne in the future. Yuner, do you want to know how I know these things? Dongfeng Yangping's story just now completely destroyed the image of Dongfeng Tyrant as a loving father in her heart, but she didn't believe her deceptive choice. Therefore, after hearing Dongfeng Yangping's interrogation, she forcibly raised her spirit and expected Dongfeng Yangping to say the sentence she expected in her heart, that is, everything just now is my guess. However, Dongfeng Yangping's next words completely plunged Dongfeng Yuner into grief and despair. "Yuner, my father told me everything just now. He once said to me, 'Those who achieve great things are free from small measures. Those who become overlords are free from means.' Yuner, I know that the reality just now makes you very sad and disappointed, but I must let you understand that the perfect man you expect is impossible in this world, and you can't meet the Prince Charming in your fantasy." Speaking of this, Dongfeng Yangping deliberately brought the topic to Chu Zhongshan. Yuner, compared with his father's insidious and cunning, Chu Zhongshan acted more openly and above board. As for the female contestants who spoke frivolously in the process of the competition, this is a very normal means. If I meet a female opponent with the same strength as me, my practice is even more excessive than Chu Zhongshan. "Brother, my mind is in a mess now. Can you calm me down?" Dongfeng Yangping's words just now put Dongfeng Yuner into a very contradictory state, so she needs to organize and think well. "Okay, you think it over. After you think it over, I'll go to Qianlong Peak with you in person and apologize to Chu Zhongshan." Dongfeng Yangping knew that his sister needed a little to digest his evaluation of his parents just now, so he opened the door of the living room and personally sent her away from Yunlong Feng. When Dongfeng Yuner was about to leave Yunlong Peak, Dongfeng Yangping suddenly remembered the performance of the external disciple sect in the middle of Chu Zhongshan, so he asked Dongfeng Yuner loudly, "Yuner, how did Chu Zhongshan perform in the sect contest of the external disciples this time?" For the understanding of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping is still staying in the valley on the third floor of the Blood Devil secret land at this time. He is facing a challenge with Dongfeng Yan. At the beginning, Chu Zhongshan defeated Dongfeng Yan, who has the top talent qualification in the Qi transformation period, with the cultivation of the 7 layers of the peak in the body training period, and really showed his strength. It's not a problem for Dabai, an external disciple of the sect, to enter the qualifying competition with the strength of the first level of Qi transformation period, but it's probably difficult to get a good place in the end, so he guessed that Chu Zhongshan's score is likely to be in the top 10 or lower. 12 rounds of knockout, 12 rounds of qualifying, and finally won the first place in the sect competition with a total victory. After a brief description of the process and results of Chu Zhongshan's competition, Dongfeng Yuner left Yunlong Feng without looking back. 12 rounds of knockout, 12 rounds of qualifying, and finally won the first place in the sect competition with a total victory. After hearing Dongfeng Yuner say the achievements of Dabai of Chu Zhongshan's sect, Dongfeng Yangping was stunned. No matter in the Qi refining period, body refining period, Qi melting period, or Qi C period, being able to win the first place in the same realm means that he is the most outstanding talented disciple in the same realm among the disciples of this generation. Chu Zhongshan became a disciple of Ligun's sect in only 3 months. He not only made rapid progress in cultivation, but also became the strongest in the realm of physical training. How can he not shock Dongfeng Yangping? More importantly, if you can get the first place in the sect Dabai of external disciples, you will definitely get a place to enter the secret land of the wilderness. Thinking of the Purgatory City and the Blood Devil secret place, Chu Zhongshan's mastery of the array and his extraordinary ability to predict the secret place made him change his attention when he decided to break through the Sea of Qi and go to Dongfeng Yangping of Qianlong Peak. Seeing the direction that Dongfeng Yuner left, Dongfeng Yangyan frowned. Then he seemed to suddenly think of something, and his face showed a proud smile. Without returning to his green bamboo courtyard, Dongfeng Yangping also left Yunlong Peak. After 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Zhongshan, who fell into bed, woke up after sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. However, after waking up, he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he continued to stay on the wooden bed in the bedroom, looking at the ceiling above the bedroom with his eyes open. He couldn't help thinking about his life before and after crossing. Before crossing, due to work, I had little sleep. The most expected thing every time is to wake up naturally after finishing a project, which can also be regarded as a reward. After crossing, he has the energy of copying and pasting, which gives him the opportunity to practice again. Since then, sleep has become dispensable. Especially with the further improvement of cultivation, it is normal to stay awake for several days and nights. Like now, he slept for 2 days and 2 nights in one breath, which seemed to be the first time since he crossed. This feeling made him incomparably attached, but 10 minutes later he got up and got out of bed. After a brief wash, he went straight to the secret of cultivation. No Way, who let him go through the world after, is a world of the jungle, a world in which the strong survive and the weak eliminate. In order to survive better, early efforts are necessary. The purpose of entering the secret of cultivation this time is to sort out the feelings in the battle process when competing with players in different realms in the sect contest, not to absorb Reiki and improve cultivation, so he didn't take out the spirit stone. Chu Zhongshan calmed down, adjusted his state of mind, and began to recall every player who fought against him when he participated in the sect contest. The first 6 rounds of the knockout match flashed through his mind without leaving any picture. After all, the players in the first 6 rounds of competition have a big gap with his strength. They basically lose the enemy in one move. In the 6 rounds after the knockout, he was only impressed by Chen Bin, who was proficient in fencing, and Roger, who was powerful. Especially for Chen Bin's sword technique, which is not weaker than that of Lu Yuan, a kendo genius, let him carefully experience every move of Chen Bin's sword technique and the feeling brought by each move of sword technique when the two people fight. After thoroughly understanding the essence of Chen Bin's sword technique, he will continue to recall the next opponent, the first detail of his fight with his opponent, and the opponent's every move of sword technique, fist technique, stroke technique, body method, and martial arts. Only after thoroughly understanding will he continue to recall the next opponent. After recalling the last opponent, LV Kong, who was able to compete with him, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and his breath became more solid. Who? After thoroughly understanding the experience of each dual player's fighting process, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath. When he was completely calm, he took out a jade slip from the storage bag. Jiao Enjun specially used the power of divine thoughts to record the information about the secret land of the end of the world. In the secret realm of Blood Devil, when he got the Taixuan state of mind and the skill of Blood Devil Dharma, he came into contact with the jade slips recording information, so he also knew how to read the information in the jade slips. The idea is close to the jade slips and integrated into the jade slips. Then, the jade in his hand was simplified into a white light and entered his mind, and a piece of information emerged in his mind. By reading the information in his mind, Chu Zhongshan's calm look gradually showed a happy look. After reading all the information, the happy look had been transformed into ecstasy. Because through the information Jiao Enjun left in the jade slips, Chu Zhongshan really understood the secret realm of the wilderness and how it could change him. In the vast eternal continent, there are countless secret places. These secret places are large and small. Small secret places can only accommodate one person to practice. Large secret places are comparable to an imperial territory, and there are many secret places that have not been fully excavated so far. For example, Purgatory City has its own secret territory. In the southern region of the Eternal Continent, there are also countless secret places hidden. Among the excavated secret territories, 10 are extremely precious in the hands of the 9 forces. In these 10 secret places, no matter the degree of excavation, the number of treasures and the level of danger, they are far more than all the secret places found in the southern region. A detailed ranking is made according to the scope of the secret territory itself, the number of treasures contained, and the risk coefficient in the secret territory. The Tianhuang secret territory ranks 5th. The secret land of the wilderness contains countless barren qi. The power of desolation is a kind of energy whose quality far exceeds the aura of heaven and earth. Although the barren qi cannot improve cultivation as the spirit of heaven and earth, it can strengthen the body of the martial arts, improve the martial arts cultivation talent, potential, and understanding, and definitely make the martial arts undergo a reborn change. Although it has been more than 10,000 years since the discovery of the secret land of the wilderness, it has only been opened 8 times, and the time of these 8 times is only the last 800 years. The reason why it has been discovered for such a long time, but it has not been excavated, is that the defense of the wilderness secret territory itself has made countless strong and wise. Men of the 9 forces spend nearly 10,000 years to reluctantly break the defense of the secret territory and really enter the secret territory. After the excavation of countless powerful and wise men of the 9 forces, they found that the environment in the secret territory of the wilderness of heaven is very suitable for improving the talent, potential, and understanding of martial arts, and there are countless natural materials and earth treasures in the secret territory. The environment suitable for cultivation is not only useful for human warriors, but also for other creatures. Therefore, there are endless wild animals in the secret land of the wilderness. The level and strength of wild animals, like the level and strength of foreign animals in secret, are also divided into 10 grades to 1 grade. 10 grades of wild animals are equivalent to martial artists in the Qi refining period. 9 grades of wild animals are equivalent to martial artists in the body refining period, and so on. Of course, just like in the real world, the strong ones of the 9 forces have never found animals with more than 2 grades. In the secret land of the wilderness, they also did not find wild animals with more than 2 grades. Because the wild animals in the secret land of the wilderness take the desolation as the basis of survival, resulting in their extremely strong bodies, and their strength is far higher than that of foreign animals of the same grade in the outside world. The wild animals are the most dangerous threat to human warriors in the secret land of the wilderness. At the same time, through the promotion of layers, the strong and wise men of the 9 forces found that there were 8 layers in the secret land of the end of the world. There were certain restrictions on the secret land of each layer, which restricted the entry of martial artists with different accomplishments. After detailed speculation and precise calculation, they were surprised by the development. The whole wilderness was like an inverted tower. The spire rushed down and the body rushed up. The first layer of the secret land of the wilderness, which is suitable for the martial arts of the Qi refining period. Only the martial arts of the Qi refining period can stay in it. If a martial artist whose accomplishments exceed the gas refining period forcibly stays at the first level of the secret realm, there is only one word: death. The second layer of Tianhuang secret territory is suitable for martial arts practitioners in the body refining period. Moreover, martial arts practitioners in the body refining period and Qi refining period can stay in it at the same time. If it is as like as 2 peas above the period of refining, the choice is to stay in the second tier, and the result is exactly the same as the first level. At the same time, because the wilderness secret place is in the shape of an inverted tower, the lower the secret place is, the fewer martial arts people can enter. Therefore, the 9 forces discussed with each other. After the wilderness secret place is opened, the martial arts people who can enter the realm of Qi refining period on the first floor can only enter 27 people, and each force has 3 places. On the second level, the martial arts players who can enter the realm of body refining period can only enter 54 people, and each force has 6 places. The third level can enter the realm of Qi transformation period. Martial arts can only enter 81 people, and each force has 9 places. On the fourth floor, those who can enter the realm of Qihai period can only enter 108, and each force has 12 places. By analogy, the number of people entering the 8th floor of the secret land of the wilderness is determined. Looking at the jade slips completely turned into powder in the palm of his hand, Chu Zhongshan can finally understand why He Huaying and Xia Luoxing are fighting for places to enter the secret land of the wilderness. Originally, they were interested in the spirit of the wilderness in the secret land of the wilderness, which can improve their talent, potential, and understanding, and the opportunity to make them reborn.